Morning, people. Morning. Just trying to get myself situated over here. Get all of my different screens together. Try to get my screens together and my headphones together. Put some headphones on today, people. Sound check. Can y'all hear me? Let me know if y'all can hear me. Can y'all hear me? I guess you can. All right, good. So we're back up in here, y'all. We are back up in here. We don't know what's happening. We don't know what's going on. Nobody really knows what the deal is, I don't think. But we are here. So we have Law and Crime. They have it scheduled for 9 a.m., but something tells me it's not going to be 9. It could very well be later. So we're just going to have to hang out and see. We're going to have to hang out and see, people. All right. We're going to have to hang out and see. Really, at this point, nobody knows what's going to happen. Yeah, I did see Miss Sylvia say court's not starting until 12. I saw Miss Sylvia say that. So Law and Crime has theirs pinged at 9. Miss Sylvia said this morning court will not start until 12. You know what's funny is that yesterday Judge Whitaker, she did not give a time for court to start. People are talking about this. This is Dora. This is one of Thug's sisters at 1 a.m. this morning. She wrote that she's anxious and she's praying, I guess. I don't really know what this little emoji means. I've never really been able to figure that one out. I think the way I use it is not the way that everybody else uses it. So I don't know if I'm using it wrong or what. But Dora says she's anxious. But Dora doesn't, I've seen Dora post a few times, but she doesn't really seem to go back and really interact with people who respond to her, at least not from what I've seen. So I didn't see that she replied to anything. She said 9:30. I don't think so. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I thought Judge Whitaker said 9:30 for today. I could be. Yeah, I don't remember hearing that, but I could be wrong. Yeah, Miss Sylvia says something big is happening. I mean, something big is definitely happening because, I mean, yesterday we saw a plea deal. So I think anything that happens is big. Sometimes it's like, you know, you can say something like that. And I'm not going at Miss Sylvia, don't get me wrong, but I feel like this whole thing is big, right? So like this whole when I say thing, I'm talking about like this part of the trial where we are right now. This is all big. If the trial's continuing, is big. If she's going to grant a mistrial, is big. Anything that happens is big right now. Yeah, it's all big today. It's all big. So you know, I don't necessarily know that gives us much information, because I think from the perspective of people watching this trial, anything that happens is big. At this point, like today, now if this was just a regular mundane run of the mill every day and you say, oh, something big's going to happen, then people say, well, what is it? Well, I guess we are still asking what is it, but I think we all are under the impression that we're in a moment right now where big things are happening. So that something big would happen today, that doesn't really give us any information that we didn't already presume. Now, if you tell us, some big pleas are coming today, that may tell us a little more, because we really didn't know as of yesterday if anybody else would plea or what else might happen. So, Violet, new member, welcome this morning. Welcome this morning. Air says, Air, I guess you're a man, right? I'm going to say he. Air says he's having withdrawals, cross withdrawals. So, trying to find the part where she goes over the sentence. Oh, here we go. Man, he got a real favorable deal, y'all. I'm just trying to finish up a video, even as we're on here this morning. I'm trying to finish up this video where I'm talking about my theory of Quay, but I could be totally wrong. Like, this theory could be totally proven wrong today. Did I see Thugger Daly's post from today? I didn't see it. No, let's take a look. A little insight to Nichols' plea negotiation via his wife. Crazy to see how much time the state, I guess, was offering at first and how much his lawyers got it down. He also could have immediately went home if he agreed to testify. Whoa. What? He could have gone home if he agreed to testify? Y'all, let's take, I guess this is what you're talking about, Andre. Oh, snap. Let's take a look at this. State reached out first for the plea. State had reached out previously about a plea before the mistrial motion. Original plea before. So this is starting to, man, I'm going to have to include this in my video now. Crap. I don't know how I'm going to get this video done. I can't include it. It's just, all right, let's keep going. Let me get rid of this. Hey, good morning, naughty gal. All right, so we're reading Thugger Daly's fabulous reporting. Okay, so original plea before mistrial motion and trial started was Quay would get probation and testify, would have been able to come home. So that's a little difficult because it says before mistrial motion and trial started. So that's two different time frames, right? Before the mistrial motion happened last week. The trial started last year. So anyway, at some point previously to now, he would have been able to come home apparently if he had testified against whom? I guess whoever was still on trial. First offer after mistrial was due 30 to 20, reduced murder to voluntary manslaughter, and China thinks everything else was on there relating to the gang charges rejected. I don't know who China is. China must be his wife. 30 to do 20. Then 25 do 15. Still has voluntary manslaughter. Then 20 do 10, took the murder off. Rejected. 15 do 5 with testifying. Golly. She said this was an offer at one point after the mistrial motion. Quay did not want to testify. Yesterday was when Quay started to give the state counter pleas. That must have been yesterday, as in, was that yesterday or was the day before yesterday? I don't know when this conversation happened. Yesterday's plea was 30 do 7, long probation. Quay was supposed to take plea yesterday at 3 p.m., but long probation was an issue. Okay, so this must have been 2 days ago on Monday. Quay received the plea he accepted yesterday morning. Quay didn't really want to take the plea. China, okay, his wife begged him to take it so he could come home and, I guess, be with the kids. What do y'all think? What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? What time's court start today? We're looking at probably about 12 p.m. is what we're looking at. When I say what we're looking at, we're not totally sure what time court is going to start, but we are thinking it's going to be sometime around 12 p.m. All right. So that is our best information right now, 12 p.m. I think he's dumb. In a couple of months, everybody gonna be let go. Mr. Vegas, thank you for coming in. Thank you for commenting. I don't think it's dumb, Mr. Vegas. I'm gonna tell you why. One, he didn't have to tell. So for all of my stop snitching people, he didn't have to snitch. That's first and foremost. But this is how I phrased it yesterday, Mr. Vegas. Let me see if I can sway you or convince you. Think about it like this. Trial's going to continue 5 to 6 more months. 5 to 6 more months. So you're going to be in jail. You're going to be locked up 5 to 6 more months. And you're thinking 70% chance I beat this and I come home. 30% chance I lose off of or whatever, a fluke or whatever, and I go away for 20, 30 years. So you're going to spend 5 to 6 more months locked up anyway. And then you're going to have a 70% chance of coming right home, or you have a 30% chance, and you're going to have a 30% chance of losing 20, 30 more years of your life. Okay. Or you could take the plea, have 100% chance if, barring any kind of in prison incidents or whatever, which are real possibilities. But you take the plea, you maybe get out of jail or prison in the next some people have said as he'll be up for parole in 9 months. So Mr. Vegas, think about that. You can do 5 to 6 months in jail and then take a 70% chance of getting out, 30% chance of going away for 20, 30 years. Or you can take a plea and stay in jail for 9 more months and be up for parole. And when you say get out, that's I agree. There's nothing certain, but I'm saying it's not dumb. I mean, my opinion, maybe you would take a different decision, but either decision makes sense depending on the factors that you take into account is my point. Because if you think you're winning 70%, I don't think anybody could reasonably say that it's more than about 75% winning. Because you always have to take into account that the jury has not seen everything we've seen. The jury they are supposed to be in a different mental state than we are because they haven't seen all the shenanigans. They haven't seen all the motions. They don't know why Glanville's gone. They're not supposed to know why Glanville's gone. So they haven't seen everything. So it's very difficult to put yourself in the mind of a juror who has really done his or her job, right? It's difficult to put yourself in that person's mind. So let's say we say maximum 75% we're winning. right now. So I'm going to take a 25% chance of going away for 20, 30 years, or a 90% chance of getting a parole opportunity in 9 months. So I'm going to stay in jail for 5 to 6 more months and then have a 75% chance of coming home, 25% chance of going away for 20, 30 years. Or I can take 100% chance of getting a high parole opportunity in 9 months. So best case scenario, I'm only going to be in jail for another 3 months to not take the prison, the 20-year chance, the 25% chance of going away to prison for 20, 30 years. So you're going to just basically serve, best case, you're going to serve an extra 3 months that you would have served, because you're going to be in jail during this trial anyway while this is wrapping up. You're going to take another 3 months in jail. And best case scenario, you get parole. You get parole in next summer, and you out, and all of your charges are gone. So, no, it's the thing, Mr. Vegas. It's not that. All I'm saying is I'm just pushing back on the idea that it's dumb. I think either way makes sense depending on your constitution, whether you're a risk taker, etc. I'm just pushing back gently, pushing back respectfully on the idea that it's dumb. I don't think it's dumb. I can see why somebody would say, nah, man, go for the win, right? You're winning. You have a high probability of winning. I totally get that, and I think that's valid. But it's also valid to say, man, I don't know what those jurors are thinking. I don't know what these people are doing. So I'm going to take the safer route, even though I might do a little bit more time. I might only do 3 more months than I would have done anyway, but I'm eliminating my 20-year risk. So you see what I'm saying? Anyway, I think it's, and actually, yeah, I mean, so the idea is not, I'm just pushing back on the idea that it's dumb. It was that deal. If you look at these negotiations, look where they started. If we're going to believe this, and again, I'm just not doubting anybody, but we're just taking internet information for what it is. He started off with 30 to do 20, and he got it down to 20 do 7. So he essentially knocked 13 years off of his term and knocked off the idea that he has to testify against his friends. This guy gonna come home and he gonna be, if he has any kind of personality, y'all, this guy gonna come back. He gonna be able to get plugged right back in, and he gonna be able to make a living for himself. If he can stay clean, and not do anything dumb. Now I think now we can use the word dumb. If he could stay away from drugs and the street life, this dude is gonna be able to come home. He's gonna be able to show his face, and he's gonna be able to be like back. I mean, I guess you do want to ask, where do you really want to be back, right? Because do you want to be back with the same people? Maybe you don't, but he's gonna be able to plug in. You know what I'm saying? In my opinion, that's what I imagine. So that's what it seems like to me anyway. That's what it seems like to me, y'all. Yeah, I mean, thanks, man. I think we want to have the reasonable channel, right? We want to have the reasonable channel. Daily quick bites. You really think this guy isn't going to smoke for? So okay, so then that is a good question, and I would say this. If I'm any of these guys, I'm trying to get in Gucci Mane circles, if possible. I'm trying to get in Gucci Mane circles. And the reason why is because he, as of now, is one of the few big rap people who's gone to prison, who's come home and really seemed like he changed. And I'm trying to pull every string I possibly can in my life to get in his circles and to try to figure out, what does he know? What did he do? Because Gucci he's the prototype so far. Gucci is the prototype for the smoker, the drinker, the sipper, the stepper, the wild man who went away and who came back and just changed. So Gucci need to start selling. Y'all know how everybody comes out with like a program, like a course. Gucci need to start selling a course. You know, we need Gucci to make a course for the rappers who go away and then who want to come back home and really want to change, because he so far again is the prototype. So do I think that I think anybody can do it? Do I think he will do it? Again, you could do worse than plug in with Gucci. So if he could plug in with somebody like Gucci, who seems to have done it, you know, Gucci is like a changed man. Staying away from marijuana might be tough, but we have to imagine he probably hasn't smoked weed or done any drugs for the past couple of years if he's been, you know, maintaining himself the way he should in prison. So, you know. So I would say it's possible. I don't really understand the plea fully. Hilton said something about furthering the game. I know they weren't factual acknowledgement, but I don't know what she's trying to do with him testifying. So he does not have to testify. Okay. This is the big thing, y'all. This is actually not just a big thing, but it's a bit of a major thing. He doesn't have to testify like Monk Tonk did, but he may have to testify like Woody did. What's the difference? Woody was testifying as a person who's not on trial and who's not under a probation revocation threat. Woody was testifying as a person almost just like a regular civilian, you could say. He had knowledge of what happened, but Woody was able initially to say anything he wanted, including I plead the fifth, initially. At some point, they said, we don't want him to say I plead the fifth. So they gave him immunity and they made him talk. But he still didn't have a probation revocation threat over his head. So Woody didn't have to agree to any factual acknowledgments because he didn't have any for Woody. Neither does Nichols. There are no factual acknowledgments for him to agree to. So they can make him get on the stand. He can plead the fifth and all of that stuff if he wants. They could slap him with the immunity. They can make him talk, but what they can't make him do is say any particular thing. Now, Monk Tonk, it was like, if you don't say this particular thing, you're gonna go to jail, because he had that factual acknowledgement thing hanging over his head. So that was the difference. You see what I mean? So that was the issue. His family will play big in his rehabilitation. This is a good time to have a good wife, y'all. I'll tell you that. It's a good time for a man to have a good woman by his side when you're trying to change your life and you're trying to not mess up. Yeah, Harvey did a good job. Oh, yeah, by the way, Violet, thank you for becoming a member. Thank you. He did what he had to do for his family. And thank you. His family will play big in his rehabilitation. I agree with all three of those things. And I want to thank you for that. I think his family will play a big role in his rehabilitation. I agree with that. Currently, I know everybody said court's going to start at 12 today. So we'll see. Do we have jury today? I don't know for sure, but I think the answer is probably no. I don't know for sure, but I think the answer is probably no. His wife told it all last night, and it's possible he will be home in 9 months to a year. So, yeah, so think about that. You have the certain 5 to 6. Well, I wouldn't say certain, because the trial could end in a mistrial tomorrow, right? This trial has been shaky, but it also has been resilient. This trial has been resilient in the sense that it just won't stop. This trial won't stop. So let's say the trial won't stop and you're going to be on trial for another 5 to 6 months. Or, and then you're taking a 25% risk of staying locked up for 20 years. Or you could take the deal and have a high probability, let's say 75% chance of just being out of jail and being done with everything in 9 months. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. That's for sure. Find a lovely lady to keep you on the straight and narrow. Yeah. You include it in your, yeah. Well, I'm talking to y'all. Like, my video is practically done right now. I'm literally just trying. So I would have to start recording some more stuff. That would just be difficult. I guess I'll just have to put the video on the shelf for the moment until court starts, and then I can finish it up. Snitch plea. All right, Prince. Justify what you said. Justify what you said, that he has to snitch, or that he did snitch, or that he's gonna snitch. Yeah, who can give us a link or some kind of reference to his wife's interview, please? Morning, Fran. Miss Sylvia was talking her ish last night. I watched a little bit of Miss Sylvia last night, but I didn't see her. I tend to listen to Miss Sylvia periodically, sometimes at night, more often in the morning. I did listen to her a little bit last night. She seemed to be, saying that she's okay with the prohibition that Judge Whitaker gave her. It's a runaway train going downhill. You talking about this trial? He's up to be able to get out after 40 months. He has credit 31 months. He still has pending riot charge. Oh, I didn't know that. Riot? What's that about? This entire case should be called the Lil Woody case. Yeah, that man, you talk about making a case your own, or taking advantage of a moment. So I think people liked Woody so much. For the people who did like Woody, I think they liked him because he seemed genuine. Like, everything he did seemed like it was like accidental. You know what I mean? That's what it seemed like. That's what it seemed like to me. That's what it seemed like to me. All right. So let's continue, y'all. That's because the judge is keeping this. Yes. If there's anything that we can take away from this trial, is that the judge has kept it going. My main takeaway from everything the judge has done up until this point has been that she's been keeping this trial going, probably unfairly to all of the defendants, honestly. What's going to happen regarding the judge's statement she made? We don't know, Angie. We don't know. It seems like at this moment, nothing. I would imagine they would have filed a motion. If they wanted to get rid of the judge, they probably, would have just filed a motion right away. Would they have allowed her to continue to preside over this trial? I don't think so. So, you can file a written motion. You don't have to file, all your motions don't have to be in court. So people can sue Jeffrey if he's guilty. Can we talk about that? I did talk about that previously, so I want to clarify some comments that I made about that. It appears that any kind of statute of limitation situation may bar some or all of the tort claims. So torts would be any kind of personal injury or injury claims. We really don't know. We really don't know if Thug pleads guilty, if he would be on the hook for anything. So I'm not going to make a comment about that. I'm not going to make a comment about that, but it seems like the torts, meaning anytime you're injured by somebody else and you want to sue, we call it a tort. It doesn't seem like the torts, he needs to be afraid of the torts at the moment. Now, a couple of days ago, I was speaking as if he may, but it seems like he probably doesn't. Okay. Now, I'm only saying probably because you never know, but it seems like the torts are probably past the statute of limitation at this point, is the main point. The Fit Lawyer ATL on YouTube. Is she the one who had the wife? Oh, because she was in, I don't know her, but I did see her name come up yesterday. I'm not so familiar with her, but I did see that she was on the lead channel yesterday. I didn't see that, but I saw somebody mention it. So I imagine she must have been in the court or something like that. So if so, it would make sense she would have maybe met the wife, but again, I don't know. Let's see. The judge said what she was supposed to. Them MF sloppy. I don't know about that. Les, because she said. Now, if you're gonna say she said the truth, yes, but I don't think she should have actually said that truth out loud. That wasn't cool because she was telling everybody she was fixing their sloppiness. I don't think she wanted to do that. That wasn't a good look. That was not a good look. We all guilty of something, but not Rico. Now that's true. Wow, we got the bipolar on page. I do think she has moods, you know. But bipolar, that's a strong one. I would say she's unpredictable. That I would say. Sometimes I would give an example when the gang expert said Thug was living a life of crime, and then Whitaker says there's nothing to worry about with that one. That's nothing. I was like, what? Like, that was way worse than what Dennis said, in my opinion. Because Dennis just said somebody was coming out of prison. The replacement, and I don't remember her name, or I would use it. The replacement for Dennis actually said that Thug was living a life of crime. And Whitaker was like, I don't see that as being as bad. And I was like, that's obviously much worse. So I think she's unpredictable. Paige, she was being very unprofessional by, it looked like she was trying to give them a slap down, She looked like she was trying to give them another one of her beratings. It looked like she was trying to give her another one of her beratings. And she said the quiet part out loud. Go to Thugger's page. Okay. We were just on Thugger's page. Is there something new? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. We just looked at this. If you're referring to this from yesterday, but we can look at it again. Per Nichols is his wife. These are the different phases of the plea deals, starting with before trial and before the mistrial motion. First, it was 30 do 20 and get his murder reduced to voluntary manslaughter, rejected. Then it was 25 do 15, voluntary manslaughter stays, rejected. Then it was 20 do 10, take the murder off, rejected. 15 do 5, but he had to testify. And then the final was, no, actually, this wasn't even the final. Then it was 30 do 7, I guess, with no testifying. And then finally, it was 20 do 7 with no testifying. So while we were all here while Andre was kirking out like corruption. We can't see what's going on. I'm just messing with you, Andre. While everybody was kirking out saying that this was corruption, actually probably was just at least part of this. Not all of these negotiations happened yesterday or the over the last few days, but they were going back and forth with these negotiations. At least part of it. Part of it was previous, and part of it would have been, over the last few days. You know what I mean? Likes are only 10% of y'all. Can we just get the likes up? What is going on with this? I don't get this. Would everybody please just stop whatever you're doing right now and hit the like button? Would everybody stop what you're doing, whatever you're doing right now, and just hit the like button, please? It's not that difficult. Hit the like, hit the like, hit the like. I just totally forget about the like button. So, and I can't see the likes here on StreamYard. That's probably why. Or I might be on here being sad about people not hitting the like. Miss Sylvia had more than one infraction, I believe. Not sure exactly what she did. There are multiple infractions from multiple sides, I think people could say. I don't know if Miss Sylvia had more than one infraction. I mean, she was called up before the judge more than one time. But I don't know for sure if we want to call that first time with the juror situation an infraction. I don't know that that's an infraction. I don't know that she was having an infraction at that time. So thank you for liking it. Anybody who didn't like, do hit the like. All right, everybody's hitting the like now. Now we're hitting the like. Now we're hitting the like. Sylvia has already been. Well, she's not banished, Vic. She is able to come to court in person, and she's able to do media activities from the media room. And maybe that's just open to the public. I don't know. But she's not able to record inside the courtroom any longer. So my understanding is she was inside the court filming, but I don't know if no. So the judge said that Miss Sylvia was recording inside the courtroom during the time she was off the bench, that the judge was off the bench, and that violated some kind of rules or something. So that was the problem. And the judge, people took that as, oh, the judge doesn't want the media in there. Well, I don't know, but she certainly didn't want Mr. Byron or Miss Sylvia in there anymore. She said they both had, it seemed like she said they both had multiple infractions. Love and Hilton snitched. That's possible. That is definitely possible. What is this, Andre? Andre, I'm looking at this on StreamYard. I don't have a clickable link right now on StreamYard. I just see a bunch of text. So let me know what you're sending me, please, sir. Judge Whitaker under a microscope in front of the whole world. Yes. I think they got mad because she had the camera on Love and Hilton when they was talking with Hilton back into the court and teasing. Well, Wiggs, the thing about it is, my understanding is that that might have been a time that the judge was off the bench. So that was not apparently, and I'm not speaking authoritatively on this, I'm speaking about apparently that was not appropriate. Okay. So again, I'm not speaking authoritatively on what the judge said because I don't really know the rules, but it seems like the judge was saying that she was not supposed to record whenever the judge was off the bench. She was supposed to turn off her recording, and not just her, but all of them. Fit Love fit lawyer beat love in a trial. Oh, fit lawyer beat love in a trial, in a criminal trial, because my understanding that is that love has 100% conviction rate. That is who I got the info on the plea that I was putting out yesterday before it came out. Yeah. From Sylvia. Yeah, we were talking about that in the morning before the trial, before everything started. I made a video with that information in it, Lil Woody, and I played that video so many times that somebody said that I had played it 900 times. Go to Thugger. Okay, maybe I'm behind. Let me get caught up. The wife's video. All right. Oh, is that what? Okay, Nichols' wife's interview. Okay. Is that, well, whose channel is it on? Is that on the Fit Lawyer's channel? How should you have 100% conviction rate doing what she's, I know. That's the scary part. Is that on the Fit Lawyer's channel? Love has, okay, Fit Lawyer's channel. I mean, do y'all want me to go and play? I feel, I don't know Fit Lawyer, so I don't want to just totally, run her content on our channel. But let me take a look. Let me take a look, y'all. Let's go. Let's see. Let's take a look and see what we can find. Maybe a clip of it. Hopefully Fit Lawyer wouldn't mind a clip, but we got to be respectful, All right. The Fit Lawyer. I know Fit Lawyer was on Lead's channel yesterday. Let me see. Y'all just bear with me. I'm looking for it over here. All right, we have the Lead. What is the Fit Lawyer's what's the Fit Lawyer's YouTube? Andre, you can't think she would mind it. She has to give permission. I mean, again, I'll just give me a second. Let me do something. But I'm not gonna play the whole interview. I'm gonna just tell y'all that now. We'll try to find a clip or two where it makes sense. But now if she were to say, hey, I don't mind, use my content. Let me just find her real quick. Give me a sec, y'all. I am gonna find the Fit Lawyer. Gonna find her channel. First, I'm gonna just bring up my live so I can open my own links. All right, I'm gonna go click the link now. Okay, there's a Fit Lawyer.
Am I live?
Can somebody give me a timestamp, please, of where we want to go? Give me a timestamp of where we want to go. Okay, I have it here. Give me a timestamp. We can watch a few minutes of it. Yeah, I saw that Lead helped her blow up her channel yesterday. That's excellent. I think that's excellent. I have the actual program up here. Is this must be okay? This is Nichols' wife. What part of this interview, which seems to last a long time, what part of this whole thing is the most important or the most pressing part that we can take a look at, so we can try to be respectful of the Fit Lawyers, her content, but also maybe take a look at a little bit of it. Somebody give me a timestamp. We have an hour and 57 minutes, so we can't just sit here and run the whole hour 57 on our channel, of course. So all right, so people are saying like 10, 11. All right, so let's take a look. Let me close that out. Get it in theater mode. Let's see.
I heard and spoke to her. We just quick, real recognized real. She was just warm and inviting and so happy. And so her joy was just infectious. And so introduce yourself to the people.
Hi, chat. I'm China Nichols, the wife of Marty Nichols. Hi, everybody.
Yes. Thank you for joining me today on my first live ever. And so like tell me how you're feeling. So I know how I feel after, but you are so connected to this case. This is your man. So he just entered a plea to this YSL case. How do you feel?
I'm just excited and I'm happy that it's over. We can put this behind us because this has been a long journey, a long, tiring journey at that. I'm just happy to be able to move past this and move on with our future.
Yes. And speaking of future, so you all are married. How long have you been married?
We've been married 5 years. We've been together. His birthday will make 14 years.
14 years. That's amazing. And his birthday, is it tomorrow? Do I have that correct? Or
it's Halloween. It's actually Thursday. It's Halloween.
Halloween. Okay. So I know he's relieved and excited. And so kind of tell me, I guess we all were watching when the person was testifying, Mooney Lee. That's
His
right.
name is Mooney Lee. Yeah.
And so we were all watching that day when he said #free Quay and a mistrial was asked for. So the #free Quay, is that your Quay?
I'm not sure what Quay.
All right. That is one very important question. Everybody, I want to say we want to give the fit lawyer a like. I don't know how we would be able to do that without leaving the stream, but I'm going to give her a like here. So first question, very important question. Is your Quay the Quay that we were talking about, or that not we were, but Mooney Lee is talking about? China says she doesn't know. I'm glad. Very good question, fit lawyer. That's one of the key questions. So she's jumping right into the meat of the matter.
That is. But that triggered the mistrial being
right.
His lawyer put in a motion for a mistrial because of that. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what Quay that was referred to.
Okay.
That's a lot of Quays. So
I'm seeing it's about 3 of them that are in this indictment. I think Mr. Huey goes by Quay as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there is a Taquarius Mender, and I would assume he probably goes through Quay as well. I'm not sure. It was a lot of Quays. Okay, so it's a lot of Quays. All right. So tell me, at what point after the mistrial was requested did plea negotiations start for him?
I want to say the mistrial was requested Wednesday, so they started negotiating pleas the very next day.
Okay, so the mistrial motion was on Wednesday, and so he had an opportunity to maybe get out of this whole thing starting Thursday.
Very next day.
The very next day, they started negotiating pleas, and they negotiated for days and days and days.
Mm-hmm. And it have the negotiation.
We got what we wanted.
Say that again.
So we negotiated till we got what we wanted.
That's how you do it. So, were you told who made the first offer? So I know the mistrial was requested and court kind of paused. Do you know if the state reached out and gave an offer first, or did the defense?
The state reached out first, but that wasn't their first time offering him a plea. His original plea was he could have took probation to testify. He could have came home, but he didn't take that plea. So they came with another plea, like 25, do 15. Then they came with like 15, do 5, testifying. He wasn't doing that. Nothing like that. That was just crazy. Mm-hmm. So we just waited. And we just waited.
And now these other offers that you talk about, the 15 and the need to testify, did those come prior to the mistrial from last week?
The only one that came prior to the mistrial was he could take probation and come home to testify, but he declined that. That was before the trial started, actually. He could have came home before the trial started if he cooperated, but he didn't take that.
Okay. And then do you recall what the first offer was after the mistrial?
It was I want to say a 30-20.
30-20. When it was 30-20, how many charges, if any, were they offering to dismiss?
All right, y'all. So the first one is 30-20. So I guess somebody went onto and they watched this whole thing and kind of broke it down, and that's what we saw on Thugger Daily. Did we lose her? Disappear?
With the state. They
cooperated, but he didn't take that.
All right, hold up. Let's see.
But he didn't take that plea. So they came with another plea, like 25, do 15. Then they came with like 15, do 5, testifying. He wasn't doing that. Nothing like that. That was just crazy. So we just waited. And we just waited.
And now these other offers that you talk about, the 15 and the need to testify, did those come prior to the mistrial from last week?
The only one that came prior to the mistrial was he could take probation and come home to testify, but he declined that. That was before the trial started, actually. He could have came home before the trial started if he cooperated, but he didn't take that.
Okay. And then do you recall what the first offer was after the mistrial?
It was I want to say a 30-20.
30-20. When it was 30-20, how many charges, if any, were they offering to dismiss?
All right, y'all. So looks like she's having some technical issues.
Not tripping. We're gonna work it out together. The chat is loving having you here, so don't worry. All right, so I think we left off with you telling me what charges were involved in the 30-20 offer.
I'm not sure, but I know they reduced the murder into like voluntary manslaughter. I don't know about the gang charges. Like, did they take any of those off the table at that moment? But I know for sure the murder was reduced to voluntary manslaughter, and I honestly think all that other stuff was still on there.
Okay. And obviously that plea was rejected.
Yeah, he's not taking that. He didn't do that. So it's crazy.
Exactly. So tell me, what was the next plea offer?
The next plea after that was 25, do 15. But they still had the voluntary manslaughter and all those other charges as well.
Oh, okay. So they were still holding on to the murder charge. And guys, voluntary manslaughter is a reduction to the.
So what do y'all think, y'all? Let's take a pause here and get some feedback on what China is saying. So here we have a married man. He is a father of 3. His wife is waiting for her husband to come home. She's been waiting for 2 years, 2-3 years almost. And the state at the beginning of the ordeal is like, hey, you don't even have to miss your family. You don't even have to miss your family. You can sign on this piece of paper and say these couple of words on the stand, and you never even have to miss your family. And he like, nah. And then as the trial's going on, they keep making these deals with him, these opportunities to get back home to his wife. And do y'all know what it would be like to miss your wife and kids, man? Do y'all know what it'd be like to be in jail month after month? I mean, I'm not speaking from experience, so don't get me wrong, but I'm just trying to I'm trying to think about it. Like, you got your babies at home. He's probably put the one who was putting food on the table. If they both work, they both work. But I'm imagining he was contributing substantially to his household. You have your wife there who you've been involved in certain activities, and now you kind of feel like she has to fend for herself in a way. You got your kids who want to hug you, and I mean it just and so everybody here on this stream can probably start to get the feeling and the idea of what it would be like. And it seems like from what his wife is saying, and if we read between the lines, it seems like she's saying that one of the make or breaks was testifying, and another make or break was like, I'm not taking any kind of charge for that, for the unfortunate demise of Charmel Drinks. But it sounds like she's saying he didn't do it, so he just wasn't going for it. Like, he wasn't going for any kind of Charmel Drinks related charges, whether it was the M charge, whether it's manslaughter, whether it's whatever. You know what I'm saying? Y'all hit the like, please. Do hit the like. By the way, we are looking at a little snippet of the Fit Lawyers interview with Quay Nichols' wife from yesterday. So we want to thank her for hopefully graciously allowing us to show this little bit of a snippet. Y'all so quick to call Buddy a rat. Meanwhile, this sounds like he did. Yeah, people, you know what, LTK? As a non-street dude myself, as a never street dude, as a dude who more of a homebody than anything, you know what I'm saying? I like being in the house, to be honest. But I'm going to say this. Like, things have gotten to an absurd level where if somebody takes a plea deal, now they are automatically being considered a rat. Like, I didn't learn this from like big homies or the streets. I just learned from listening to people. First, it was like telling on people you do crimes with. Everybody knows that. Okay. Everybody can understand that. Then it was like you taught you're a rat or whatever, snitch, whatever. If you just talk to the police, I guess about whatever. You see a shooting across the street, somebody's lying on the ground, they need help. You call 911. If you're a street person, you just snitched on somebody. Okay, that's ridiculous, but whatever. Now it's to the extent where it's like you took a plea deal. I'm like, come on. Like, you can't even take a plea deal and essentially admit to yourself and no one else having done something. Come on, it's just crazy at this point. Thug better walk. He's the only one that's truly innocent. Interesting take. So Charmel Drinks, his family gets no justice. You know what, Barrington? First of all, thank you for the comment. And I think it's a very valid and legitimate comment. But this is my thing. I wonder if the DA is convinced that Nichols was the one who's responsible for Charmel Drinks. You following me, Barrington? Put another way, I think they might have slapped him with that charge just to slap it on him because he was there and in the area, not necessarily because they were fully convinced that he did something. So we have one of two things, both of which are very troubling. We really think he did it, Quay, and we're giving him this deal, or we never really thought he did it, or we were never convinced he did it in the first place, but we slapped the charge on him to just see if we could get it to stick. We kind of have those two options. They're either knowingly or purposefully letting somebody go that they think did something, or they never really thought the person did that thing in the first place. They slapped the charge on them, and now they're like, we can take that charge off because we were slapping it on anyway. Either way, very difficult. I respect him not testifying, even more respect her for understanding and supporting his decision. I think she is going to say she influenced him to take the deal. Paris, I see your comment, but we can't bring that up on, even though I do see a comment. Crooked Society, LTK. Quay told Harvey he wanted his co-defendants in the room for his plea because he didn't want it to look like a secret plea. Oh, that's smart. This guy is at this moment has, as Judge Whitaker said, a bright future if he can make the right decisions. Positive Q, thank you for the super. Good morning to you. This case is pathetic. The real test is now. Let's pray he comes home and gets employment to support his family. What's her Cash App? Let's see if we can find it.
The murder charge. So is murder
the Adams firm biz. I think this is the Cash App
charge
of the
in Georgia.
lawyer.
We don't necessarily have like first degree murder, second degree listed that way. There are degrees to murder, but first degree murder in Georgia, we're going to call that malice murder. So that is what he would have been facing originally. And then she said they were offering to reduce it down to voluntary manslaughter, which would have opened him up to receive something less than life. But still, 30 do 20 is crazy. It's crazy. And then you see where we ended up at. And that's what really makes it crazy. So tell me, after he rejected the 30 do 20, you said it was what next?
It was the 25 do 15.
And then he rejected that. And then
we waited for some days, and we waited for some days. And then they wanted to give him 30. They took the murder charge off, and they took all the charges off, just the RICO, but they wanted him to do 30 do 10. They wanted him to do 30 do 10.
So on that plea, you said they were taking the RICO charge off?
No, they was taking the murder off at that point, but they wanted him to do a 30 do 10. He wasn't taking that.
And now
so we negotiated some more.
I see. So this has been a lot of work because I believe the mistrial request was last Thursday.
It was Wednesday.
Last Wednesday. So here we are a week later, and all of these deals have come down. So it started 30 do 20. Then
I don't know if we're gonna see her Cash App here. Positive Q. I don't know. Let me look in the description real quick. I don't see the Cash App. Very generous of you to ask that. I just don't see it. So just work. There's a Cash App for the host, but I don't see a Cash App for China Nichols. Yeah, I don't see it.
20 do 15.
25 do 15.
25 do 15. Then they went down to, you said 20 do 10?
Yeah.
And when did you all get the offer that he entered today?
Yesterday morning. He got a good attorney, one of the best in Georgia. So he worked, and we told him what we'll do. Yesterday is when they did counter pleas. We let the state do what they want to do. We didn't want to do that. So now it's our turn to do our counter plea. So we told them what he would. He gave them something to work with, and they agreed.
Okay. And when did you find out about the plea offer that he entered today? Was this something that occurred during the day at the courthouse or nighttime?
No, this was something that went on yesterday at the court.
Okay, so yesterday during court, when the public is locked out.
All right, let's address Mr. Big Skeezy. 11. Thank you for the 20 spot for the dub. When I was a kid, we used to call a 20 a dub. Thank you for the dub, sir. They playing with house money with multiple outs. Worst case, they get it back on appeal. Eat the swells a couple more months and and come home certified. I feel you. I put it at a 75% chance that they get out, that they get off on this, particularly we haven't seen the evidence for some of the other charges yet. So, let's keep that in mind too. We haven't seen the evidence for some of the other charges. In particular, we haven't seen the evidence for they say they have a video for Mr. Drinks, right? They say they have a video for Mr. Drinks. So, but I would say as of now, I'm feeling like 75% you're going to get off. Mr. Big Skeezy. This is what I want people to keep coming back to. You know how it's impossible to view the world through the eyes of a baby or a 1-year-old? It's impossible. Like, you just can't go back and really remember what it was like, even though you lived that experience. It's impossible to view the world through the eyes of certain different people. Like, for a man, it's impossible to view the world from the eyes of a woman. Same thing with woman to man. Generally speaking, y'all. Generally speaking. So, Mr. Big Skeezy, the reason I'm setting this up is I have been saying for weeks and months, it is impossible for us to view view this trial through the eyes of a juror if the jury has been following their instructions. Because, Mr. Big Skeezy, what we have to remember is this: the jury should not have seen. We've seen probably over double, 2, 3, 4, 5 times the information the jury, if they follow the instructions, would have seen. So we've seen triple, quadruple, quintuple the information. I'm talking about motions. I'm talking about whatever they didn't see when they were out of court. I'm talking about fights between the prosecutors having problems, the prosecutors and the defense having problems. I'm talking about interviews that defense lawyers have given outside of court. I'm talking about Glanville being recused. I'm talking about so much we've seen that the jurors have not seen if they've been following their instructions. If they haven't, it's still certain they haven't seen everything, because the jury, they have lives to live, and while they may have seen something, they wouldn't have seen everything that people who have been following this trial have seen, even if they are peeking, right? That's one. 2, we're talking to each other every day about this trial, while the jury is prohibited from not only talking to outside people, they're prohibited from talking to each other. They can't even deliberate. They can't even, when they get sent out to the jury room, they got to kind of sit down and say, "So, Bob, how's the weather? Did your pit bull like the new food that you told me you were going to buy him?" They can't say, "Hey, what do you think that was all about?" Whatever they just seen in court. So, Mr. Big Skeezy, my point is, or is it Skezzy? I've been saying Skeezy this whole time. My bad if it's Skezzy, man. Mr. Big, I'm going to just call you Mr. Big. Mr. Big, my point is this, man. So if you're a defendant, you have to take into account the question mark that is the jury. If you knew the jury knows everything you know, you can say with a high degree of certainty, they're not going to let this craziness fly. But because you don't know what they don't know or do know, and you don't know, you just don't know, right? So I think when you're playing this plea game, you have to leave open that big question mark that is the jury. How much do they know? How much have they talked about? Sometimes if they've only seen a little bit of extra stuff, that might even be worse, because you don't know what that little bit might have been. All right. So I know I'm on a bit of a rant at the moment, but Mr. Big, hopefully you see where I'm coming from when I'm talking about these plea deals. Like you really are you just don't know what's happening with the jury, and that's a big problem. Thank you for the dub, Mr. Big. Really appreciate the support, y'all. All right. K. Marie says he took conspiracy to commit RICO. He got a great team of attorneys. Ain't no way as a prosecutor I would agree to that unless I thought I was losing the case. K. Marie, this is the deal. I'm about to put you on game. Okay. There's a real possibility that he got off because his name is Quay. Okay. K. Marie, there's a real possibility he just got off because his name is Quay. And if you've been watching this trial, you should know what I mean by that. Mr. Big just gifted 5 memberships. Everybody, please give a shout out to Mr. Big. Thank Mr. Big for supporting the channel. Y'all know yesterday I was, for the first time in a long time, I actually took a nap at about 4 p.m. After we got off this trial, after we saw the plea. It wasn't that I was stressed or had anxiety. It was just like, you would be surprised how much talking to y'all for hours and hours will just drain you. I love it. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. But it's like, yeah, a brother just needed to lay down and let my mind rest a little bit. He's been trying to get severed from this trial since day one. It makes sense he took a plea. I can't imagine anybody would be upset with Mr. Nichols for taking that plea, which allows him to not implicate anybody else. Like, I just don't see how anybody could hate on that. I don't see how anybody could hate on Mr. Nichols taking that particular plea, which allows him to not implicate anybody else. You know, he seems to me like he did what he had to do. Yeah, in a sense, my brain had been on overload. I just needed to let it discharge a bit. We'll watch a little bit more. Yeah, let your mouth rest. That's funny. All right, we'll watch a little bit more of this.
The attorneys were inside discussing. So that's what I kind of saw today being down there. It seems like they were using the courthouse as the negotiation room. And so only the attorneys, I don't believe that the defendants were necessarily out the entire time. Did you get, most
likely the defendant, you know, we couldn't go in the courtroom, but most likely the defendants was in there with their attorneys. We just couldn't go in there.
Okay. And so
but you can't negotiate without the defendant.
Well, I know, but they keep them in the back sometimes in the cell. So I didn't know if they actually brought them all into the courtroom, and they may have, which is why they were keeping everyone out. It would have just probably been easiest to allow everybody to have their different sides of the room. I did see some of the attorneys were stationed maybe in some of the conference rooms outside of the courthouse. Do you know where where did he remain during these negotiations?
In the courtroom.
He was in the courtroom the whole time. Okay. And so tell me about the moment when he came out to tell you that they had finally offered something that Mr. Nichols was going to take.
Actually, he called my phone because, you know, they came with the offer. My husband wanted to, you know, ask me what did I feel about it. How did I think, you know, what I thought about it. It was probably yesterday around 2, probably about 1. Probably about 1 because they went from lunch. They took a break from like 11 to 3. They were still working. So I probably got that news around 1, and they said be back at court at 3.
Okay.
And we supposed to be back at court at 3 yesterday for him to enter his plea, but it was still one problem. It was too much probation because the plea was originally 30 due 7. So they would have left him with 23 years of probation. There was just too much probation. So we had to go negotiate some more.
Okay. Now, you speak about the time left on probation. Now, I don't know if you're aware, but I'm aware that a few years ago, Georgia changed the law and allows you to get terminated early from probation. Do you know if there was something in his plea that was going to prevent the 3-year early termination from probation?
No, I think he's eligible for his probation to be terminated early.
Okay, and so guys, I don't have the exact year, but a few years ago there was, because there's always people in Congress in Georgia that are working on changing the laws on both sides. And so they did a study and realized that Georgia was one of the states that had the most people on probation for the longest amount of time. And so there was some reform to that, and the laws changed, which allows now, unless it's something specified in your plea deal, that you remain on longer, which requires a hearing.
All right, y'all. So yeah, he did get a really good deal. Again, this is the Fit Lawyer. Thank you, Fit Lawyer, for allowing us to spread the word about your excellent channel. So y'all, if you can, after the stream, go give the Fit Lawyer some love to her channel. Do snitch to Rico and saying everyone else involved. All right. So now we have a dissenting opinion, everybody. We have a dissenting opinion. Michael Marable. It's funny, like, I'm not making fun, but that's actually how I would pronounce that. So if I'm wrong, Michael, let me know. Michael, is it? I'm just going to say Michael. Michael said he snitched. Michael said he snitched. So would y'all, does anybody want to come back and say that they disagree with Michael? Does anybody want to say they disagree with Michael? Salvadorable Dahlia, that's a cool name. I'm only mad he took a plea because the only time they're going to offer pleas in the middle of trials when they know they're losing. A RICO charge requires participant testimony. Without that, it's... So I would say this. Anybody who's saying that this plea deal could hurt the other defendants, I think you're right if you want to couch what you're saying with a could instead of a definitely does. I think if you want to say, look, I don't trust it, this has to have something to do with getting the other guys, like there's something afoot here, there's something wrong, then yeah, I definitely think that's a reasonable thought process. Okay, so I'm gonna just agree with the not trusting it. I'm gonna agree with the not trusting it. Yeah, y'all, please do hit the likes. So for everybody who's wondering, we are biding our time until we get back to court, which will be in a couple of hours probably. So we do have quite some time before we get there. And we're just hanging out as we've been doing all of these days. Do please hit the like, people. I would certainly appreciate it. Do hit the like. Folks don't know what furtherance of an enterprise means. All right, deals, let us know. What does it mean to further an enterprise? And is Mr. Nichols's, is what he just did, does it further the enterprise? I definitely think this will screw with Thug, although we knew people have to do what's best for them. People are people. So I think one of the biggest things that I didn't notice while I was talking to y'all yesterday, but that did become apparent to me after, was the body language, I guess. The body language of everybody who was on that, who was in the courtroom yesterday. It was like, it did make you think, oh man, you know, It made you think that they were not happy. Maybe I can find that clip. Let me see if I can find that clip. When he came in, when everything was going down yesterday. Let me see if I can find this clip real quick, y'all. Bear with you, boy. Bear with me. Let me get to. I'm gonna find a clip where he was in court yesterday. So we can just see what the body language was like.
The new bearskin hoodie 4.0 claims to be the most advanced.
Bear with me, y'all. Let me load this up. Let me load this up for my peoples. All right, here we go. The audio on this channel is a little whack, but I'm just trying to find the part where everything's getting started so we can see the body language.
We're going to recess for just a minute, and I am sorry about that, but I'm going to have to ask everybody to step out for just a minute, and then we'll let y'all back.
Okay, here we go. We'll just watch this part. First, Miss Sylvia and them come up. We'll just watch this real quick so we won't miss anything.
Court come to order.
Good afternoon. Everybody can be seated. All right, first things first. Miss Sylvia and Mr. Byron, if you all could both please come up to the podium. Yes, please. Thank you. All right, so for both of you, I am sorry to have to say this, but I am going to be entering in order modifying each of your Rule 22s. It has come to my attention, and I have confirmed that each of you has been recording in the courtroom while I have not been on the bench, and that is a clear violation of Rule 22. And so you may record today's proceedings, but after today, if you want to record, you're going to have to do it from the media room. You may be in here in the courtroom as a spectator without any recording equipment, or you may be in the media room to record, but no more with your equipment in the courtroom because y'all have both recorded things that you're not supposed to be recording based on Rule 22. So I'll enter those orders today. Thank you.
All right.
All right. It is my understanding that we have a plea to be tendered for Mr. Nichols.
All right, so what we're waiting for is to try to see
Your
what
Honor,
the
may
body
we approach?
language,
You may.
the body language was of the people who. All right. Okay, here we go. Trying to get it so we don't miss anything. So we're just waiting to see the body language of everybody who was around at that moment.
And Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or...
Y'all know what I don't get? There are people who were seeing Thug here. I don't see Thug. Like somehow I missed it. Somehow I missed it. Where do we see Thug? I must have missed him, y'all. Let me see. YouTube doesn't let you get really precise with your rewinding and fast forwarding when it's these long videos. So sorry about that. Where do we see Thug? I just didn't see him. I'll keep going forward. Okay.
Mr. Harvey, Ms. Westmoreland, and Mr. Garland, who's going to be taking the lead going through the plea? Okay. All right, Mr. Harvey, do either you or you, Ms. Hilton, need this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form back?
Thank you.
Later on, okay. All right, we'll wait.
All right, Mr. Nichols and Mr. Harvey, whenever y'all are ready, you can come on up to the podium.
Mr. Harvey said he's signing the indictment.
Okay. Whenever y'all are ready.
Your Honor, I'd like my client to be present for this. He's a member of the public, and I would like him to observe this, and he has a right to be here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Can we get
Are you granting
Mr.
that?
Kendrick
Thank you.
out, please? Stand by.
Oh, wait, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Can we have the, yeah, can I approach?
All right, we have to skip forward again. I'm gonna pause this real quick, y'all. Okay, maybe this is the part.
All right, I apologize for the interruption. Thanks for y'all's patience. Some of the co-defendants in the ongoing trial wanted to be out here, so they are out here now. And Mr. Harvey, are we ready with Mr. Nichols?
Yes.
All right.
You want him at the podium or you want him?
There we go. Okay, so this is where we don't get a whole lot of Thug, right? We don't get a whole lot, but look at SB in the back. I mean, what I guess we don't expect them to be, you know, singing la-di-da and eating cotton candy, right? So I don't know if there's a whole lot we can glean from this, but wait till Thug look at the camera though. Okay. All right, let's wait.
You're seated.
I think at the podium, please. Thank you.
You know what? He's breathing heavily, y'all. He might not know what is about to happen. So this might not be so much speculating, y'all. Y'all see how we get down? We're drilling down to but I guess this is what all we have for the moment. He might just not know what's about to happen. He might be nervous. He might really not know, even though maybe somebody has already told him. He might really just not know what this guy's about to say. He might be annoyed. Y'all look at his. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna overanalyze, but he looks to me like he might just be like, "Oh boy, what's about to happen here?" Everybody in the chat was saying that they were nervous at that moment, that they had anxiety. Wouldn't it make sense that the people with the most on the line are also nervous? Even if someone said, okay, we know what the plea is going to say, it's not going to blah, blah, blah. You still don't know what's going to happen in that moment. It's still a moment, right? So he might just be nervous, y'all. I think that's all we get, isn't it? I think that's all we're going to get. By the way, y'all, just in case you're wondering, this is Law and Crime. They're not on now. They're not on yet. But Miss Russin, Miss Russan, just tweeted less than 10 minutes ago. She said, down to 5 defendants in the YSL trial. Allegedly, the jury is back today, and testimony will be resuming with Wooney Lee back on the stand. However, Judge Whitaker is usually prompt, so I'm not sure if there are more talks happening this morning. This was 10 minutes ago, not even. So Miss Sylvia had already said quite some time ago, hours ago at this point, that she had said hours ago that court wasn't going to start till 12. So there's some kind of miscommunication or something happening. Oh, you mean yesterday? I'm about to say there's no court happening. No, Lil Rye wasn't there. I didn't see the other Quay there. I saw his lawyer. I didn't see. Yeah, well, okay. So you're saying nobody was there to represent Lil Rye? Okay. Look, Rod knew it wasn't any chance for him. Don't even bother showing up. What about his lawyer stuff? His lawyer, like, I'm not gonna say that. I don't think he looks pissed. I really think it's just another breakdown. This is drawn out case. It's a slap of reality. Like, damn, how the fuck we get here? Yeah, that's possible. He see his boy, but I mean, this would look like your boy about to go home, even though it's not necessarily that. What this would look like to you, possibly, is like, yo, cuz about to go home. You know, cuz he's putting this whole thing behind him, and that would maybe cause some emotion to you when y'all been doing this, when y'all been going through this together for the last 2.5 years. So, you know, you can imagine for sure that there's any different kind of range of emotions you might feel. Deals, let's see, Deals Wholesale. Y'all better watch that plea video again. He acknowledged his role in YSL. It's only 30 minutes, folks. If y'all want to run it, we'll run it. I don't mind. We can run it again. I really do not mind running it again. We'll run it again. We have till 12, so we'll run it again shortly. But can we all talk about this deal from memory first before we run it, so we can see what we actually do remember? Because I remember the word the enterprise being used, and I remember thinking, oh, wow, that's interesting. They seem to have changed the terminology to the enterprise. I don't remember having heard that term, the enterprise, before. Or if they had said it before, it didn't seem to be any of the primary ways that they were referring to this enterprise, to this whatever gang or whatever they want to call it. So they started calling it the enterprise yesterday. I thought that was interesting that they didn't refer to it as the gang. So Deals, I do agree with you that Quay did acknowledge being part of the enterprise. And I said yesterday, I believe that insinuates there is an enterprise to be part of. And then once you have Quay, who's part of the enterprise, you have Monk Tonk, who's part of the enterprise, and now they're trying to put Thug as part of the enterprise. That's probably enough people to form a RICO, because I think you need 3. So you have Quay who copped to it. You have Monk Tonk who copped to it. And then if they can convince that Jeffrey was part of it, now you have 3 people. So better believe that this plea deal wasn't 100% innocent, right? It wasn't 100% innocent, but it certainly wasn't as damaging as, say, a Monk Tonks could have, Monk Tonks was, or as any of. Basically, this was the least damaging plea deal, and it's hard to imagine a plea deal with these types of charges that would have been less damaging than this. But yes, Deals, I do agree with you that there is some damage possible from this plea deal. Patron Gold, one of our mods, is insinuating, no, not insinuating, is requiring everybody watching to hit the like. So let's do it. Amy says Quay had a couple of drug charges listed and weapons too. Maybe basically he admitted to Rico as it only related to his nonviolent stuff. Amy, that's only good for himself. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say only good for himself, but what Deals was saying, and I think Deals is making a good point, is that by saying it's Rico, right? So for himself to not admit and to continue to deny to the more serious charges besides the Rico, that's good personally, but admitting that there is a Rico does affect everybody. I agree with that. Like, we can't get around that fact, y'all. You can't get around the fact that by admitting to the Rico, you're confirming the Rico. And by having multiple defendants confirm the Rico, it helps the prosecution prove the Rico in front of the jury. Like, you just can't get around that. You just can't get around it. So, I mean, that's just a fact. I'm going to say it again. By admitting to the Rico, it helps the prosecution prove it. It doesn't prove it, but it's strong evidence toward the establishing that there was a Rico. The reason I say it doesn't prove it is because all of these people saying it have a vested interest to say it. So you would try to rebut it as a defense lawyer by doing exactly what the defense lawyers have done by pointing out, look, you're saying this as part of a deal to get yourself out of trouble. But it's still evidence, and it's strong evidence, y'all. It's strong evidence when somebody says, yeah, I was part of a Rico. It helps the Rico. It doesn't prove it. It doesn't establish it definitively, but it certainly helps. So if we're going to say, nah, that doesn't help, then we're not being honest. If we're not going to acknowledge that helps, we're not being honest. Okay? So we need to be honest here. Does it prove it? No. Does it offer significant evidence in the direction of it? Yes, it does. Absolutely. Ronnie says, I truly trust the prosecutors because I grew up near Cleveland Ave and Thug was a terror. Okay, so Ronnie says I believe he trusts the prosecutors and Thug was a terror. So Ronnie says Ronnie's perspective is that I guess this is a just prosecution. Plot twist, Rico pled guilty to YSL. Yeah. Ape Baboon. He didn't implicate any of his co-defendants. He said he was in a gang, nobody else. They still have the burden of proof to prove each defendant was part of the enterprise. As far as Thug, they haven't. Okay, so Ape, I don't think that you and I are in disagreement. I don't necessarily know that you're disagreeing with me because you're focusing on whether he implicated a human, and I'm focused. My previous comment right now was I'm focused on did he affirm the existence of an enterprise. So in as much as you and I are talking about two different things, you know, we're not in disagreement. So did he implicate a human? No. Did he confirm the existence of an enterprise in which by statutory definition there have to be various humans? Yes. So he left the door open to the jury to determine if they believe that he was part of this conspiracy. He's leaving the door open for the jury to determine whether the people on trial were also part of the conspiracy. So he didn't implicate anybody in particular, but he did say that I wasn't the only one. You know why he said that? Because according to Rico, there have to be multiple. So therefore, by saying I was part of a Rico, it's like saying I was part of a gang. It's like saying I was part of a family. It's like saying I was part of a group. It's like saying I was part of an organization. By saying that, you're insinuating. No, you are insinuating that there are other people. But I agree with you. He did not name those people. So hopefully we are seeing eye to eye on that point. Again, everyone is forgetting that they waived the reading of the indictment. Explain why that's important, Papa Bear. Ronnie Looney. Okay. Ronnie, I didn't see what Ronnie was saying. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, y'all going at Ronnie who said that Thug was a yo, but you know what? Let's not look. Ronnie's speaking apparently from Ronnie's experience, and we're just gonna take that at face value. If Ronnie said Thug was a terror, y'all, I mean, you know, that's Ronnie's lived experience. You know, Ronnie didn't insult Thug. I mean, I guess you could say that's an insult, but you know, if that's Ronnie's lived experience, we just have to take it for what it is. You know what I mean? He ratted, period. I think you're talking about Nichols. I think you're talking about Nichols. Ronnie can say whatever he likes. I don't think people should be attacked because they're saying that they lived in a certain area and people were terrorizing the area. If they're speaking honestly, if that's their experience, that's their experience. I mean, the charges on Thug is not terrorizing Cleveland Avenue. I mean, frankly, Thug's charges are not. He doesn't have a charge of terrorizing Cleveland Avenue. He has a charge of RICO. So, you know, I'm not even sure that those two are the same thing, honestly. Everybody knows the defendants that only pled to get out. Montunk just admitted to it, but so did Nichols, Young, Clark. Nichols just admitted to the RICO. Montunk admitted to the RICO. Do y'all see? Y'all got to see how this is lining up in a sense. You have 2 out of 3 that you need for the RICO. He admitted conspiracy of RICO. This is a RICO case. Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Now let's have him at the podium because he's going to have to take an active part.
I'm going to speed it up, y'all.
This entry.
I'm going to put it on 1.25.
All right. Okay, sure. Sergeant, can you swear him in, please?
Raise your right hand. So I just want to get there.
Yes.
All right. State your first last name for the court. And I want to the mic, please, sir.
Marvius Nichols. QUAMARVIOUS. Last name Nichols. NICHOLS.
All right.
Okay. Do you want to do it again? All right. Slow down. Your name. Spell it for this young lady right here.
Okay. My name is Marvius Nichols. First name QUAMARVIOUS. My last name Nichols. NICHOLS.
And Mr. Nichols, are you the same person referred to as Marvius Nichols on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
And are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
Have you had the opportunity to sign this indictment with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey?
Yes.
How old are you?
29.
And how far did you go in school?
I got my GED.
I did not hear you.
I got my GED.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that in this indictment, you were initially charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were also charged with count 49 in this indictment, which is murder, which carries a sentence of life. You were charged with 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which was counts 50 and 51, which each carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were initially charged with counts 53 and 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under Code Section 16-11-1. Your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey.
Yes.
Brandon, back real quick. Listen to the charges.
And how far did you go in school?
Again.
I got my GED.
I did not hear you.
I got my GED.
I just ran it back so we can listen to the charges.
Understand the English language?
Yes.
Do you understand that in this indictment, you were initially charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were also charged with count 49 in this indictment, which is murder, which carries a sentence of life. You were charged with 2 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which was counts 50 and 51, which each carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years. You were initially charged with counts 53 and 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon under Code Section 16-11-133, which each carried a sentence of 15 years consecutive to count 1. And then you were also charged with count 54, which is possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, which carried a sentence of 5 years consecutive to count 1. Do you understand that that's what you were initially charged with?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these?
Gonna plead guilty to the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. He's gonna plead guilty to the conspiracy to violate the RICO
charges. And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over and review the waiver of rights form with your attorney?
Yes.
And I'm going to hand this to your attorney. Did you sign this along with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Mr. Bruce Harvey, about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with his counsel and representation?
Yes.
And I'd include in there the counsel and representation by Ms. Westmoreland and Mr. Garland as well. You had a team of attorneys.
That's correct.
All right.
And they are all attorneys of record and have participated in this particular proceeding and negotiations leading up to this proceeding.
Thank you.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any and all defects with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, have you been arrested on all the charges in this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Harvey, the state is unaware of any outstanding warrants related to these charges. Do you know of any outstanding warrants that are related to these charges?
Not related to those charges.
Have you been advised of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge you are pleading to?
Yes.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court as to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, a sentence of 20 years to serve 7 years in custody, balanced on probation.
Yes.
Do you understand as a part of the negotiated agreement, the state will null, prosper, dismiss count 49, which is the murder count, count 50, 51, which are the gang activity counts, count 53, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, count 54, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and count 65, possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. Do you understand that is a negotiated agreement?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on each charge and can run those charges consecutively or one after the other?
Yes.
Well, there's only one charge that a guilty plea is being entered into. So
Under my breath.
there's no other sentence to run anything consecutively with regard to this plea. You understand that?
Yes.
Okay.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you're placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions of probation without being subject to revocation for the balance of your sentence?
Yes.
Do you understand you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that you are not a United States citizen? A guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would. And that is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else.
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or board of partisan paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
All right, y'all. I want to show everybody something, okay? I want to show everybody something real quick. This is relevant to, I think, our discussion. Take a look at this. This is count 1 of the indictment. And I think that they've put people's name in alphabetical order. I don't think that people are in order of any kind of importance or anything like that. I think this is alphabetical order. So with that said, count 1 is the grand jurors aforesaid in the name of and on behalf of the citizens of Georgia do charge and accuse. And they name all of these people in alphabetical order as far as I can tell. Right? and you have Jeffrey Williams is next to last. So what are all of these people? What is count one? What are they all charged with? With the offense of conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations Act. So what we see here is that Thug's charge on count one is a conspiracy charge. We also see that Mr. Nichols, he should be showing up here. I don't know if y'all can see my mouse, but you can probably spot his name here. So he just pleaded guilty to count one. All right? Does everybody understand? Mr. Nichols just pleaded guilty to count one. Now, count one is the conspiracy charge. You can see it here, conspiracy to violate. Count one is not violating the RICO Act. It is conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. That is count one. Yes, court, we do think there's going to be court today, Gray Wolf, we're waiting for court at about 12 p.m. So about another hour and 20 minutes. So everybody, let's dispel any rumors. Let's dispel any misinformation or misunderstanding as to whether there might be a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act and then another type of charge, which is violating the RICO Act. This count one is conspiracy. You just saw Mr. Nichols here admit to, cop to, plead to, agree to the fact that he conspired to violate the RICO Act. Okay? Are y'all with me, right? So what that means is that with Nichols just having copped to it, let's look up the actual statute, which is OCGA 16-14-4C. All right, we about to get 16-4-4. It's OCGA 16-4-4C. Let's see. I need to put C there. No, that's not it. I'm trying to find the actual act. I'm gonna play this while I find.
You understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial. For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment.
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you'll be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison.
Okay. Y'all, we all going to be informed people at this point, okay? We're going to be informed. This is the 2022 Code of Georgia, Title 16, Crimes and Offenses. This is Chapter 14, Racketeer, Influenced, and Corrupt Organizations. So we're going to read A through C because it's not a lot. A says, it shall be unlawful for any person through a pattern of racketeering activity or proceeds derived therefrom to acquire or maintain directly or indirectly any interest in or control of any enterprise, real property, or personal property of any nature, including money. So basically, you can't acquire or maintain any property that comes from racketeering. Okay, so that's one. B, it shall be unlawful for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise to conduct or participate in, directly or indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. I'm going to read that one again. It shall be unlawful for any person employed by or associated with any enterprise to conduct or participate in, directly or indirectly, such enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. So we aren't looking at like employment, though you could say the association part might apply. But this is where the charges come from for YSL. As we can see here, I'm just taking y'all back 1644C. All right, so we're on 1644C here. It shall be unlawful for any person to conspire or endeavor to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B of this code section. Okay, so mind you, these charges that we see on the indictment are conspiracy. It's endeavoring. It's trying to. It's putting a plan together to make this happen and taking overt acts toward it. It is not necessarily succeeding in making it happen. All right. So for everybody who is looking at what Mr. Nichols just copped to, what he pled to, take a look at this. This doesn't require you to have succeeded at doing it. So let's take a look at a person violates this subsection when. So we're going to get some clarification. He or she, together with one or more persons, so you really only need two, conspires to violate any of the provisions of subsection A or B of this code section, and any one or more of such persons commits any overt act to affect the object of the conspiracy. So if you get with one other person, I've been saying three people, but this just says you only need to get two people together and conspire to violate the provisions of section A or B above, and then take at least one overt act. That's a very low bar. Okay, or contrarily, he or she endeavors to violate any of the provisions of A or B of this code section and commits any overt act to affect the object of the endeavor. That sounds like you don't even need to work with another person. So y'all see from this here, and you can see from what we just watched, what we're watching with Mr. Nichols, this is a conspiracy charge. Yeah, it's a conspiracy charge. It is not a having successfully done it charge. All right. So everybody should be clear of that now. Papa Bear, what if after I planned it, I decided not to do it? Can I still be charged? According to, would it be common law? According to the most general legal principles, if you are part of a conspiracy and then before the act you remove yourself, I forget the exact legal term, you can get out of the conspiracy charge by removing yourself. Yes. But it's still doubtful if the conspiracy still goes forward and somebody gets hurt and whatnot. I forget. This is something I have to brush up my memory on, but I think you can still possibly be charged with the outcome. Like if it's a conspiracy to commit murder and you remove yourself, yes, there is a way to, like, say cure. You know how they use the term cure when it comes to testimony? You can cure yourself if you remove yourself in a certain way. Yes. But that would probably come down to statute as to how that would exactly be defined. All right. Let's continue. Watch.
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights? After each right, I'll ask you to say yes or no if you understand. The right to a trial by jury.
Yes.
The right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself.
Yes.
The right to confront witnesses against you.
Yes.
The right to assist with counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case.
Yes.
The right to the presumption of innocence.
Yes.
The right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence.
Yes.
The right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence.
Yes.
The right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt.
Yes.
The right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
Is it your decision to waive these rights and enter a guilty plea because you're in fact guilty?
Yes.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charge against you?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness of this plea?
Yes.
And that can challenge anything about the constitutionality of the plea. It's not limited to voluntariness, understand?
Yes.
And Your Honor, if this case were to
Hang on just a second. You also have, so 4 years for that, to file a direct appeal. You have 30 days from the date of sentencing, which is going to be today. And you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea. That doesn't mean anything like that would be granted you as well.
Yes.
All right.
Your Honor, if this case were to continue with trial, Your Honor, the state would expect, as to this defendant, the state would expect to show that what has already come into evidence that on July 3rd, 2017, as well as October 23rd, 2018, that this defendant is an associate of the enterprise of YSL, also known as Young Slime Life, and that he conspired to associate together with others for the common purpose of illegally obtaining money and property through a pattern of racketeering activity and conducting and participating in the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity. And furtherance of the conspiracy, this defendant engaged in activities below. He engaged in activities that assisted with preserving, protecting, and enhancing the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise through acts of racketeering activity to include murder, assault, and threats of violence. That this defendant preserved, protect, and enhance the reputation, power, and territory of the enterprise by the posting of messages, images.
So as Floyd, we're getting to the part where his lawyer talks, and that your comment is not correct. His lawyer did not categorically deny the RICO. So I at least that's not how I remember it. In fact, his lawyer categorically admitted to the RICO, but denied other things. But let's see if I remember correctly or if you remember correctly. We're getting to that point now.
Images, appearance in videos, and songs demonstrate allegiance to the enterprise and a willingness to engage in violence on its behalf and to obtain money, weapons, and other property through acts of racketeering activity, including the unlawful sale and distribution of drugs. Your Honor, evidence has come in during this trial that on July 3rd, 2017, Mr. Nichols was located at 2612 Steele Avenue, which is in the Cleveland Avenue sector of the city. Your Honor, he was found inside of a vehicle. When that vehicle was searched, Your Honor, this was in October 2018, they found marijuana as well as sandwich baggies that would be used to package drugs. And there are also guns found inside of that vehicle. Also in July of 2017, this defendant was stopped during a traffic stop in the Cascade area, Your Honor. After being stopped, Your Honor, there was a consensual search of the vehicle that yielded powder MDMA, Xanax, as well as a loaded gun inside of that vehicle. Additionally, Your Honor, in July 2019, Mr. Nichols was featured in a video with another YSL member, Shannon Stillwell, and Woody Lee. In that video, it was entitled Slap Talk. And in that video, co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell, while performing, makes such quotes as, "Me and my slimes are above the law." We know from the evidence that slimes is one of the terminology used by members of YSL to refer to themselves or other members of this enterprise. And then last but certainly not least, Your Honor, that in March of 2022, Your Honor, Mr. Nichols was found in surveillance video at a gas station at Windsor Street and Fulton Street here in Atlanta, Georgia. This is on March 14, 2022, during what the state would believe to show an onset of a gang war that really started in 2015 with the death of Donovan Thomas and carried on into 2022. In February of 2022, a rival gang member by the name of Rashawn Bennett, also known as YFN Lucci, was stabbed at the Fulton County Jail in February of 2022. Information about that stabbing was made public at early part of March 2022, around March 3rd of 2022. Once that information was released to the public, there was an onset of retaliatory activity that occurred between March 3rd, 2022 and March 16th of 2022. That includes a March 11th homicide of YSL associates Christian McMiller and Darius Ford. It also did include a retaliatory shooting of a YFN associate, and then ultimately it led to a murder of Chanel Drinks, who we believe is a YFN associate. This murder occurred again on March 14, 2022. Mr. Nichols is seen on surveillance video at that BP gas station, as I just referenced earlier. He was at the gas station with YSL co-conspirator Shannon Stillwell. Mr. Stillwell was driving an Audi vehicle. Mr. Nichols came to that gas station in a Ford Fusion vehicle. You see both of them on camera together. While they are at that gas station, Chanel Drinks approaches that gas station as well. I think unbeknownst to Mr. Drinks, Mr. Stillwell was still in his vehicle, which is the Audi. At some point in time, Mr. Nichols got to his vehicle, the Ford Fusion. Once Mr. Drinks finished his business or finished handling business at that gas station, we know that there is a phone call between occupants of the car that Mr. Stillwell was in and occupants of the car that Mr. Nichols was in. That communication was to the effect of, you need to get on FaceTime. As soon as that conversation ensues, we see Mr. Drinks leave the gas station in his vehicle, and both the car that Mr. Stillwell is driving, as well as the car that Mr. Nichols is driving, both follow out of the gas station, following behind Mr. Drinks. Mr. Drinks proceeds down the street to the light at Windsor, which is right by I-20 in Windsor. Mr. Drinks is in the far left lane. The car involving with Mr. Stillwell pulls up to the middle lane, and Mr. Nichols' vehicle pulls up to the far right lane. This all captured on surveillance video and surveillance camera. They are at the light for a moment. Then we see both this car with Mr. Stillwell as well as the car with Mr. Nichols drive through a red light, leaving the car with Mr. Drinks sitting at that light. About 30 minutes later, the Samaritan sees that car still sitting there, approaches the vehicle, and Mr. Drinks is now deceased inside of that vehicle. We had know through LPR readers that both Mr. Stillwell's vehicle and the car involving Mr. Nichols drive in the direction of 20 westbound and follow in tandem. 2 days later, when after the case is investigated and arrest warrants are taken out, on March 17th, 3 days later, Mr. Nichols is found with Mr. Stillwell at a Chick-fil-A gas station, Chick-fil-A restaurant. There is a chase, we'll call it a high-speed chase, but there is a chase through the city of East Point, and eventually Mr. Nichols as well as Mr. Stillwell are both apprehended after arrest warrants were ultimately taken out for the murder of Mr. Drinks, Your Honor. Given where we are in the case, Your Honor, we know that Mr. Nichols, we do not believe Mr. Nichols was in the vehicle in which the shooting occurred, but he was in this other vehicle. The state has made a decision to move forward with this recommendation for the RICO count, Your Honor, for count one.
Mr. Harvey, are y'all acknowledging a factual basis to the count one, the RICO count?
Okay, we are acknowledging a factual basis. There has already been evidence with regard to the July.
All right, so did you hear that? Mr. Harvey, are you acknowledging a factual basis to count one, the RICO count? And he says, okay, we are acknowledging a factual basis. Now we're going to get the details.
3rd, 2017 drug event, the October 23rd, 2018 drug event. We categorically deny and contest any use of violence by Mr. Nichols. We don't agree to that underlying factual basis. We believe those two predicate acts that were committed by Mr. Nichols, without any question, are sufficient to meet the elements of the offense. The offense to which he's pleaded to, which is a RICO conspiracy. A RICO conspiracy requires proof that the defendant either conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that would be drug offenses, or personally endeavor, I believe that's what the language of the statute says, to violate one of the substantive provisions.
Well, that's what the language of the statute says, but
Yes.
he is indicted in this indictment with conspiring, not with endeavoring.
That's correct. So we're talking about a conspiracy. We acknowledge the two events that he participated in. We categorically deny any other allegations other than those two.
Y'all hear that? He literally just made the case that his client did conspire for RICO. Now, if you notice, the judge said, well, this is a conspiracy charge, not an endeavoring charge. What's the difference? Well, we just read that. The conspiracy charge means that there's at least 2 or more people, where the endeavoring charge could be by yourself. So she wanted to clarify, okay, are you copping to the conspiracy charge? Bruce Harvey says, well, it could be conspiring, it could be endeavoring. The judge said, well, this is a conspiring trial. This is not an endeavoring trial. Conspiring means that there are 2 or more people. Mr. Harvey says, yes. He gives the 2 drug-related incidences in which he is actually saying my client, by doing these 2 things, these 2 drug deals or whatever they were, whatever those drug-related incidences were, this would meet the definition for conspiring to violate the RICO. So there you have it. They made the case. The defense has literally made the case that, yes, I did conspire to violate the RICO Act. Okay. It wasn't a personal endeavor. It was a conspiracy. As we'll go back just a couple of seconds here to get that clarification again.
To that underlying factual basis, we believe those 2 predicate acts that were committed by Mr. Nichols, without any question, are sufficient to meet the elements of the offense. The offense to which he's pleaded to, which is a RICO conspiracy. A RICO conspiracy requires proof that the defendant either conspire with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that would be drug offenses, or personally endeavor. I believe that's what the language of the statute says.
See how it says personally endeavor? And the judge is going to say, don't try to slip that in here, because this trial is not about any personal endeavors. You'll see her say that.
To violate one of the substantive provisions.
Well, that's what the language of the statute says, but
Yes.
he is indicted in this indictment with conspiring, not with endeavoring.
That's correct. So we're talking about a conspiracy. We acknowledge the 2 events that he participated in. We categorically deny any other allegations other than those 2 events that are sufficient for a factual basis. We categorically deny that we participated in any way in the unfortunate death of Mr. Drinks. We categorically deny any other charges to which we are, substantive charges to which we are not entering a plea, and that includes gang charges. This is a plea solely to a conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. But yes, we acknowledge a factual basis to that extent, Your Honor.
Understood. All right. Thank you.
Your Honor, you have one additional thing to say.
Go ahead.
The factual basis.
All right, y'all. So there you have it. There you have it. So he just pleaded guilty to conspiring, which means he worked with other people to violate the RICO Act. Y'all got it? 2 drugs equals RICO. I know. It doesn't feel satisfying to know that. I mean, if that's your point, if your point is it's unsatisfying to know that selling drugs twice could get you a RICO, I agree. Okay. So I'm certainly not defending that. I'm not making a judgment on anything, actually. No, he didn't get a life sentence. He got 20 years to serve 7. So he's going to be serving 7 years in prison. This guy's 30 years old, is certainly nowhere close to a life sentence, and he's going to get credit for time served. He could be out of prison in as little as, some people say, as little as under a year. Some people say he could be out of prison in under a year. Okay, so I'm not vouching for that, but he's definitely not going to be in prison for life. So whatever it is not going to be life. All right. State got something up their sleeve. I don't know. I mean, they have a case to put on, so it would seem like this should help them in some way. I don't know what exactly way that is. I have my theory that I've been saying about getting him off the case so that they can avoid the mistrial without prejudice. You know what I'm saying? 2 years, but a year is life. Come on. Year is not life. A year is life. A year is life if you're 0 years old. Will he get time served? Yes, I believe he is getting time served. Should have been mistrial. That is my theory as to why Quay got the deal of the century. That is my theory as to why Quay just got the deal of the century. Because getting him off of this trial helps the mistrial situation go away. That is my theory as to why he got the deal of the century. What is worse for people? What is worse for the people saying ratting? The crime itself that is being ratted on, or the person ratting? Well, he didn't rat on anybody. But y'all know what? Y'all know what? Was Gunna's plea, was that recorded, y'all? Was Gunna's plea recorded? Is there any recording out there of Gunna taking a plea? Let me see. Is there a recording of that? Is there any recording of Gunna? Looks like there is something. Let's see what this is.
Around 2016. Is that true as it pertains to you, Mr. Kitchens?
Yes, ma'am.
YSL is a music label and a game, and you have personal knowledge that members or associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of the game.
Yes, ma'am.
You were present when law enforcement officers stopped the vehicle in which you were present along with Jeffrey.
Whoa. I feel like I just stumbled upon a video I wasn't supposed to see. I feel like I just stumbled upon something that's like secret. I feel like I just stumbled upon some prohibited. I feel like I just stumbled upon some. I've never seen this, y'all. I've never seen this. I feel like I just hit upon a part of the internet that I wasn't supposed to know existed. Why does this have this secret recording look to it? I'm gonna roll it. But we gotta give some analysis on it real quick. Plus, we gotta acknowledge Closels. What up, buddy? It's been a while since I've seen you around these parts. So what the judge said about time wasted after Slimelight's testimony, that just goes unmentioned and isn't worthy of mistrial with prejudice in itself. That would be up to the defendants to bring up. And Clizzle, we've been talking about that for a few days. It does seem like the defendants are hesitant to go at the judge. So could that motion be successful? I think there's merit to it. When you take everything she said at that moment and wrap it all up, I think there's some merit. I think, they've certainly moved from mistrial over many, many things. This would just be another. But it seems like the defense wants to ride with Whitaker if this trial is going to continue. We also don't know if the trial is going to continue. We're waiting to see if that's the case. So these videos have been up, y'all. This video's been up for over a year, if you see down here. But I literally never thought until now to look for this. And the reason why it just popped in my head is like, okay, I'm thinking we're talking about a snitch. Now, again, you've never heard me call somebody a snitch. I'm not getting into that, but y'all are saying it, so we're talking about it. And I'm like, okay, well, he being Nichols did just, you know what? I'm about to stand, y'all. Which one of these? I think 2. All right, I'm about to stand. I want to stand up. Been sitting down too long. Got my motorized desk. So Nichols just, let me see, let me bring it up a little higher. Nichols just said that he was part of a RICO conspiracy. He admitted to that and nothing else. Somebody said, well, he didn't say YSL is a gang. And I was like, yeah, that's right. He didn't say that. And he didn't say anything. I mean, frankly, the defense now could argue he was part of another RICO conspiracy, even though, you know, I don't know where that would go, but you know what I'm saying? But so I started thinking, y'all are talking about this did he snitch thing? Is this going to hurt Thug? And I was like, well, okay. Gunna, I had never seen Gunna's plea, honestly. So I was like, well, people called Gunna a snitch at first, and then people started walking it back. There's been debate. Is he a snitch? And I was like, well, didn't Gunna do the same thing? Didn't Gunna just get up there and say, yeah, I plead guilty to the RICO thing, and bam. And now we're looking, and can we trust this video? Can anybody verify and trust this video is legit? It looks legit. It looks super, super like clandestine, like somebody is undercover activity right here. Like it's like undercover activity. I didn't say Gunna is a snitch, people. I said people said that. I don't care who's a snitch. I'm not a criminal. I don't commit crimes. I don't care who's a snitch. It's not even something that's typically in my vocabulary, okay? So I'm just talking about what the people are saying. Okay, Dav, and I'm okay, fine, I'll rock with that. But if this video can be believed, okay, so Mo says it is definitely legit. So if we're gonna say that this video is legit, if you're gonna say Gunna's not a snitch, then you definitely can't say that Quay just snitched, because Gunna said way more than Quay said.
Affiliated with YSL around 2016. Is that true as it pertains to you, Mr. Kitchens?
Yes, ma'am.
YSL is a music label and a game, and you have personal knowledge that members or associates of YSL have committed crimes in furtherance of the game.
Yes, ma'am.
You were present when law enforcement officers stopped the vehicle in which you were present along with Jeffrey Williams, wherein hydrocodone, methamphetamines, and a firearm were recovered.
Y'all check this out. Nichols never even had to say Thug's name.
Items did not belong to you.
Yes, ma'am.
And do you acknowledge the following statement? I recognize, accept, and deeply regret that my talent and music indirectly furthered YSL the game to the detriment of my community. YSL as a game must end. Is that your statement or acknowledgement?
Yes.
In Gunna's court appearance Wednesday, the judge read out.
No, Jose, I'm not saying Gunna's a snitch. I said very clearly, I don't care about the snitch terminology. I don't care about it. Rat snitch. I don't care about that because I'm not a criminal. I don't commit crimes. Meaning I don't live a life of crime. That's what I'm saying. I don't live a life of crime. So these terms don't apply to me or my life or my family or my close loved ones. It's not something that I have personal experience with. So I don't get into that. I'm just bringing the conversation that is in the chat. We're talking about it. That's what's happening. We're talking about the conversation that's in the chat, but I'm not giving a personal opinion. My only opinion that I gave so far was this. If you say Gunna did not snitch, then by deduction, the fact that Nichols said far less means neither did he. That's all that I'm saying about this. Okay? That's all I'm saying about this so far. I pulled up a video of Gunna testifying. That's up for you, the people who care about the term snitch, to determine if what he said constitutes snitching. For me, it doesn't matter. That's what I'm saying. I literally just don't care. I mean, when I say I don't care, I'm saying I don't care from a perspective of you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just not something that's within my worldview to go around talking about who snitched and who didn't. But if you do say that, if you say he did, I understand. I mean, I'm not blind. I'm not saying that I'm totally, out to lunch with this stuff. Okay. If you say he snitched, I totally get you. But really the point of even looking for a Gunna video was not to talk about Gunna. It was to compare Nichols to Gunna, because Nichols, from what I've seen, he beat the prosecution down to the point where Nichols himself did not have to, practically, he didn't have to admit to anything except for something he himself did. Does that make sense? Hold up. I want to bring this up. Hitting that moonwalk with not. Let me say something, Kai. I have never heard a Gunna song in my life. I've never heard a song from Gunna in my life. Never. I mean, if I have, I didn't know it. If I heard a song from Gunna, I couldn't tell. This is not to say anything bad about his talent. It's just I don't listen to the radio, and I've been out of the loop for a long time as it relates to the newer artists. And maybe Gunna is not new to y'all, but however new he is, I was out of the loop before he got in the loop. So I couldn't tell you one song from Gunna, though I understand he has a great talent, though I understand he has millions of fans, that he's packing arenas. I don't know him. I don't have any reason to stand for Gunna. Same thing goes for Dirk. I can maybe tell you one or two Dirk songs, but I could tell you more Thug songs. I can tell you some Thug songs. I've heard many Thug songs, but I don't really have a reason to take one side or the other, even if snitching, that whole conversation, was something that I care about, which I don't. But if I did, with somebody like Gunna, I don't really know much about him. I never even really heard the name until this whole thing happened. Again, that's just because I'm out of the loop. It's not to say anything about him. So, it's just not my domain of thought. Like my mind on a daily basis is not thinking about that kind of stuff. My mind on a daily basis is not thinking about these types of questions. So that's really more about me than anybody else. Again, I understand Gunna to be a tremendous artist. Like Brian Steele, I always want to call him Michael. Like Brian Steele says, he's an outstanding, amazing artist. I understand that to be the case. I've seen video footage of Gunna like filling stadiums. I know he's on his workout game. I know he's doing a lot of positivity. It's just personally, I don't know his music. Okay. Snitching is what civilians argue about, why these dudes out here deleting people. That's interesting. Grand Rising, Tammy. We're still waiting for court to start in about hopefully 45 minutes. Let me double check, see if we missed anything. We've been here doing our thing that we do every day. We do this every day. We talk about the latest on the case and what we can deduce. We just had a conversation about Nichols. So if I'm gonna give my opinion on Nichols, y'all, I think Nichols did the right thing with taking his deal. And I think he would have done the right thing by sticking in. I think he really had a win-win. I think Nichols due to the free Quay comment. Oh, y'all want to get into something? Do y'all want to get into something? Hold up. ATF, is that breaking news? What are we looking at? Who's ATF and what did they say? What breaking news are we talking about? Somebody hit me up with the breaking news. I want to get into something, y'all. I want to get into something. All right, cool. I want to get into something. Okay, I made a video about this, and I'm going to get into this with y'all. Everybody who has access to the Fulton County, I'm not going to show this. I just feel a little bit weird about showing it. But everybody who has access, and maybe if you're on a PC or a laptop and you have access to the Fulton County inmate search, I'm going to walk through something and I'm just going to tell y'all what I see. Again, I don't know. YouTube is funny sometimes, and there's probably no problem with showing you this, but I want y'all to rock with me on this, okay? I'm about to really take y'all down some into some real investigative internet truth sleuthing. By the way, where's Miss Lily? Has anybody seen Miss Lily today? Yeah, we about to get into it, y'all. We getting into it. Nobody seen Miss Lily today. All right, so first things first, I'm gonna put y'all on Thugger Daily because I'm about to be using my computer. But I'm gonna be finding what I'm doing right now is I'm looking for the Wooney Lee because I want to show y'all the moment that Wooney Lee brought up the free Quay comment. I want y'all to see the screen at that moment. Okay, so I'm just talking this through as I go through and find that date, and I find that moment where Wooney Lee says free Quay. Now, why is that important? That's important because we're going to get when Wooney Lee says free Quay, we're going to get a date of the Instagram post when he says free Quay. Okay. So let's take a look at the Instagram post where he says free Quay. All right. So here we have it. And let me see if I can make it bigger. I'm about to show y'all my theory. Y'all probably can't see this, but down here at the bottom, under the red YouTube line, down here at the bottom, it says September 18th, 2020. This says September 18th, 2020 at the bottom. That is the date, the best that I can imagine or understand. That is the date of the Instagram post where the free Quay came up. We can't see the free Quay. That would be here. That would be next to the word size, and they redacted it from this part, this presentation, which was on the screen. They redacted it from this presentation, which was on the screen. Okay? Everybody follow me, right? So free Quay was on the screen, and that came from a September 18th, 2020 post. Now, how many Quays were there that were in the courtroom at that moment? There were 2 Quays. Sometimes I've been saying Quay Harvey. I realized the mistake is Quay Huey. I've been saying Quay Harvey a lot. It's embarrassing once you get corrected and you're like, oh man, I've been saying that wrong for so long. So we had Quay Huey and Quay Nichols in the courtroom. We had Quay Huey and we had Quay Nichols in the courtroom. And the offending verbiage was free Quay. So I went to the Fulton County Jail. I went to the website to try to determine if one or both Quays was in jail at the time of this post on September 18, 2020. And you know what I determined? At least as it relates to Fulton County Jail, Quay Nichols was in Fulton County Jail on September 18, 2020. Quay Huey was likely not in jail, not in Fulton County Jail. So could Quay Huey have been in another jail, or could he have been in prison, or blah, blah, blah? ATF, it doesn't matter if there were 3 Quays. That's not the point. You had 2 Quays in the courtroom and 2 Quays who are on trial. So if there were 50 Quays, it doesn't matter. We're only concerned with the 2 who are on trial, who are on this trial, who are in the courtroom at that time. Because the free Quay comment can only be prejudicial to the people on trial. Okay? So the point is that this is something like what a woman would ask you, man. This is only women should be asking this question. What's under a man's clothing? So we're not gonna get into that comment. So we have two quays. We have two quays who are in the courtroom, and the free quay comment comes up, and it could prejudice either one of them. It doesn't matter who the other quays are who are not on trial, y'all. Y'all got to understand that. Okay? It only matters the two quays who are in the courtroom. There could be a million quays. We only care about the two who are in the courtroom as it relates to this comment. So if you have a free quay comment and you want to object and say possible mistrial because it prejudices your client, well, your client needs to have been locked up at that time. And it looks like only one quay was locked up at that time. And it just so happens that the quay who was locked up at that time is the one we just saw take a deal. And it was an extraordinarily good deal. So my theory is that the other quay, Huey, did not get a deal as of now because he wasn't locked up. And so it's easy to honestly tell the jury this free quay could not have been referring to that quay, Huey, because quay Huey was not locked up at that time. Are y'all following me or no? Y'all follow me? Y'all following me or no? Are y'all following me or no? So if you have two quays, so first you get quay Nichols stand up and say, objection, I have a motion for mistrial, because he said free quay, and that could be my quay. Then the other quay's lawyer says, I want a motion for mistrial too, because free quay could have been my quay. Then the trial basically suspends for days. I'm imagining they did some research and they said, hold up, quay Huey wasn't even locked up at that time. So that mistrial motion is moot because he wasn't locked up. And you could easily just tell a curing instruction to the jury. We know that this was not quay Huey because he wasn't locked up. So his whole mistrial motion is mooted out. But quay Nichols was locked up at the time, so his mistrial motion still has merit. So they're like, we got to work with this because he could press that mistrial button and blow this whole thing up. So they give him the sweetheart deal. That's why I'm imagining we haven't seen a Huey deal yet, because Huey doesn't seem to have been locked up, just judging from Fulton County records. Now, could he have been locked up somewhere else? You know, I'm not able to search the whole world to see if he was in prison, if he was locked up in Cobb, if he was locked up somewhere else. But apparently in Fulton County, he wasn't locked up. So if we take that for what it is, you see what I mean? Bad character evidence. But the point is that it's only bad character evidence with respect to somebody who was actually locked up at that time. That's my point. It's not bad character evidence to say free somebody from prison who wasn't even in prison, or at least it's arguably not. Y'all follow me? I hope y'all follow me. So when we see this free quay, I think that quay Huey is ruled out because he wasn't in jail, possibly anyway. Y'all follow me? So if quay Huey's not in jail, he loses that Uno card. Well, he never had it actually, but he loses that Uno card because he wasn't in jail, so the free quay couldn't have even possibly applied to him. But because quay Nichols was in jail, it doesn't even matter if the quay, that free quay, if Shannon was talking about a different quay, that almost doesn't matter, because quay Nichols was in jail, so it could have applied to him. Therefore, his Uno card is still valid because he was locked up and there was a free quay read in front of the jury. So you do have this Uno card, even if in actuality Shannon was talking about another quay. So hopefully y'all following this. So that's why maybe we didn't see a deal from Huey yet, because he upon further investigation, he wasn't locked up for him to be free. So therefore the free quay couldn't apply to him. So What about the Harvey rule? The Harvey rule just says that if one makes a motion, they all join in the motion unless they withdraw or they take themselves off of the motion. And the question would be, if there's a valid motion that is mooted out by the movement being taken off the trial, does the motion still continue on as it relates to the others? I would say in this case, there's a case to be made that the motion would be mooted because the movement, the only person to whom the reading of Free Quay was prejudicial was Quay. If Quay's gone now, then his motion for a mistrial has to be gone too. How are you going to join in Quay's motion for a mistrial if Quay's not on the trial any longer? Does that make sense? So are y'all following? I mean, again, this is just a theory, y'all. So theoretically theorizing. I don't know for sure that Quay Huey wasn't locked up somewhere. I just can deduce from the Fulton County records that he wasn't in Fulton County. I don't know for sure that the motion is mooted out when Quay Nichols is off the case, but it logically, deductively, because the Free Quay only prejudices Quay Nichols, if Quay Huey wasn't locked up, it only prejudices Quay Nichols. So if they get him off the case, then it's over. That motion is done. Y'all follow me? So I'm not saying there won't be more plea deals. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying there won't be more plea deals, but I am saying that I think the prosecution just got rid of the mistrial without prejudice matter. And that's presuming that Quay Nichols was the only Quay locked up at that time. Y'all, let's get some more likes, please. Let's get some more likes, please. All right. Yeah, rumors are that Williams is working on a plea. Yeah, those are gonna be the rumors. Interestingly enough, what happened? Okay, we'll see. We don't know. We don't know if Williams is taking a plea. Let's go back to some of our. All right, we got Doug Weinstein that says something here. We are a lesser team in the YSL case without the contributions from Bruce Harvey, blah, blah, blah. In that sense, only the plea from Mr. Nichols yesterday was a win for state. In totality, Nichols' legal team was able to negotiate a fantastic deal for him that he clearly believed was in his interest and can all walk away with heads high. So is he being cagey, y'all? Is he throwing us off the trail that they're working on a plea as well? Because he says it's a win for the state. That gives the sense or the impression that things are going to be continuing. No, they are arguing that today Weinstein will not let the mistrial with prejudice go. Where you get that information? That would make sense. But for real, apart from Gunna, he is subject to testify if ever called upon. Anybody who has information could be called to testify. I really think more plea deals coming. I feel like that's why the court recessed after the pleas yesterday. Possibly. I can see that. Morning. Rumors are you're going to let me. Come on, man. Just relax a little bit, please. Relax a little bit. I'm definitely okay. Jay Marie. Of course, it was a win for the state. I think it was a win for both. A win for the state, meaning a conviction. I think it was a win for both, y'all. I think Nichols won and the state won. I don't think Thug and them won with that one. I think Thug and them lost. Best case is neutral for Thug and Co. for the rest of the co-defendants. Best case, it's neutral. Yeah, it started at 3 yesterday. The mistrial. Let's go back to let's see what the comments are. Could you elaborate on how his plea is a win for the state? Y'all, give me 1 second. I'm gonna turn off this heat. It's getting hot in here. 1 sec. Salma, tráeme un agua con hielo en un vaso rojo, por favor. Vaso con hielo en agua. Sorry about that, peoples. All right, so 3 plea deals. Papa Bear, are you saying that there were 3 plea deals yesterday, or where's the 3 come from? Starts at 3 today just for her to say recess. Oh my gosh. I told y'all yesterday after that your boy had to lay down and take a little nap. Haven't taken a nap in a long time, but your boy was like, it's nap time. It's time for a nap. Give him water. Oh, wow. Papa Bear, you have information that there were 3 different plea deals yesterday? Word just came in. Attention, it's a mistrial. Thug coming home. All right, give us a source for that. Weinstein said they're waiting on judge to rule on their motion for mistrial. I think that motion is the same motion about the quays. The same motion about the quays. Okay, so you think Papa Bear, but what's the source? What's the source? Harvey, Westmoreland, and their team did some great lawyering, hands down, and really, y'all, it makes me feel honored to have seen what just happened, y'all, because you see it in real time, like you see it as it's happening, and it really is, as you just said, is it Nishi? It really is just amazing lawyering. I mean, this is going to go down in history as one of those examples of getting your client a sweet deal. This is just a sweet, sweet deal, y'all. Don't forget your animal crackers and juicy for the nap. Oh man. Listen, y'all, I'm up here. I don't mind admitting I took a nap. Your boy was knocked out for about 20, about 30. Everybody, okay. All right, come on, Jose, man. Don't overdo it, homie. Teaching in law school on this case. I think it seems like it would be hard to not teach this case in criminal law, in lawyering. I think this case will give you literally decades worth of material on criminal law and lawyering. Both of those subjects in law school should include something from this case, I think. If you're in Georgia, there's no way you don't mention this case going forward. But even across the country, yeah, that's teaching the prosecute. Yeah, but you have what to do and what not to do, because you have lawyering is on the defense and on the prosecution side. So you have the lawyering from the defense, which gives you a lot of examples of what to do. You have the lawyering on the prosecution on a lot of things of what not to do. You know what I mean? Papa Bear, I'm still waiting for your source. I'm still waiting for your source for the 3 plea deals. Yes, it will give us decades of things for school on both sides. Yeah, I mean, they should be talking about this in 2035. No joke. They should be talking about this in 2035. Okay. Jose says he's speaking things into existence. So Jose's giving us the positive speech that's going to become reality. So we have about 25 26 minutes until we expect things to happen. We expect court to start. Yeah, I think, you have to respect that Paige Whitaker came into this trial and decided she could get everything under control. I don't think she succeeded at that, but you have to respect the effort. You have to respect the effort of Paige Whitaker saying, I can fix this. Maybe it's not effort, respect the attitude. And maybe it's just a bit of hubris. Maybe it's a bit of hubris. Hubris is like when you bite off more than you can chew because you overestimate your capabilities, or maybe you underestimate the challenge. In this context, that's what I mean by hubris. She jumped into this and she tried, but I think we would all agree at this point she did not succeed at what she seemingly wanted to do, which was to guide this trial to a jury trial. But she did mention many times, hey, let's get some people taking some deals. So from her perspective, she might still be guiding this trial in the way she wanted. From her point of view, this might be exactly what she wanted, because she said multiple times, let's get some deals. Now she's getting some deals. So from our perspective, we might see a mess. From Paige's perspective, she might see, yep, this thing's going just as I was hoping. Good looking on what you do. I hope you're talking about me, and I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat, y'all. Thank you for the super chat. Okay, gracias. I find it crazy that it's not a conflict of interest that the judge even states she's trying to help the prosecution. Okay, so ATF, let's say it is a conflict of interest. Let's just say it is a conflict of interest. You know, the weird thing about our legal system is that the people, well, it's not even weird. I'm going to take the weird word back because I kind of agree with this. It's not weird. The thing about our legal system that is not weird, but it maybe it's a little bit pesky, is that somebody with standing has to point it out. And standing means you have to have a dog in the fight. So you, ATF, even if you're a Fulton County resident, you can't just pop out and say, I want to challenge what the judge said there, because you don't have standing. You're not in the trial. You don't have a dog in the fight. So why am I saying all this? What I'm getting at is, if it's a conflict of interest, only the people in the trial, the prosecution or the defense, or a higher court maybe, but for the purposes of this conversation, only the prosecution, the defense, the defendants, they're the only ones who can challenge it as a conflict of interest. So even if it is, somebody with standing in this trial has to challenge it. It's not open to challenge by the general public. So my point is, if nobody's challenging it, then that means they're accepting the conflict of interest tacitly, and it will just go unchallenged. Does that make sense? So it's not that. So you're focused more on, is it a conflict of interest or not? Where the real question is, if it's a conflict of interest, will any of the affected parties challenge it? Does that make sense? And if they don't, then it'll just stand. All right, so we don't want any misinformation. All right, let's see what Steve Goshoot says. Multiple things that happen as well as good and bad from witnesses, jury, how the lawyers on each side handle themselves. And you can see two different perspectives of judges as well for school. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of teaching from this trial. It has so much that I expect multiple books. I expect many books, both for the layperson and for the legal professional, to be written about this trial. No chance. This whole case is bull. I'm sorry for drinks. Love should be in jail. She said in court that she will be in pursuit of justice for victims' families, but opted to prop up Fannie instead. So, Vincent, are you saying no chance, period? This whole case is bull. Well, use a comma there. So it sounds like you're saying that there is no chance that this whole case is bull. I don't know what you're saying. Are you saying that there's no chance that all of these guys are innocent? Is that what you're saying? Or are you just calling this case bull? She was off that liquid course to start to. Yeah, people have been saying, you talking about Whitaker, people have been saying that. The big fix, I think, is there if there's a mistrial or even a guilty verdict, he will beat it in appeals. Y'all have to understand, this guy's in jail. If he loses, people have been saying that, like, yeah, even if he loses, he'll get. Do you know how long an appeal is going to take? He's in jail right now, y'all. He's in jail right now. He's in jail, people. So I don't want to be cavalier about losing this trial. That's money, that's time, that's effort, that's deep down soul energy that you have to put into keeping up the fight. So they need to get this right the first time, y'all. I mean, people keep talking about appeal, like as if you could just finish this trial and go into an appeal the next day. Hit the like button, please, people. Wife bought me a big old water with ice. Yeah, man, what's going on with the likes? I guess it's just I don't ask for the likes as much as I should. I'll be getting all caught up in my talking thing. 1.5K watching. I really do appreciate everybody who's watching. I thank y'all. I was definitely talking about you, bro. This only my second day on this channel. Okay, yeah, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate you. Appreciate the super. Appreciate the support. I'm going to motion for the judge recruit. I'm sure a motion for the judge recusal is brewing. They must. Good point. Yo. Good point. Would they let her do this? So do you think they're just going to go, okay, so let's talk about this, B. You think what they're doing is saying, okay, let's let all of the pleas play out. And if the pleas don't play out, we'll go for the mistrial. And if the mistrial doesn't play out, we'll go for the recusal. Is it like all guns? Is it like fire everything at this point? B, tell me, give me more info. When you say brewing, there's a moment for you to pour that which you have just brewed. So what's the moment for you to pour out the recusal motion? Is it when would that moment be? I mean, presuming you're talking about the judge's comments from the other day, right? You have to go forward at some point. So when would that be? Y'all, what are some of us going to do when this is over? That is the $10 billion question. I kind of like being up here doing this. I don't know what I would talk to y'all about. I don't know what y'all would want me to talk to y'all about. But that's a good question. Gaither, conflict of interest, being aunt to defendant. Yes. Yeah, if that was, but they didn't pursue that. The defense didn't pursue it. Any updates on court? We can check. Kathy, is it Rasan? 5 minutes. Obviously, they're still negotiating pleas with the remaining defendants. Public media is still in the hallway. Nothing happening in the hallway. So there you have the most up-to-date information. They are still negotiating pleas, according to Kathy. Public and media is in the hallway. Nothing is happening in the hallway. So maybe some more plea deals coming. I would imagine if they're negotiating some deals that they're going to reach them. So I would imagine if they are negotiating deals, they are going to reach him. Papa Bear, what'd you say? He's saying thank you, not that you look good. He said, good looking on what you do. I mean, I don't know. If I'm tripping, I'm tripping. I'll just take it as I'm looking good. That makes me feel good to think that I'm up here and I'm doing a good job. So I'll interpret it that way. They better not start when I go to lunch. Tentatively, it's for 12 o'clock, y'all. But if they are negotiating, then frankly, nobody knows. Y'all, can we get to 900 likes? According to Patron, we are somewhere around 800. Let's get to 900. Am I tripping? I'm tripping? All right. I'm tripping. What am I tripping about? It means you're looking good or good job. That's what I'm saying. That's what I understood it to mean. Good job. I don't think he's giving me a compliment on my actual looks. Come on. Come on, people. Like you looking good, like you doing a good job. That's what I understood to mean. Greats BBQ, hit that like button. Now you know you got to do it because we got a super chat telling you to do it. 1 p.m. Eastern time. If they're doing plea deals, we probably don't know what time it's going to be. The fact that they're trying to negotiate should be a clear sign of a not guilty being able to be pushed out and handed to the defendant. It depends on who they're negotiating with. I think it's kind of clear from the Quay negotiation that there were multiple factors that came together, including a potential mistrial, and maybe they're not being convinced that they had enough evidence to convict. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they just didn't feel like they had enough evidence to convict. If I'm trying to label somebody extremely dangerous and the leader of an extremely dangerous organization, I wouldn't want a deal to keep them free, happy. The state is contradicting. You know, the frustrating part about that, young Nino, is this. They say it with seriousness, and the judges and the public, but the judges take the seriousness of the prosecutors saying that, and then they weigh that on, for example, whether or not you get bond. And these judges know that the prosecutors will just drop that whole charade when it's convenient for them, like with Monton. So the frustrating part is you have the judges who are like, oh, this is a dangerous person, right? Prosecution, we can't let them on the street. And they know that the prosecution is just going to drop that whole charade as soon as it's beneficial to the prosecution to do so. All right, let's keep it moving. How many think the prosecution going to be messing up when presenting evidence by leaving this court name? Oh, if they continue with the trial, there will be more mess ups for sure. If they continue with the trial, there will be more mess ups. So they leaving the jury in limbo since first call for mistrial. How much warning or time jury have to wait around to get to court? Nobody knows. Nobody knows, y'all. Let me check on. I guess I can go check. Let me just play. I keep playing this.
Evidence has shown and will continue to show that Mr. Nichols conspired with others to participate in Gunna's limelight through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also including social media posts asserting the violent nature of and asserted dominance of Gunna's limelight, also known as YSL. And that concludes our factual.
And again, once again, we categorically deny those representations. And again, the only thing that is necessary to meet the factual evidence of a 1614-4C is proof that the defendant conspired with another person to violate one of the substantive provisions of RICO, and that is subsumed by the drug offenses that have already been proven in this case, and to which Mr. Nichols has previously pled.
All right, thank you, understood.
Then you have an approach with the waiver of rights forfeited.
Yes. All right, Mr. Harvey, have you reviewed with Mr. Nichols this plea of guilty and waiver of rights form, which the two of you have both signed?
I have, Judge, and each individual provision in that plea colloquy has been acknowledged and gone over personally with Mr. Nichols.
All right. And Mr. Nichols, have you had sufficient time to consider this guilty plea that has been negotiated between the state and your attorneys and to discuss anything you wanted to about that with your attorneys?
Yes.
All right. And you understand, I hope, I'm going to ask you that it is your decision ultimately, obviously with the advice of your attorneys, but it's ultimately up to you individually to decide whether you want to enter this guilty plea or not. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right. And you do want to enter this guilty plea?
Yes.
All right. And Mr. Harvey, have you advised Mr. Nichols of the alternatives if he does not ultimately go through with his guilty plea and the potential benefits and drawbacks of all of the other options?
Yes, very thoroughly, Judge.
All right. All right, Mr. Harvey, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Judge, other than the statement with regard to the underlying factual basis, I would point out for the court that when Mr. Nichols filled out his form, it says 29 plus. He is a birthday boy in a couple of days and he will be 30. And at 30 years of age, he has a wife. He has got a 13-year-old daughter. He's got a 10-year-old daughter and an 8-year-old son. His wife and sister, I believe, are here in the courtroom to support him. He, Mr. Nichols, was born and raised in Atlanta. And, you know, we're at this point before I have even given my opening statement in this case.
Yes, sir.
I do want the court to know that Mr. Nichols' mother died in prison. His father was shot by the Atlanta police when he was 4 years old. And he was raised by friends and family in the Atlanta area. So he has come to this point in his life from a very humble beginning. And he has sought the support of friends in this courtroom and others in this courtroom. He is an intelligent young man who I believe has a future. Every day we do a word of the day. We put a new word into a sentence. And I think this is in his best interest. I know that there is, and I know this plea is negotiated, but it's a long downside from 7 to 20. So the courts will have jurisdiction over him for a period of time. So I ask the court, given who this young man is, and given our categorical denial of some of the factual basis, to accept the plea and sentence Mr. Nichols accordingly.
Mr. Nichols, is there anything that you want to say?
No, ma'am.
All right. All right. I find there to be a factual basis for the guilty plea to the RICO count one of the indictment, that being a conspiracy to acquire control or interest in money and personal property through a pattern of racketeering activity. And that is the only count that guilty plea is being entered for. The remaining counts of this indictment as against Mr. Nichols are being null pros by the state as a part of this indictment. I find, having heard the evidence up to the point of trial right now, that there is evidence of at least one overt act in furtherance of the conspiracy. And that there is evidence that would fall within the required statute of limitations to establish this RICO conspiracy count. One of the things that we as judges are instructed by our Uniform Superior Court rules to do when we are considering whether to accept a guilty plea and whether to accept a negotiated sentence, and this is a negotiated sentence in this case, is to take into account whether giving leniency in sentencing is going to aid in ensuring promptness and certainty or at least more promptness and more certainty with regard to corrective measures, whether the defendant, and in this case, the defendant has acknowledged guilt and is accepting responsibility for his guilt of the RICO count, and whether accepting the plea will aid in avoiding further delays, not just with regard to this case, but with regard to the entirety of our system here in Fulton County. And this plea does go towards doing all of those things. I am going to accept the plea as negotiated and sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. As I said before, find there to be a factual basis for count one of the plea. I find the plea to have been freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered into by Mr. Nichols with an understanding of the consequences of doing that. And the sentence on count one is the sentence that has been negotiated of 20 years to serve 7, with the balance of those years to be served on probation. And that, I don't know if there are any special conditions attached to this that y'all have talked about at all.
There are no negotiated special conditions in those there. So there are none as far as I'm concerned.
All right. Okay. So with regard to the time that you are on probation, you need to stay out of all kinds of criminal trouble. Make this a birthday present to yourself and to your children and to your wife and family, that you will leave from here today and leave whatever you used to do behind you, and take the next few years. You know, you're going to have some years that are still to be served on this. You'll have credit for the time you've already served, but you're still going to be facing some incarceration time. But after that, you are going to be out, and you, I believe Mr. Harvey is correct, can be a productive member of society. And this is an opportunity for you to do that, and for you to put your past behind you, the bad parts of it, and continue and make your children proud of you and set a good example for them, an example that I guess unfortunately you were not lucky enough to have throughout the entirety of your childhood with your parents. I'm sorry about that, but you can be the kind of parent that you ought to be to your children. So I am going to impose that sentence, and I am going to wish you luck and good fortune as you go forth from here. So I think that unless there's anything else from either party, that will conclude these proceedings, and y'all can go ahead and take him into custody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Y'all, Miss Sylvia is not banned. She's not banned. Bitter Lily, she's not banned. Miss Sylvia is allowed in the courtroom. She just cannot record. And it's Rule 22. Rule 22. She's not banned. She just can't record, but she is there. So she can go in and she can observe. She can't bring any electronic devices, I believe, into the courtroom. Definitely no recording devices. Y'all, Thugger Daily has this on his X, and it's just a little clip. I was looking on 11 Alive. I didn't see where this came from. I would like to watch any kind of press conference there was after yesterday. That would be some good content for us to consume right now while we're waiting for court to start. But I went on 11 Alive, and I didn't see where this press conference may have come from. So if anybody can drop a link. Yeah, he did definitely do the. Yeah, he definitely did do that. So Harvey is my spirit animal. So if anybody can find a link for where that press conference came from, it looks like he's talking to a news organization. I will play it, but I didn't see it. Okay. Hold up. Yeah, Miss Sylvia probably has one of those pink cameras. That would be funny. Who got that footage of Gunna, y'all? Somebody look like they snuck something in there. You know? Somebody look like they snuck something in there. She's a YouTube. Oh, is that? Oh, you talking about Sylvia? This trial showed that the justice system, along with the APD, is corrupt and biased. think a lot of people agree with that. 1.5K watching. Everyone hit that like button. Y'all want to know something wild? The number I'm seeing of people watching is always wildly higher than what y'all are seeing. On my StreamYard is showing 2,200 people. And then y'all chime in, it's like 1,500 people. And I'm like, oh, I thought we was at 2,200. But it's still good. Still a good crowd, y'all. Please do hit the like button. Anybody have a link for where this is from? Let me see if I can search Channel 2 Atlanta. I'm going to search for Channel 2 Atlanta. ATL Channel 2. I think Channel 2 is there as well. WSB TV. Let me see. Looks like there's a WSB. Dang, they don't have very many videos. Dang, WSB barely has anything up. I don't know where that clip comes from then. If anybody can help out, drop it. So J. Marie, do you feel like she showed compassion to Nichols or no? Because, you know, I'll try 11. People feel like she gave, oh yeah, I went to 11 Alive. They didn't, I just don't, I'll look again. People definitely seem to have, they felt that she went overboard with Monk Tunk. She didn't throw the book at him though, but she definitely gave him a hard slap. You might even say a punch or a kick, but she didn't throw the whole book at him like she could have. Yeah, I'm not seeing it on 11 either. What happened was yesterday there was like some kind of active shooter situation, and I think that just disrupted everything in Atlanta yesterday. That's what it seems like happened. All right, people. So we'll go back to the stream. As of right now, we still are waiting for Law and Crime to kick on. So we're going to do the rounds as we've been doing for the past several days. It feels like this is the circuit, right? We checked Thugger. I don't know where he got this from. Maybe somebody he knows sent it to him. We checked Kathy. Kathy Russin just said, or Rasan just said that. Oh my gosh. Lil Rod has left because of a toothache. I'm assuming they will not be holding trial without one of the defendants. That's it, y'all. That's going to be it. That's going to be it. That's going to be it. Lil Rod not being there. I think during days that one of the defendants can't be there, they usually don't have any kind of trial. So I don't know he needs to be there for a plea deal, though. So if there are plea deals that are going to happen, I don't know that everybody on the case has to be present for the plea deal. I mean, he wasn't there yesterday for the plea deal. So I'm not sure about any plea deals that might happen today, but the idea we're going to get motions and all that stuff doesn't seem very likely if he's not there. I think this sweetheart deal was offered to encourage the judge to rule against the mistrial motion after her bluff was called by Miss Westmoreland. I mean, let's put it like this, y'all. Everybody's negotiating. Let's just say everybody's negotiating. Okay. We don't know that for sure, but it makes sense that everybody would take this opportunity to at least throw something out there, even if it's crazy. You throw it out there, you never know what's possible. It's a moment in time. But is it any coincidence that out of 6 defendants, the one defendant that we saw take a deal met these criteria? His name is Quay, and the reason for the mistrial motion was because of Free Quay. And we know he was in Fulton County detention at the time that the Free Quay hashtag was written by Shannon Stillwell. We know that they rolled together because they caught the Shymel drinks charge together, basically. And we see he got a sweetheart deal. You know, I don't say that in any derogatory fashion or disparagingly. He got an excellent deal for the charges that he was facing. So is it any coincidence that the one person that we saw get a deal and the deal that they got was excellent in their favor and behalf was the one person who basically had the strongest claim to the mistrial motion? I don't think that's a coincidence, y'all. And I think the reason we haven't seen other deals is because nobody was in as strong a position as Quay. Y'all understand? Nobody was in as strong a position as Quay. He had the strongest position because he could have pushed to tank the whole trial. Calling Miss Westmoreland's bluff. You could see the calling of the bluff go either way, honestly. Let's call it a standoff. Okay. I think what B. Rich is talking about was the moment that Judge Whitaker said, I really kind of feel like it's more like Miss Westmoreland called Whitaker's bluff, but maybe you could see it the opposite way. When Whitaker said, I'm not giving you the mistrial with prejudice because did you see Hilton's face? Okay, what does that have to do with it? But anyway, I'm not giving you the mistrial with prejudice because Hilton made a face, is what she said. But do you want to request the mistrial without prejudice? This was insinuating that at least was something that could be considered. I don't know that she was saying it as in you can have it if you want it, but I think she was saying it as in I will consider that. And then Miss Westmoreland, she initially said yes, but then she seemed like she wanted to huddle up with the other attorneys before she pressed the issue. So you could see it as Whitaker calling Westmoreland's bluff, or you could see it as Westmoreland calling Whitaker's bluff because they were both in sort of a back and forth there. Okay, so it just all depends on which way you look at it. The mistrial motion is only valid due to continuous behavior of the state. Otherwise, they have a weak motion. I bet you the second Quay will get an easy plea. That's possible. That's kind of the case I made in a video that I released today. I made a case in the video that I released today. By the way, I know a lot of y'all hate the AI voice, but I use the AI voice today because I like it. And in my video today that I released, while we've been on stream, I've been multitasking. I've been doing multiple things all at once. Hit the like for your boy who's multitasking, who's doing a stream and making videos at the same daggone time. The case I made in my video today, I'll walk y'all through it. I'm gonna walk y'all through the video. Maybe I'll narrate it myself instead of using the AI voice. But I'm gonna walk y'all through my video that I made today. I'm gonna walk y'all through it. Okay.
On probation.
Okay.
Yes.
So I was explaining here in this video from today why I think, and I would appreciate y'all all watching this video sometime today, by the way. I'm going to just kind of skip through it.
conspiracy to violate the
Well,
Racketeer
Dave,
Influence
first I
and
start
Corrupt
off with
Organizations Act.
Quay's sentence. We saw this already, but I'll just let y'all see this real quick.
A sentence
It's not gonna be long. It's just a few seconds.
of 20 years to serve 7 years in custody, balanced on probation.
Yes.
In order to understand why Quay Marvius Nichols.
Okay, so what I'm just gonna walk you through it. I'm going to mute it, and I'm gonna talk through it. So here we have Detective Dennis. So the point that I'm making with this video is this all started with Detective Dennis. See, what y'all have to remember is Detective Dennis was on the stand on October 17th. That's not even 2 weeks ago. So it's practically 2 weeks ago. So first we have Detective Dennis, who you may all remember mentioned right there that Yak Gotti was fresh out of prison or something like that. So then we get this. Then we get this motion.
That have prepared their witness. I move for a mistrial. This absolutely cannot be unheard by the jury. It was heard clear as day in his deep, sonorous voice. They have heard it. They have absorbed it. It cannot be fixed. 404A, Your Honor.
This significant slip.
Okay.
Calls.
So Weinstein, we all saw this. Weinstein said, look, this was 404A. This is bad character evidence. You can't allow this to come in. No, that's not the squirrel. Squirrel is Detective Thorpe, squirrel brain. This is Detective Dennis. He's not the squirrel brain. He's the gang expert who became an expert by living in a gang-infested area and watching movies. He's the gang expert who became an expert in gangs by living in a gang-infested area and watching Boys in the Hood. Okay? So Weinstein moves for a mistrial. The judge says no mistrial, but I will give you Dennis's head on a platter. Dennis is done. It's over for Dennis, okay? So
the mistrial motion, but given that this jury already knows that he's been convicted and is a convicted felon anyway, even without this testimony, I don't think that a mistrial is warranted. I am, however, going to give a curative instruction and as a sanction for this having occurred, that's the end of the testimony from this witness. There's going to be no more testimony from him. So he's done.
In an attempt to circumvent Dennis's departure, the prosecution called another gang expert to the stand. Within minutes of beginning his cross-examination of her, Young Thug's attorney Brian Steele also called for a mistrial after the detective insinuated that Thug had been living a life of crime. She had just made the same mistake that Dennis had made, giving character evidence against a defendant in a way not permitted by court rules. But upon ruling on the matter, Judge Whitaker did not see that it warranted a mistrial. This would mark the second time in 2 days that a prosecution witness had inappropriately given character evidence against the defendant.
Good afternoon.
So what my AI voice has so eloquently said is on the 17th of this month, Dennis was kicked out for his giving bad character evidence. 2 court days later, which is from Thursday to Friday to Monday, this happens.
May I ask you some questions?
Yes, sir.
Don't ask us. All right. I want to talk with you about Jeffrey's music.
Okay.
And how many total lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out or a record label put out for public consumption besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not just including it to you. I'm expanding to your coworkers, your team, the prosecution team. Do you know if anybody ever had that type of information to your knowledge?
I don't think that was relevant. I think the actual relevance was the things that were said.
I think she's using it in the lay term.
I don't think that we targeted the music per se. I think it was just certain songs. We didn't try to keep up with how many songs were released over the years, or it was only particular songs that stood out.
Remember, y'all, this is the expert that just replaced an expert, okay? She's gonna make the same mistake that the last expert made.
That had certain lyrics that kind of either taunted the other side, or, you know, like I said, it's when you rap about stuff that actually happened, we paid attention.
Did you ever look to like a pattern? You know, how many times in Jeffrey Williams' songs, I'll just leave it at his, then I'm going to broaden it, but how many times did he talk about, you know what a lick is?
Yes.
Just tell the jurors, they probably know. But
A lick could be a jacking, a robbery, or putting in work. It could be a smash and grab. Anything to get money. It can be considered a lick.
how often in Jeffrey's music does he use poetry, talk about licks?
Like I said, I don't listen to the music that much just to be an expert on his music. These couple of songs, he talked about licks, but I can't tell you definitely how many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him and that he...
John, I have a motion.
Y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? Pay attention again.
Definitely.
And watch how quickly Brian still says he has a motion.
How many times, but I understand that that was a way of life for him and that he...
John, I have a motion.
I'm going to excuse the jury and I'm going to excuse you, please. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, my belief is that I was asking about Mr. Williams' music and how often he would sing about or use poetry about licks. And the answer that came out is that is his, and I'm not quoting it, but so if I'm wrong, please apologize, but it just happened. I believe that's his way of life, something to that effect. I believe that's character. This is a gang expert. This is a...
Y'all, this is literally the same thing that Dennis did 2 court days earlier. The next witness did the same thing.
10-year, 12-year police officer, gang unit, ATF affiliate, and it's just repetitive. We just had the same exact issue come up with the former retired Detective Dennis, and I just don't understand. You know, I'm asking questions. I did not invoke character, and I get that's his way of life. Whatever the quote is. Okay, Mr.
I understand that was a way of life for him. Also, in the same answer, she's talking about not being an expert on his music, and I know she mentions lick as well. I don't think it comes anywhere near what happened with Investigator Dennis. I think that's a kind of vague, I do think it's somewhat non-responsive, but a vague answer that doesn't cross the line in the way that what Investigator Dennis said in his testimony. But I will have her back and instruct her, which frankly she ought to know better.
So this is twice within 2 days.
Anyway, but I do think it was kind of vague enough and wrapped up in enough.
Witness, artist, slime
So
life, shawty.
now we move 2 more days into the future. So we went from Thursday to Monday. We had one thing happen Thursday with Dennis. We had the same thing happen Monday with, I forget her name, but the other gang expert. Now we go from Monday to Wednesday, 2 more days. We get this.
As he began testifying, he too gave inappropriate character evidence when he mentioned that Shannon Stillwell was currently locked up. This did not prompt a mistrial motion from the defense.
I don't really know. I never thought about that. I don't know how to answer that.
How old were you when you joined YSL, the gang?
Can you tell me what you mean by like join? Like, are you talking about?
Overruled.
What would you consider joining?
I'm saying, like, do you mean join, like, because, you know, like to get in the gang, you join the gang, like you get beat up or something like that?
How did you become a member of YSL?
My music got popping and I became a known face in my neighborhood. And I started coming around and going to studios and stuff.
So was that how you became a part of the gang YSL, or that's how you became affiliated with the music of YSL?
I'm gonna say that's how I became affiliate of the music of YSL. But as far as joining a gang or something like that, I never like joined. We just all grew up together. There was no time to join or when I joined. We just all know each other from school and grew up together and stuff like that. But I mean, I came around like 2019 or 18, one of those years, when I came around as far as like officially being YSL.
How do you become officially YSL?
Just coming around more and rapping.
Is everyone that is affiliated with, and I'm talking specifically the gang YSL, rappers?
Some people.
So, but not everyone?
Some people rap. A lot of people rap, but everybody doesn't take it serious. Some people just rap just because they want to rap, because they want to follow the trend.
I definitely understand that, but I want to ask specifically, is everyone who's a part of YSL a gang trying to rap or rappers?
Can you say it again?
Sure. Is everyone who is a part of YSL the gang rapping or try to be rappers?
I don't know. I think so. Everybody try to rap.
Is there anyone in YSL, the gang, who's not trying to rap?
Yeah. I think.
Now I'm going to ask if you know a few people, okay? Do you know Marquavius Huey?
Yeah.
Okay. And how do you know him?
I didn't know his real name until this trial, but how do I know him? Me and his little brother went to school together. Me and his little brother was in the same class. And I always just knew he had a big brother named Quay. And seen him a couple times, stuff like that.
And is that what you called him, Quay?
Yeah, I think that's what his name used to be back then.
Okay. And you said you went to school with his little brother. Do you know how old he is, Quay?
Quay? How old he is?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. Did you ever used to hang out with Quay?
When?
At any time?
Not growing up. He came to the studio with me a couple times. That's it. We never hung out outside of the studio.
When did you start seeing him around the studio? About, if we're in 2024, how long ago was that?
I don't know. I can't remember the exact date.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yeah.
Okay. If you could just identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
You said identify what?
Identify him by article of clothing he's wearing.
He next to the lawyer with the brown. I think he got on brown too.
Okay. Thank you. Your Honor, let the record reflect that he's identified Mr. Huey.
It'll say reflect.
Do you know another individual by the name of Quamarvius Nichols?
Yeah.
Or another Quay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes.
And how long have you known Quay?
I knew him longer, I think, since I was a kid. We didn't hang though, but I just knew who he was. I was younger than him though.
Okay. And do you have a friendship or a relationship with him?
Not a strong bond, but we know each other.
And do you see him here today?
No, actually. Oh yeah, I see him now.
And you identify him as well?
I can't see what he got on. He just got the dreads up.
Okay.
In the air.
And all right. Is he towards the back of the room, the front of the room, or somewhere
To the back.
Is he sitting in between anyone?
Yeah, I think his lawyer.
You're right, let the record reflect that he's identifying from.
It's really not. That could be a couple of different people.
There's two lawyers right there. He right there, and there's a lady next to him on the left side of him.
So this is where he identifies both ways, y'all.
So
Which is important for, of course, what happens next.
Do you know someone named Shannon?
Yes.
And do you call him Shannon?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you call him anything else or just Shannon?
I think I just say Shannon.
No.
I don't know.
How long have you known Shannon?
I don't remember. I don't remember when I met him.
Is it longer than you've known Quay, the two Quays?
No.
Shorter than that?
Yeah.
And what is your relationship like, if any, with him?
Now?
Let's talk about before now.
Oh, we're cool.
Are you still cool now?
I don't know him right now. He's been locked up for a couple of years. Well, I ain't supposed to say that.
Disregard that.
If you're paying attention, this was the third time in 5 days. Let me see. This is the third time from Thursday to Wednesday, so a week. This was a third time in 1 week that a prosecution witness gave bad character evidence up against one of the defendants, y'all. Third time. This was the third time. This is the third time in 1 week, meaning from Thursday of 1 week to Wednesday of the next week. This is 3.
And just listen to the question that I asked you, okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Do you know someone by the name of Yak?
Yes.
How long?
I got a question.
And you're going to see here, he doesn't even know what the heck he's supposed to do. He about to ask on the stand about how he's supposed to testify, as if they never even prepared him.
Do you need to talk to your lawyer?
No, I'm just trying to see. I ain't supposed to say that or something. Well,
Don't worry about it. Just move on to the next question.
all right.
How long have you known Yak?
But just minutes.
All right. So here BDB says he knew what he was doing. Maybe. I don't know. I never know what somebody else is thinking.
Later, Shawty again gave inappropriate character evidence when he read a hashtag which said "Free Quay." As can be seen in the video, he read it at the prompting of the prosecution, which had inadvertently left the unredacted hashtag on the paper that Shawty was reading from. As can be seen on the version of the Instagram post, which was on the...
And can you read?
OG Boo.
And who is that?
Shannon.
All right. And can you read for the jury the caption?
Read his caption.
Yes.
Remember, we got 3 times that's already happened within 1 week, y'all.
Said ain't nothing more compatible than a trench. A carbon while in the trenches.
And then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind.
Oh, by the way.
Hashtag 2 B's. Life size.
Okay. And is there another hashtag?
Free Quay.
Let me pause this real quick, y'all. Something I didn't leave in this video that I meant to is you'll see him flipping through the papers.
On the paper that Shawty was reading from. As can be seen on the version...
You can see him. I don't think I left that in the video. But you can literally see him picking up the papers and turning it up. Yeah, look at this. All right, so maybe Hilton isn't paying attention. I don't know what the heck is going through her mind, because you can see this guy is not looking at the screen. Oh, maybe the screen is on. Oh, no. The screen is on the computer in front of him. That's what it is. He's looking. So she doesn't know if he's looking at the computer screen or the paper. He doesn't have to look up to look at the screen because it's the computer screen. All right, that would make more sense. All right, that makes more sense. We can see he's looking at the paper. He's actually flipping the paper over, but maybe from Hilton's perspective, she can see it, but she's not zoomed in on him. As you can see, she's not looking at her line of sight is not looking at him. We can see him from our perspective. He's turning those papers over. So, yeah, I know she gave him the papers. I know that. I'm not making any excuses, y'all. I'm just analyzing, okay? I'm not. This definitely was her fault. So don't get me wrong. Y'all don't understand me to be saying something that I'm not saying. I am more trying to analyze everything as objectively as possible, okay? It's her fault either way. So I'll just put that out there. But with that said, I can see how she thinks he's looking at this little computer screen where we can see he's obviously flipping over paperwork. So that's my point. But either way, it's up to her to make sure, and her team, not just her, but it's up to the prosecution to make sure this doesn't happen. So there's no debate or dispute about that fact. I'm just trying to understand how this could happen by accident. Even if it is by accident, I've gone on record many times saying we're about to see the fourth time that a mistrial worthy thing happens within one single week. The first time it got their detective banned, kicked out of the entire trial. So we're going to watch them make the same mistake 3 more times. Twice within 1 hour. This guy did it twice within one single hour. This will be the third time this week, Monday and Wednesday, and it'll be the fourth time within the prior 7 days. So there is no mistake. There's no argument about mistake. To me, if you got 1 or 2, you can call it a mistake. Once you get to 3 and 4, don't even talk to me about inadvertent. So Ryan says she's acting. I don't even care. That's where I think Whitaker went wrong. It doesn't matter if she's acting. It's the 4th time within 1 week. This is mistrial without prejudice, y'all. This is like, no. Or you need to sanction them some kind of way, and it needs to be severe. So people have been going, back and forth on was it on purpose or what. It doesn't matter at this point when it's the 4th time in a week. It doesn't matter. If you're going to make 4 mistrial worthy accidents within 1 week, the mistrial will happen then. If you're going to make 4 mistrial worthy accidents of the exact same type within 1 week, then it's a mistrial. That's it. So I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that it was an accident, and I'm still coming out on how many times y'all going to let them have the exact same accident. They're going to do it every day, and we just going to keep saying, oh, they didn't mean it. Like he literally 1 hour before this, not even 30 minutes before this, he had the same mistake. They didn't even say, Your Honor, we like to speak to our client. Oh, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Huh? Didn't this just happen 2 days ago with the detective lady? And didn't this just happen 2 days before that with Detective Dennis? And it happens with Woody Lee, and they say, don't worry about it. Just keep going. No, I'm worried about it. This is a pattern. We need to talk to this guy. You need to talk to this guy. You can't say don't worry about it. If this was the first time it happened and it's like, okay, don't worry about it. But you're going to say don't worry about it when this just happened 2 days ago and 2 days before that. And now I'm seeing a pattern. And, I need to speak to this guy to make sure nothing else like that happens. Oh, don't worry about it. Just keep going. Don't worry about it. Just keep going. Nah, we worried about it. This is too many times. And they do y'all, and let me say one last thing, y'all. I want to say one last thing, and I'm gonna let this video keep playing. But I want to say one other thing. Y'all do understand that decision to don't worry about it, just keep going, was the reason that this happened, right? Y'all do understand that the carelessness exhibited by the judge and the prosecution, the don't worry about it, just keep going. Y'all do understand that did contribute directly to his having read the free Quay comment. Hashtag. Because if they had noticed, whoa, this is 3 times within the past 7 days, 3 times within the past 5 court days that this same thing happened, let's pause. Let's take a pause. Let's, take 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, to just get this guy up to speed. Anything you say that seems like it would indicate somebody else was locked up, don't say it. Even if I seem to want you to say it, don't say it, because I don't want you to say it. So even if you misunderstand me to be leading you in that direction or asking you that, I'm not. And if I do need to, I will make it clear in court. Okay, now you can say it. If I don't say now you can say it, and you come up to something that that I seem to indicate I want you to talk about somebody being in prison or whatever, you stop yourself. Okay? Because that's not what I'm asking you to do. They could have stopped when he said Shannon was locked up. They could have taken a moment and given him that clear instruction. But instead, they just said, don't worry about it, keep going. And then you get the free Quay comment, like literally 30 minutes later or something like that. I mean, come on. Anyway, let's keep it. So we can see him flipping through the pages. Love is probably not even paying attention. She's looking at these 2 monitors. Love got 3 monitors, y'all. DA Love got 3 monitors open. I mean, I don't know. It looked like somebody was sitting next to her. But Love is too busy looking at how she got literally like 3 to 4 monitors around her. Hilton is looking down at her own papers. Nobody's paying attention to the witness who's flipping through these papers, who's about to say something he shouldn't say. Again, this is Monday morning quarterbacking. Nothing's perfect. Nothing's perfect. I think that if there's anything we could hit them with is when he said what he said about Shannon being locked up, and you have this history of 2 days before you had a mistrial motion for that kind of thing. 2 days before that, you had a mistrial motion for that kind of thing, and you lost your detective. You hear somebody say that, you need to stop and cure it. You need to stop and say something to this guy. Don't just poo-poo it and say, let's keep moving. Hilton is getting back here to evidence in and claiming it to be a mistake. Jurors can't ignore it even after limiting instruction. Trump grandson. That's why I said it doesn't matter. You're saying she's doing it on purpose. And I really want to avoid the whether it's on purpose or not conversation by saying, even if it's an accident, 4 of the exact same kind of accidents within 1 week is way too many. Some severe action needs to be taken. Does that make sense? So we don't know what's in Hilton's head. And the problem is the judge said, I can tell what's in her head by looking at her face. Well, even if you assume she did it by accident, you still have 4 serious accidents of the exact same type within 1 week. So you still come out to a mistrial. Does that make sense? So I'm not saying that she's not doing it on purpose. I'm saying even if she were totally innocent, you can't allow her to just innocently keep doing this forever. You have to stop it. You have to stop it. So he's flipping through the papers. We can see that. Hilton is also flipping through her papers, so she's not paying attention to him. Love seems to be looking at any one of 3 different computer monitors. We can't tell which. So she's not paying attention. And they just had an opportunity they had a literal freebie where nobody yelled mistrial motion when he said Shannon was locked up. They got a freebie because when Dennis said it, it was a mistrial motion. When Dennis's replacement, I don't know, is it Hamilton? I forget her name. I need to get her name so I can refer to her correctly. When she said it, it was a mistrial motion. He mentions SB, and y'all know Max Sharp don't play. He gave her a freebie. He gave her a pass. And they didn't even take that opportunity to pull this guy aside and say, hey, man, these are the rules. I know you might have thought I was leading you in that direction. I wasn't. If I ever seem to be leading you in that direction, I'm not. So please don't ever mention anything. Just use your best judgment. Don't mention anything that could seem to indicate this, because that could be big trouble for you, for us, for everybody. So please don't do it. They could have done that. They got a freebie. Now, did they take their freebie? No. Don't worry about it. This guy's flipping through the papers that they gave him. Do we have any updates on if court will be today? Well, Law and Crime is still pegged for 9 a.m. And Kathy Rasan said that one of the defendants, Lil Rod, has left the premises with a toothache. Media is on lunch and outside. So lunch usually comes back at about 1, probably on a typical day. So we'll see. I had broke for lunch. Did you discuss Lil Rod, Marquavius Hill were also offered plea deals? Both turned down. Okay, Lil Woody, give me the link for that. Now I'll go to that as soon as we finish up with this. So give me the link or some kind of source for that, and we'll go to that. So let me just wrap this up, y'all. So this is the video I made this morning. I'm trying to show why Quay got a great deal yesterday. So first I showed where he mentioned both Quays. He pointed them out in court. So that sets up the Quay thing. Now we see him flipping through these papers. Hilton is flipping through her papers. She's not paying attention. Love has her hand on her cheek. We can't see where her line of sight is, but it appears she might be looking at any one of way too many computers that are in front of her. She has literally 3 computers in her line of sight right now, and she probably can't see his hand either. So they're just out to lunch. They're on lunch right now. They're on lunch. Yeah, Air, you're saying lunch, court is on lunch. We're looking at people who are lunching. Anybody from the DC area? Anybody from the DMV? Y'all remember we used to say, y'all, man, you lunching. Man, y'all lunching. They lunching right now. Love is lunching. Hilton is lunching. And this guy is out in space. He doesn't know he doesn't know what's going on. Any of my DMV folks remember, I don't know if they still say that, but we used to say, man, y'all lunching. Basically, if you want to know what that means, look at what Love and Hilton are doing right now. They lunching. So it's a good time to give y'all some DMV slang from when I was a kid. They lunching right now. 970 likes. Y'all, let's get up to 1,000, please. Let's get up to 1,000. Let's get up to 1,000. Y'all used to say that in Philly. They lunching, aren't they? Ain't they? She lunching. He ain't lunching. He doesn't know what's going on. They didn't hook him up. They didn't prepare this man. So let's watch. He's flipping through pages. Hilton is lunching. She should be watching him, but she isn't.
Who is in 37 NN?
OG Boo.
And who is that?
Shannon.
All right. And can you read for the jury the caption?
Read his caption.
Yes.
Said ain't nothing more compatible than a trench. A carbon while in the trenches.
And then is there a hashtag?
Hashtag no slime left behind. Hashtag 2Bs. Life size.
Okay. And is there another hashtag?
Free Quay.
Is there another hashtag on the screen?
Oh, I didn't prepare him. I got a freebie, still didn't prepare him. What? Why would he say that? Why would he say free Quay right now? What would cause him to do that? Yeah, luncheon means full of crap. I'm using it liberally when I'm talking about them right now. Like they lacking, you know. I use the word liberally. Luncheon means anything where you're wrong, or you could be just basically kind of means you're wrong. You're wrong in a general sense. So anyway, she has him read free Quay.
Oh no.
Your Honor.
It's in this paper right
Your
here.
Honor.
You got me reading.
Your Honor, I have to make a motion.
Why does she give him the papers, y'all? If it's on the screen, can somebody please help me understand why she gave him those papers if it's on the screen? Somebody please help me.
All right, I'm going to excuse
I wasn't looking at the screen. I was looking at this paper.
That's fine. Don't worry about it.
They keep trying
Can I ask you to
y'all
step
see how
outside?
the judge keeps telling him it's fine, don't worry about it. I mean, I get it. She's trying to soothe him, but you also get the sense she's trying to soothe this trial. She's trying to keep this thing going, y'all. She's trying to not let it end in a mistrial. She's very comfortable allowing it to end in plea deals, but she doesn't want to end in a mistrial. So she lunching too. The judge is lunching.
This resulted in yet another mistrial motion due to inappropriate character evidence.
Your Honor, we're making a motion for mistrial on behalf of Mr. Nichols. We're not going to be able to unring this bell. Your Honor, this is the exact same issue that while we were at the bench, I brought it up. It was Exhibit 37NN that there was a hashtag on that exhibit that said free Quay, which would definitely indicate to the jury that Quay, has spent time in jail or in prison. The state agreed. We stipulated that they would redact it. And then the state.
Do y'all understand that this is bigger than just the free Quay moment? So this is bigger than just the free Quay moment. So I said this is the fourth time this happened within a week, which it is. But 2 times with Wooney Lee on the stand. So the second time it happened within an hour. 4th time it happened within a week. 3rd mistrial motion out of the 4 times it happened. And one of the times it resulted in Detective Dennis being kicked out of the trial. Now, but you also notice that what Ms. Westmoreland is saying, and nobody else has mentioned this that I've seen, but I admit I haven't watched all my favorite creators in a while. I'm sure they picked up on it though. Ms. Westmoreland is not just saying this is bad character evidence. Ms. Westmoreland is saying, I brought this up and we agreed that this would be redacted. So Ms. Westmoreland is not just saying Wooney Lee shouldn't have said that, they should have prepared him. She's also saying, we anticipated this. We brought this to the table. We made sure that they were on notice. Y'all, there's a legal term called being on notice. There's a legal term called being on notice. I'll give you an example. With a lot of dog bite laws, you'll notice that your dog has to have either bitten somebody once or shown some kind of aggressive behavior before you'll be on the hook for a dog bite. So if your dog bites a person for the first time, in a lot of jurisdictions, you kind of get like a freebie because you're not on notice yet that your dog is vicious. Once your dog has bitten somebody, the second bite, you'll be on the hook for. I'm talking about paying out money right now. I'm not talking about criminal charges, but you're put on notice. So what Ms. Westmoreland is saying is we put the prosecution on notice about this potential problem. We brought it up to them. We asked them to avoid this problem. They knew about it. So it's not as simple as just this problem happened. That is the problem that happened, but they were on notice. We brought it up to them. Okay. So do y'all understand why this could be a mistrial with it really could be with prejudice, y'all, because we brought it up to them. They understood the possibility. They agreed and then they violated it. So Miss Westmoreland has every right. But see now, Miss West, did y'all see who was hugging? Did y'all see who was hugging Quay yesterday? Who was hugging Quay? Miss Westmoreland. Y'all understand that she's gone now, right? He's gone. They're off the trial. This whole thing she's saying is as far as I can tell, it's not an open question any longer because Quay's gone. Now we could say, well, the other Quay remains. We'll get to that shortly. I talked about this earlier, but we'll get to that.
Presented, I guess, to the witness the unredacted version, didn't prep him to not comment on it, and he did. And Your Honor, before we had the opportunity for you to preside over us, this happened already again. And before, and I made a motion for mistrial. Now it's happened again. So now the jury has repeatedly heard about Mr. Nichols being in jail, being in prison, and you cannot unring that bell. We would ask for a mistrial.
Your Honor, Carter Matthews for Mr. Marquavius Huey.
We're just going over.
We join in that motion for mistrial. And what's important for this court to know is that 45 minutes ago, there had been a reference to a person being in jail. Now, this witness has identified Marquavius Huey and has also identified Marquavius Nichols. So all the state had to do was ask this honorable court for an opportunity to have this witness maybe step out of the courtroom and go over with that witness that, you know, we don't need to say anything about someone.
Well, why didn't they take that opportunity? Why didn't they take the opportunity to step outside after this guy did the same thing that had already happened twice before, that had led to 2 mistrial motions, and it happens a third time? Why didn't they just say, let's talk to them? Why didn't they do that? No, this is not live. No, this is not live. Court is not on. We're live. I'm live. Everybody in the chat is live, but we're reviewing. There is no music during testimony in court. So yes, we're live. You're live with us, but what we're reviewing is not live. Why didn't they just take that opportunity? This is going to be one of those questions that the prosecutors, Love and Hilton, should ask themselves. This is one of them things like, why didn't I double check to make sure the door was locked? Why didn't I make sure the stove was turned off? When somebody said, hey, go check the stove, and you're like, nah. Hey, go make sure the door's locked. Nah. Hey, go make sure you close the fence. The dog might run out. Nah. Like, why didn't they just, they had this same thing happen. I get it if it's the first time and you're like, well, this doesn't normally happen. No, it probably won't happen. This was the third time it happened in a week. Why wouldn't they just say, let's talk to this guy real quick? So for everybody saying it's on purpose, this does lend some credence to the idea that it's on purpose, because like this happened twice within the past week and it led to 2 mistrial motions. It happens, you get a freebie, you get to take them outside of the courtroom or whatever, give him a very clear instruction. Then at least if he says something, you can say, well, look, we tried, right? Like we tried to make sure he wouldn't do it. Like, you know, but nah, we don't need to. This is only the third time in a week that we could get a mistrial, you know? So, you know what I'm saying? This is only the third time in a week that this has happened. If it had been the 5th time, we would tell him not to. Like, I don't get it, y'all. So Mr. Matthews is totally right. All they had to do, I mean, again, he might have still read it. We don't know what would have happened, but at least they would have done their due diligence.
Marquavius Nichols. So all the state had to do was ask this honorable court for an opportunity to have this witness maybe step out of the courtroom and go over with that witness that, you know, we don't need to say anything about someone in jail, what have you. That did not happen before he went on the stand, nor after that first slip up by this witness. There may have even been a document right there on the witness stand that should have been pulled from the state of Georgia from that witness stand so that this could have been avoided.
At this point, the prosecution had a problem. There were 2 men named Quay on trial.
Okay, so Y'all, let me show y'all this. Unconfirmed rumor alert, but I do see two people saying it. Thug's record label is present at the courthouse per Sylvia. Oh, well, they're probably both getting it from Sylvia. Young Thug's record label reps just entered the courtroom. Court will start at 1 p.m. Okay, so this is source lead attorney. So we have a source, Miss Sylvia. Y'all, this, y'all. Y'all ready? All right. Y'all, this, if the record label's there, if that's true, and if court is going to be on today, let me turn on my other computer. Let me get all my equipment ready. I'm about to get all equipped up, because if that's the case, if the record label came out, something is happening. If the record label is there, Thug might be about to drop y'all remember? Oh, I wish I could play the First Day Out single by Gucci, y'all. Oh, I wish I could play that for y'all. I wish I could play Gucci's, like, I think it was First Day Out when Gucci got out of prison. Y'all remember that? Y'all remember that? Hit the like button. Okay, if you hit it already, don't hit it again, because that's going to unlike, probably. So we don't want to double. Y'all remember that First Day Out single from Gucci? He set the standard with that one, didn't he? I would love to play that, because I'm anticipating that we're gonna get something like that from Thug, y'all. I'm anticipating Thug gonna drop something like that. T Greasley, First Day Out. I'm gonna have to check that one out. Well, Judge did say Stay's always hiding the ball. All right, so we have, the record label is there. Why would the record label be there? What the heck can they be brewing up with the record label being there, y'all? What the heck could the record label be doing there? Can we get some lights, please? Can we get some lights, please? Everybody? What the heck would the record label be doing there? I'm really saying that because I really just can't imagine what business. Maybe they're there to support them. But why today? Why today with all of this chaos? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, according to multiple reports citing different YouTubers, according to different reports citing different YouTubers, 300 Entertainment, or whoever his record label is. Some of the people, maybe main people, we don't know who it is, y'all. What are they expecting him to get out today? They like, let's get him the limo. Y'all remember limos? Y'all, some of y'all are too young to even remember the limo. Like when I was a kid, I would want a limo. I would want to leave court in a limo, like a legit limo. All right, so it's 1 o'clock. We still don't have any activity. I seen somewhere where they said that was going to be taking a plea today. I don't know. We don't know, y'all. What could the plea? Do y'all want to do some speculating about what the plea could even possibly say? Because there's a lot of people who said Thug is winning and he has no reason to take a plea because he's not a convicted criminal. But then there's also the idea that in Fulton County or in Georgia, you can, in Georgia, you can have your record expunged, from what I understand. I think it all depends on what the plea says. I think it would depend on what the plea says. A lot of people would see it as him folding. I think it depends on what he have to plead to. Like, could they really knock it down to a misdemeanor? Could they knock it down to a misdemeanor? Maybe Fonnie just wants to end this whole thing. Fonnie has a lot on her plate, y'all. Fonnie has a lot on her plate. I don't know. I don't want to comment on that one. I'm not sure. Because he wouldn't have been a witness, would he? I'm not sure about that one. No Rico, pleaded gang activity down to misdemeanor, or kept at gang activity with time served. Yeah, I think we gotta allow I think we have to allow him some kind of reasonable plea opportunity. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying as fans, you have to allow that thug, they might give him a good deal. He's not going to be folding. He got money to make for the label. I think it all depends, y'all. It all depends on what the deal is. But it is 1 o'clock. It is 1 o'clock. We have been getting indication that something would be happening at 1. Let's see what. Let me go to Kathy Russin or Rassan. I have such an issue saying that name correctly. I'm gonna go to Kathy. I wish I knew the correct pronunciation. Last thing Kathy said was that Lil Rod has left due to a okay, yeah, that would make more sense. The bond hearing, yeah, that Kathy has that Lil Rod has left due to a toothache. I think if he does plead, they are going to try to keep his plea under seal. So what, would they just come in court and say he has pleaded to something that's under seal, and then that's that? Time served got y'all. I can't imagine he's gonna take a plea for anything that has him. So you would imagine if the record label is there, they got a Maybach outside waiting for him and his family with a chauffeur, and they're gonna take him to get a nice meal right away, wherever he wants to go in Atlanta with protection, right? I mean, if the record label is there, I would think that if they expect him to take a plea today and be freed today, I would imagine that they have set up so that they can immediately whisk him off with his family to probably get a good meal. Would be the first thing you would want to do after you've been eating jail food for the last 2.5 years. And then I probably would want to go to a hotel, to be honest, y'all. I'll probably be like, yo, give me a suite somewhere, and I'm probably going to a hotel for the next. I don't know, y'all. I've never been to prison. But I imagine going to my house, I probably wouldn't want to go home right away. I probably want to go to a hotel. I probably want to go to a hotel for at least a week or so. Decompress. Let somebody else come in the room and clean up everything, all my mess. You know what I'm saying? Hotel has a lot of benefits. Yeah, Miss Lily, of course. I was asking where you were earlier. No, a shower. So I imagine he showered already today. I mean, I imagine he's showering every day anyway. So that's why I didn't say a shower. Now, if he hadn't showered in two years, then of course that would be at the top of the list. He probably didn't get the best shower he's ever had, but I think I can let the shower wait. I want some food, probably. Sitting in court, eating they do give him lunch. They might have some decent food at lunch. Either way, I'm trying to go to a hotel. I mean, again, I don't know. I'm just imagining what it would be like. Yes, because now he has a team of lawyers and the record label has their team of lawyers. If they have not already pled, they would want it to be private. I think it all depends. It just depends on what the details are going to be. It is 1 o'clock. It's 1:06. We have no movement. We have no movement. It did seem like something was in the air. Y'all, if the record label showed up today, there has to be something. Plus, Miss Sylvia was hinting that something was happening today. And she does have good information, y'all. Even if some of y'all, hopefully everybody here likes Miss Sylvia, but even if you don't, you can't say that Miss Sylvia doesn't come up with some good information. Okay, Dennis Byron. Y'all, this is, since we don't have any exact update, let me just show this to y'all. Mr. Byron says, just spoke with a courtroom official who gave me permission to take the viral photo, and they stated that they told the judge's staff attorney, Ms. Percifield, they had in fact said it was okay to take the picture and don't know anything about me recording video while the judge was off the bench. So Mr. Byron is following up on his banishment, and it looks like he's pushing back. Maybe that'll get him some traction, and maybe he can get back in there. So that's good for him. People are saying the jury is in, but Lil Rod left, apparently. Oh my gosh. See, this is why I can't. Oh my goodness. This is why I don't just show my Twitter. Confirm that the label is there. You have a couple of people saying that that's the case. Any court, we're waiting for court. We're kind of starting to anticipate a plea deal due to circumstantial reasons. We really don't have any exact reason to believe that there will be one, but we have some circumstantial reasons to think there may be a plea deal today. Meet up with Mariah. Y'all know how, at least for me, you know how weird that would probably feel? And I know y'all are thinking, oh my gosh, I would be, yeah, everybody would be ready. Everybody would be anticipatory. But, you know, you haven't been able to so much as hug for 2.5 years. It would just be, that's why I say I would want to get a hotel. I would want to set the mood. I would want to feel like, I don't think I would want to go home right away. I don't think I would want to go home. People keep saying he want to take a bath. Like, okay, so y'all been to prison. Some of y'all, not saying you viral, but some people on here say they've been to prison. So y'all don't take a bath in prison? I actually thought that when you go to prison, you do bathe every day. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know about that. What am I doing a poll about, Miss Lily? Do a poll about what Thug would want to do? I'm going to say, what would you want to do? I'll do, what would you want to do? What? Oh, shoot. This is the wrong keyboard. I'll say, what would you want to do? I'm not going to ask, what does Thug want to do? Because we don't know. What would you want to do? I'll make a poll. What would you want to do first on getting out after 2.5 years? So we get 3 options: bathe, dine. I'm going to say dine because that sounds better than eat. Intimacy, or what's another option? Bathe, dine. I'm going to put eat because some people don't know what. Go to dinner. I'm going to say go to dinner because some people don't know what dine means. Bathe, go to dinner, intimacy, or what's another option? I want to put 4 options here. All right, we'll just go with these 3. I'll just say relax. Relax in a comfy bed. Not smash. All right. Relax in a comfy bed, but not smashing. Smashing is chooky, y'all. All right. So there's the poll. What would you want to do first after getting out after 2.5 years? This is about you. This is not what you think somebody else should want. It's not about what you... Yeah, well, I put not smash when I say relax in a comfy bed because you can say, well, if I'm in a comfy bed, I could be smashing. I'm just saying, would you want to just, plop down in a bed and just take it all in? Like, yo, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? Like, lay back. I imagine prison beds are not comfortable. So would you just want to chill? You know what I'm saying? That's basically what that's about. I would say my order of operation would be take me to get some food, take me to a hotel with my girl, and we're going to do what we do. No, first we're going to take a bath, so that would be second. Then we'll do what we do. Then I'm going to sleep. Just like any other day for me. Just like any other day. I want to go get some food. I want to get some good food. Take me to the hotel where I'll take my bath. Then I'll do what I do. Then I'm going to sleep in the comfy bed. Which one you want to do first, D. Henry? Is the first is the operative word. Oh, studio. Dang, why you didn't say something, Ryan? I should have put studio instead of relax in a comfy bed. But that's for him. This question is really about us. This question is about us. So while he may want to go to the studio, most of us are not musicians. So no, that wouldn't have been a good option to have on there anyway. Let's see. Bathtub. Oh, you want to take a bath, then a shower? Vicky, you might as well say bath, shower. Dang, what's another word? Okay, I can't think of another word. You want to bathe twice. I'm under the impression that they're bathing every day anyway. I kind of feel like y'all are thinking that Thug Nem is in there without bathing. Like, didn't they already bathe? How many times you gotta take a bath in a day? I mean, you gotta take a bath to, I don't know. I take in bath and showers consecutively. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that, but viral, I don't know if I would count that as a bath then a shower. That's just kind of like a bath. You know what I'm saying? I would say, I do know what you mean, but I do know exactly what you mean because baths are not really the best for cleaning, for being clean. But I would just call that taking a bath, then rinsing off. You know what I mean? I work in a prison. It's not the best, and the water is not all that. I get that, but are you clean? Taking a bath is about being clean, or taking a shower is about being clean. Oh, they bathe every 3 days. Now that would be different. So if this is my bathing day, I'm going to get some food. If this is my non-bathing day, then that is a totally different calculation. I didn't know that. And that probably depends on where you are, right? That probably depends on the prison or jail or whatever you're in. Yeah, every 3 days, that would certainly change my calculation. Jail is dirty, the showers be dirty too. Look, if I've been going to court and sitting there dirty every day, I mean, I'm not dirty just because the jail's dirty, right? But if I've been going to court with a jail bath every day, whatever my current level of having had a bath is sufficient for me to sit in court in the most professional environment in the universe every day for a year, I'm good. I can sit in court as this. I'm good. I'm going to get some food first. That's the first thing I'm doing. Then I'll go to a hotel and I'll take a nice hot shower. But I'm definitely going to get some food first. Now, if I haven't been able to take a bath at all for 2 days or 3 days, that's different. That's different. Jail, you can shower every day in Cobb counties. Yeah, I mean, it all depends. If I'm just getting out of jail for the first time in a year, I don't think I really care what other people are thinking about. I've been sitting next to Brian Steele and Adams and all these people every day for a year, y'all. Like, I'm not self-conscious about this. It's not day one. I've been in there every year. I mean, every day for a year, practically. Whatever level of worrying about this is over. I'm getting some food. That's me. Really, I just want to pray in peace, then shout. Now, okay. Now, if you have a therapeutic, okay, so Vic, you just brought up a different angle. It's more like, and thank you, by the way, for the super chat. So if it's like, okay, I can certainly see the kind of washing all of the symbolic washing the last year or 2 years away. And I can see that. I can definitely see that. So from that perspective, I can see like it's not just a shower, it's like a cleansing. That's the vibe I'm getting from this comment, and I can definitely see that. It's not just about how clean am I right now. It's more like a transformational moment. You're going from the prisoner and you're washing the prison away or the jail away, and you're coming into the free person. And that makes sense. That really does make sense. He's gonna find Gunna. Privacy, you never took a shower. Yeah, I never. Okay, listen. Point taken. I've never had that. I've never had that experience. If you're in Lady Joe, you don't have no perfume, smell good, no Q-tips, nothing. I just imagine you're gonna get out of there and you're gonna be hungry. But I guess you could always just go to a hotel, check in, bathe up real quick. If you know you're getting out, you will probably have your people have some clothes ready for you so you could get into some fresh clothes and then go out that night and go, do whatever you gotta do. You know what I mean? Booty is the first thing you go after. I did 1 year in prison and had. Okay, so Michael says, nah, you going for the chooky first. Michael says chooky before all else. 2 showers, 1 for the county, 1 for the state. Then it says 2 showers. The mental these men have gone through, people holding badges, playing God. Y'all, Miss Lily, that's why Miss Lily, we need you. Like sometimes, I don't know. Miss Lily said, let's put it to a poll. I can clearly see that bathe is winning. So we have a lot of people here say they would bathe first. Let's see here. Hawk to then a nap. What depends on the prison level of security? I feel like it would be hard to go straight into getting some activity. But I've never been in jail. I've never been in jail. Like, I'm the type of dude, I feel like I got my girl. We haven't even hugged each other in 2 years. I kind of feel like I would want to sit across from her, vibe, let the anticipation build a little bit. This is me, so everybody's different. But I kind of feel like I want to let vibe, eat some good food, talk, let the anticipation build a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But I get it. Other people like, nah, we just gonna, okay, that's just not my style. You know what I'm saying? That's just not my style. But I certainly do understand that that's other people's style. Yeah, I thought some people might want to have a smoke session. I don't know if what type of smoke you're talking about, but I would hope anybody would stay away from any kind of illegal smokables. Want to see my kids and eat good. Yeah, that's what I said. I said I imagine the record label would have him a Maybach or something with the driver that would take him and his family to a restaurant. You know what I'm saying? That's what I would imagine. Or take them all to a hotel, let him get freshened up, get prepped, whatever we're going to call it, and then they would all go out later that night, later today, you know? So I could certainly, that's true. I've never been forcibly separated, and but I make it very clear that, you know, I'm coming from my perspective, and I'm certainly not telling somebody that I think they're wrong. Talk about how federal case could have based on pleas. How's that going over? Remind me that, yo, we kind of vibing on, we're having a little bit more of a lighthearted conversation right now, but it is a valid question, and it looks like we're going to have time. So do come back with that, and we will talk about it. Doesn't look like anything's happening right now. So anybody been to prison? Y'all, anybody been to prison? And let's try to keep the comments as PG-13 as possible. But I have a question. Has anybody, particularly my fellas, has anybody been to prison? You get out, and when you get back with your lady, you have a hard time, maybe. Because, like, for example, if I'm talking to y'all all day, and I know I'm not comparing this to prison, don't get me wrong, but sometimes your mind can be so wound up that it's like you have a hard time just coming, like, allowing yourself to relax. So anybody who been to prison, who got out, I'm talking about the first day. I'm talking about that day, not the next day, not tomorrow, not a week later. Whoever been to prison or jail for 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, 10 years, whatever, you get out, your lady pick you up. Are you just totally mentally clear enough to do what you got to do? Like your mental is just, you know, it's just, because I feel like I would be like trying to bring myself to reality. I don't feel like I would be able to just dive into a situation. I feel like I'd be like, yo, I got to let my mind assimilate this whole, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm out and I'm in a car now, and I'm able to go and order a drink now if I want, and I'm able to eat some good food. And I just feel like the idea that I'm going to get out and I'm going to just be overcome with wanting to get it on, I don't think that would happen to me. I don't know. I feel like for me, I would have to decompress some. That's why I said the dinner, right? The dinner with my family. Of course, you want your family around, and that would help me kind of get grounded and kind of decompress. So I'm asking all my fellas, in particular, who have been through incarceration, you know what I'm saying? Did you have to decompress, or were you got out and you were just like a ravenous animal and it was like, yo, this is what I've been waiting for? I can certainly get that, but I just don't feel like that would be me. I don't feel like that would be me. Jeremy says did 5 years in the Fed, ate first, then went to see the girl. Yeah, that's a little bit of decompressing. You still in defensive mode. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how could you get out and then after, particularly if you've been in prison for 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years, and you've had to watch your back? It seemed like just y'all trying to be PG-13, but it just seems like even just taking everything off would make you feel so vulnerable. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you've been looking over your shoulder that whole time and you just all of a sudden you just free, it just doesn't seem like you would feel that free right away. I don't know. But it seems like you would be a little nicked up. That's another DC term. A little nicked up, right? Like you would be like, you know what I'm saying? Even though you know there's nobody there, but you just had to do it so long that now that you are free, like it doesn't seem like your mind would just flip that quickly. So that's part of the whole, like you say, you're just going to get out and immediately go get with somebody. I just feel like, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. It seems like, you know. Yeah, plus you got this. She is not going to, well, you've seen her, so that's good. But you haven't gotten the touch, you haven't gotten the hug, you know what I mean? And you also have to kind of think about, from the man perspective, you have to think about her feeling comfortable too. Like you can't just say, oh, you know, I'm gonna do whatever I want to do, because it takes two. Yeah, you know, I mean, we are kind of off in La La Land a little bit. We off in La La Land a little bit, but there's no court, so we're gonna blame it on Hilton. Turning point, we're gonna blame this on Hilton. It's her fault. She's the one who made Wooney Lee read that free Quay comment, and it led to us having this conversation. So it's really Hilton's fault. I know that guy had a hard time because they give you a. Yeah, I can imagine. I don't know about that part. I mean, I can see that, but you institutionalized. They've been in for 2.5 years. That is more than enough time for you to be that. You know what I'm saying? No, you've been around men for 2 years. You ready to rip off, but I hope. Thank you, P. Thank you. Well, to be honest, it was the day after. Okay, so this person was the day after. Rico series, you got to take it a day at a time. I was behind them walls. Yeah. Any updates on court? So I'll check Twitter. So let me go back to somebody's earlier question about, will this trial go federal? Y'all, there's a lack of evidence in this trial. There's a lack of evidence in this trial. I don't think that there is I don't think there's very much of a chance it's going federal. Remember, people, the federal RICO statute is more rigorous than the state RICO statute. Not the state, than Georgia state RICO statute. The federal RICO statute is more rigorous and has a higher burden of proof than the Georgia state RICO statute. So if Georgia is having a tough time proving the case with the evidence, with their lower burden of proof. When I say lower burden of proof, I'm just saying the statute is, it is more not lenient. It doesn't require the same level of evidence as the federal statute does. So anybody worrying about this going federal, this is what you would have to think. Georgia doesn't have the evidence to prove. They're easier to prove RICO, but the feds might pick this case up and use the same evidence to try to prove a harder to prove RICO, because they'd be trying to prove the federal statute of RICO, not the Georgia statute. I think it's highly unlikely that the feds are going to swoop in unless they somehow have additional evidence, which, you know, if they do, why wouldn't Georgia state have that as well? I don't think it's likely this goes federal, because Georgia with an easier to prove RICO hasn't been able to do it. Why would the feds take this same evidence and try to prove a harder to prove RICO? So that's going back to the person who asked me about that earlier. Give you a pill when you soft. Yeah, you can take a pill. You can take a pill. I don't know if you know, but they have these juices in there. Oh my gosh. That keep you from juices in where? In prison? I don't know about Jeremy, but I know a Jeff Matthews that did Fed time. I guess it depends on circumstances. Coming out, most have to meet a probation parole officer. That's usually first. I didn't know that. I don't think you'll be over. I think I know what you're talking about. Thank you, Miss Lely, for gifting a membership. Thank you for being here. Miss Lely is one of my co-pilots. Now I haven't seen Andre in a while. I got Miss Lely in here, but I don't have Andre. I haven't seen Amy in a while. Bathe and sit with family. That's I really feel like most people would do that, y'all. Like if you're a family man, you got kids. You gonna spend a minute with your kids first. Now, if you need to go take a shower, you know, your kids ride with you to the shower, or they meet you at the hotel or at home, wherever you're gonna go, and you want to just pop in the shower before you sit with them. Okay, I get that, because that should only be 20 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. But I'm thinking you're gonna want to be with your kids, and if you have a wife or husband or significant other, I think you're going to want to spend time with them. My bro was gone 3 years. He was not himself for a little, had to readjust. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. I think you would have to decompress for some time. Man, I just slept, bro. Like, you get real sleep. I wanted her, but okay, so you just slept. Yeah, I get that. I get that. I really do. I think it's important to allow people to just, to not go with when I say allow, I'm saying I'm opening up, if that's what you can call it. I'm putting myself out there saying, I think I would go eat first with my family. From the poll, and I'm going to end it now. From the poll, 51% of people say they would just want to take a bath first. So I would really like to see the male-female breakup of that 51%. I would like to see what percentage of men said that, what percentage of women said that. But go to dinner and intimacy, basically, we have 481 votes. Go to dinner and intimacy, we're practically at the same level. And just chilling out is about 10%. So go to dinner and intimacy are about the same level. The vast majority of people will want to take a bath. They're saying a security crew showed up to the courthouse. Sylvia filmed it on Twitter. Let's go to Twitter. Sylvia has it on Twitter. And we're about to go watch. We're about to go check this out. So let me go find infamous Sylvia. Do y'all all agree that if Thug takes the deal that this is over, that everybody better take a deal? This is infamous Sylvia on Twitter. Eric, can you send me a link? Because I don't have anything from Sylvia. I don't have anything today from Sylvia on Twitter. It might be on her. I can look at her page, her YouTube. They were bounty hunters bringing someone in. Okay, that would make sense. Best believe my man away. When he come, he getting it. He getting more than he anticipating. It was clipped off her lives and someone posted it. Oh, okay. So let me take a look. But I will say this, y'all. I definitely do think that your boy. Okay, here we go. I will watch this here. I definitely do think your boy will be getting busy that day. I just think I'm getting some food in me first. I think I'm going food, bath, busy, sleep. Food, bath, busy, sleep. And if I'm a millionaire, I'm going to have armed bodyguards outside of the door or stationed somewhere. I'm protecting myself. Food, bath, busy, sleep. Now, the only question is if I'm having a drink that day or not. That's the only should I or shouldn't I. Let's watch this video.
Y'all got it?
Yeah, we got it.
Girl, this is exclusive. Somebody's going in with the
They got guns. They got guns.
They got masks and stuff.
You got you with the last case?
Is she what the hell's going on, y'all? What the heck is going on? Y'all, what the heck is going on? Look, he got guns and he's giving the other one guns and stuff. What the heck is going on, y'all?
I'm assuming because they're in front of the courthouse so comfortably that they have a permit.
Y'all hear that? They taking the gun off him before they go inside.
Yeah, they gotta put the guns on to the side.
Oh yeah, he's taking his gun. He's taking his all his stuff off.
All right, that frankly, that doesn't really look like anything, y'all. It's like it's interesting, but we don't have any reason to believe that had to do with the YSL trial. But it is interesting that that's happening right now. It is interesting that that's happening right now, but I don't know that that has anything to do with the YSL trial. But it is interesting. Thank you for bringing it up. Let's take a look at some of the comments real quick, just to see if anybody. Is she in cuffs? He said the girl was in cuffs. She doesn't look like she's in cuffs.
Whatever.
Is she in cuffs? I don't think that girl is in cuffs. Somebody says she's in cuffs, and she's definitely not in cuffs. Who said she's in cuffs? I wonder why this person thinks she's in cuffs. Chains? Oh, is she in chains? Maybe she's in chains. I don't see any chains either, though, frankly. I don't see it. Plus, they just let her walk in. If you're escorting somebody in chains, you're just going to let them walk in while you stand outside? Oh, no, she's still outside. My bad. No, my mistake. She was still out there. All right. I don't know if there's anything to this. It doesn't really look like it is. Doesn't really look like there's anything. Interesting, but probably not relevant. They said thugs out, but with probation. Who said that? Who said that? I'm going to have to go check in on another stream. If he was out, wouldn't there be some video of him getting out? I didn't see him get out. That's his girlfriend? Oh, is that Mariah? I can't tell from the back, y'all. Could be. Little, oh, yeah, it could be Mariah. I don't know. Did she go to pick him up? I don't know. Maybe she went to pick him up. I don't know who that was, though. Yo, what is going on, y'all? They said she came back out the courthouse. Okay. I'm going to go double check on a couple of other channels, y'all. Real quick. Infamous channel. Well, I don't really know what the Infamous Sylvia channel is going to be able to show us if she's in the courtroom, because she can't record in the courtroom anymore. I know the lead attorney's been breaking some news, but yeah, y'all, it's just a bunch of speculation at this time. Let me see. Okay. I think it's just speculation at this point, people. Oh, wow. That was when she was on live. Yeah. But she's just, the thing is, Miss Sylvia cannot take her. Well, I don't think anybody's even in the courtroom. Any media is in the courtroom anyway. He must be getting out. I kind of feel like that's what we're waiting for. I kind of feel like we're waiting to see Thug take a plea today, y'all. Yeah, she was on lunch outside, obviously, yeah. I wonder why people keep saying that. Why do people not want Thug to take a plea? Is it really because y'all just want Hilton and Love to take the ultimate L? Is it because y'all want Hilton and Love to take the ultimate L? I'm thinking y'all, people who don't want Thug to take a plea, on some level, y'all are like, you just don't want Hilton and Love to get the W. Is that it? Because if he takes a plea, then that is admitting guilt. And if he admits guilt, then however shallow or small or insignificant the charges, if he admits guilt, then they get the W. Is that what it is, y'all? And then you also have the point of Love's conviction rate staying at 100%, if that's even true. Whatever it is, her conviction rate will be bolstered by any kind of plea he takes. Can anybody give a recap of what you've missed today? You have missed us biding our time since 8:45. We've been here almost 5 hours. We've watched some videos. We've speculated. We've even talked about what we would all do if we were locked up when we first got out. And taking a bath or a shower, bathing is by far the number one answer. Man, they got no evidence. Okay, so you kind of have a mix between not wanting Love and Hilton to get the win, and also the kind of philosophical perspective of he really didn't do anything. So if he takes a plea, it's like a loss for justice, for the justice of everybody. Is that it? All right. Yeah, mistrial from day one. All right, y'all. Let's see. Still nothing. Still nothing, y'all. We have Tiffany says he's innocent. Court at 3 p.m. Do you have Jackie, are you saying this is going to be, was this what happened yesterday, y'all? What time did we get started yesterday? No, we got started yesterday at about 1 something, didn't we? Dang, you just going to bounce, Marley Bay? You just going to bounce like that? Announcing the bouncing? Where are we getting this information that court is at 3 though? I'm looking at X right now to try to get any kind of information. Let me go to Kathy. Last thing Kathy Russin said was that Lil Rod is out. A plea for state Rico's convenient. The Thug defense thing that might go federal. Hot 97 radio website said he's free with probation. Is that Hot 97 Atlanta or where? Hot 97 Atlanta or where? Or Hot 97 New York or where? So I can take a look. Plus, how would they be the only ones who notice? How would Hot 97 from wherever be the only ones who notice? Miss Mandy, excuse me, on Dear World Christian said court at 3. Okay. Andre, what's your take on the plea deal? High 97 is venturing and trying to gain clout. Is this 97 Atlanta or is this High 97 New York? Any pleas has to go before the court. However, they could argue that for safety purposes, they won't televise the proceedings. I think this is speculation. Yeah, I agree with that. It's a plea deal, but as we saw yesterday, Judge Whitaker has to approve it. I feel too much. What are y'all talking about? I just missed the conversation. So I'd like to know what Amy and Andre both agree on. Who's getting their hopes up and for what? This case is in the disaster zone. All right, y'all, I got to stand up again. Too much sitting. This is the benefit of having one of these motorized desks. You can go up and down. Oh, getting your hopes high? I'll tell y'all what, if they take much longer, y'all gonna be watching me over here eating some grub. Because your boy got to get some food in his belly. Old link. So they have an old link about Thug taking a deal? What is he salty about? I saw him talking about having permission, or he had actually said that someone asked him to take that picture. He actually said someone asked him to take that picture. Oh man, I should go get some food, shouldn't I? I gotta I'm gonna replay this video, y'all, that I played today. I'm gonna go grab some grub. I'll be right back. I'll let it play. This is with my AI voice, people. All right, y'all. Y'all have to work with your boy while I give him a little my grub on. I made the same mistake I made yesterday. The video was playing, but I gotta hit this little button at the top to share the tab. Sometimes I forget to do that. So it is what it is. Andre asked me if I had a mental condition for that reason yesterday, but I forgot to hit the button at the top. So our best information right now, people, is that we're looking at maybe 3 o'clock. I don't know. Who knows, y'all? Who the heck knows when we're actually going to get back? We've been watching Twitter. We've been watching everything. And frankly, late breaking news. Per our boy, TD. Hearing Quay. Hearing that Quay the other Quay might be taking a plea deal. This is what I've been saying, y'all. I don't know if this Quay was in prison at the time, though. That's what my video was about today. I've been saying this since yesterday. I've been saying this since yesterday, people. The only thing is, was this Quay out of prison at the time? But remember, it was the two Quays who made a move for the mistrial. It was the two Quays who made a move for the mistrial. So they took care of one. I'm about to tell y'all something, man. And this is what y'all weren't feeling me yesterday. You told me, maybe we told each other then, because I've been saying this since yesterday. I literally did. I showed y'all a video today that I made about this exact thing. I just made a video about this today. I showed it to everybody. But if you got it too, I mean, it's not a secret. It's not like I was the only person who would have guessed this. Thank you for the $1.99 though. Be rich. Appreciate you. Y'all, this is what I've been saying though. And I apparently Be Rich and a few other people also. You get rid of the Quays, you still have a trial. But we haven't seen that he's taken the deal yet. So at this point, it's still speculative. Who out there likes sunflower seeds? I haven't eaten sunflower seeds on my stream in quite some time. So I'm about to go ahead and do my sunflower seed thing. I'm about to do my sunflower seed thing. So what we're looking at, y'all, is, let me put this on mute. I'm gonna mute this real quick. All right, I didn't want y'all to have to hear that. So what we're looking at is possibly Quay, Huey. Y'all let me say Harvey all day yesterday. Nobody corrected me. So I looked quite foolish when I went on Dear Woke Christian and I said, Quay Harvey. And he's like, you mean Huey? And I was like, yes, Quay Huey. So Quay Huey. Oh, it says Doug just posted. Let's hold up. Let me go see what Doug said. A whole lot is happening while at the same thing, nothing is happening. All right, let's see what Doug said. Check out the Douglas Weinstein video. So now we got to go to TikTok. Y'all, I'm trying to follow what's happening here. So let's stick with Thugger until I get this TikTok up. If he accepts, the defense loses a lot of leverage for the pending mistrial motion because the two Quays were the ones most prejudiced by Slime Life Shouty's statement on the stand last week. That's what I've been saying. Now, this person says technically not true. He mention Shannon 45 minutes before being in jail? I was not. Do y'all see how people do? Please don't be this person. Thank you, Be Rich. I'm going to take this off, though. Do y'all see how people do? Do y'all see how people do? Thugger Daily said something. Of course, I agree with what he said, but if you want to contradict him or say not technically true, please stick with the same topic. He's talking about a very specific thing that Quay said last week that generated a mistrial motion, and that was free Quay. That was what Slime Life Shouty said last week, which was free Quay. This person says that's not true. Didn't he say something else as well? Yeah, but did we hear a mistrial motion about the Shannon thing? No. So how does the mistrial motion have anything to do with what he said about Shannon? Now, if we have evidence there's another mistrial motion, we could talk about that. There's no evidence there's a mistrial motion on the table about what he said about Shannon. So why is this person chiming in? Do y'all understand? Like you have to be able to follow the thought process correctly before. You don't have to. I mean, you could just jump out there and say something that doesn't make any sense. You could just jump out there and say something that doesn't make any sense as well. No motion. I don't even need to read what Thugger Daily's response was going to be. No motion for mistrial was made because of that, and it's too late to do so from my understanding. I don't know about the too late to do so part. Oh, y'all can't see that. I don't know about the too late to do so part. Maybe he's right about that. But there was no mistrial motion for that. I already knew that. I mean, we all knew it. We just watched it in the video. Plus, we were there when it happened. Y'all see how Cuz just like, hey, that's not right because of this thing that has nothing to do with anything. I'm joning on him a little bit. Y'all, that's another DC slang from back when I was a kid. We would joan on you. When we joned on you, that means we would make fun of you. It's all in good fun, righteous. So don't take any offense to it. We just talking. We would joan on y'all. We will be joning on you. Y'all, who here used to say joning on people? Anybody from PG, DC, Montgomery County used to joan on people? All right. Let's go back. I'm still trying to get Weinstein's TikTok, but that was 20 minutes ago. I don't think we're really going to learn anything from it. I'll see if I can. Doug Weinstein. Oh.
I tried to record this particular. So this is the fourth time I've tried to record this particular video. So maybe I'll get through it this time. Those of you who watched the court proceedings yesterday, or maybe even saw Mr. Harvey's press conference after, know that the plea for Mr. Nichols was a very emotional moment in the courtroom. And you saw that when the cameras were rolling. What people didn't see is when court was adjourned and Mr. Nichols came over and Mr. Harvey, Miss Westmoreland, Mr. Gardner, when it was kind of time for things to wrap up, it was a very, very emotional moment in the courtroom amongst all the lawyers, as well as the as well as the individuals who are defendants in this case. We have been in trial since January of 2023. We have been clustered together in relatively tight quarters, cheek by jowl, for almost 2 years, and fighting this fight, looking out for our clients, getting to know other lawyers' clients, and getting to know all these people. And it's fair to say that this is a situation that I would venture none of us have been in before. And we have grown very close. So yeah, yesterday was a very emotional moment. And it was not captured on camera, and I'm kind of glad, because we were able to be, I don't know, I'm just glad it wasn't captured, but it was very, very moving experience, and one that I am still processing. And I don't believe I'm the only one. And when this whole thing ends up, when the whole thing is complete, that will be another experience to go through. Thank you for letting me bend your ear for a minute on something you may not care about that much. But I wanted to get it off my chest and see if I could get through this whole thing without tearing up a little, which I seem to have finally managed to do. Take care, everyone. Be good to each other. So this is the fourth time I've tried.
Y'all know what? Y'all are gonna hate me for saying this, but let me paint the picture. Let me paint the picture. All my DMV people, I see y'all. Thank you for chiming in. I'm gonna paint the picture for y'all. Y'all are gonna be like, this dude is too much. But you know what? I'm gonna go out on a limb. Doug Weinstein he basically just expressed love, y'all. Love between the clients and the counsel, which is excellent. It's beautiful. These guys have been in the trenches, like the real legal trenches, fighting for these guys' lives for years at this point, right? So when you've seen Bruce Harvey say Mr. Nichols 100 times. You've seen Sharp every time somebody mentions Shannon Stillwell, he's up. You've seen Steele say Mr. Williams 100 times, just the way they say it, like these are their guys. These are their guys, right? This is their guy. And all of the attorneys have done such an excellent job of representing not only their clients, but the legal field. They've done such an excellent job, not only representing their clients, but the legal field. And the reason I said y'all going to hate me is because, how would the movie end, y'all? I always think about this. I know this is people's lives. I know that, it's not a movie, but won't this be a movie? Isn't everybody thinking, people are like, oh, they're going to make a documentary out of this. Well, how does the documentary end? Like, is it Young Thug walking out of the courtroom? Is it him back in the studio making music? Like, they brought us in, us meaning our attention, our emotions, we're wrapped up in this to some extent. They're wrapped up in, the lawyers are wrapped up in this to some extent. The families, of course, to far more of an extent than any of us, the defendants. How will it end? We all think they'll be exonerated or they'll, whatever. But what would be the final scene? What would be the final, what's the outro to this? And I really think that the best outro to me would be one of the prosecutors turning on the prosecution. Not the outro, but maybe like the third act. The third act. So this wouldn't be the actual outro, but it'd be like when the movie is kind of about to start wrapping up. Like one of the prosecutors, you would either find out that they publicly turn on their team or that they privately are doing something to undermine this entire thing that we're seeing. To me, that just feels like it would be kind of like what you would see in the movie, right? In the movie, it would be that one of the prosecutors' heart started to pull him or her away from this unjust thing. And they started to work with the defense, or they started to sabotage the prosecution in such a way that it would allow the defendants a better chance at winning. Thug taking a bath. Yeah, that's if we're in the movie. If we're in the movie and our poll gets into the movie, then yeah, that would be the outro. So isn't that what would happen if this were a movie? Maybe not if it were a documentary, but for sure if it's a movie, if you're writing the movie, who would be the one? Who would be the prosecutor? Would it be? I kind of feel like it would be Hilton. I kind of feel like, I know that's why I said you might be mad at me, but I kind of feel like Hilton, if I'm writing the movie, Hilton would be the one who starts to sabotage this whole thing. That would be how I would write the movie. I would make Hilton the person who, we find out she did it all on purpose, at the end, maybe. Oh, you see Hilton replacing the redacted paper and replacing it with the unredacted paper. And then you see her saying, go ahead, read the next hashtag. And you're like, oh, she did it all on purpose. She wanted this to happen. You know what I'm saying? And everybody was angry with her, but really, she was sabotaging this thing the whole time. I'm not saying that happened, y'all. I'm just saying if I was writing it as a movie, I would show y'all that little bit at the end. And y'all would be like, oh, I hated her, but she was actually the reason that this whole thing fell apart. So if I were writing a movie, I would make Hilton the person who sabotaged the whole thing. And y'all are saying she did it on purpose to hem everybody up, but she actually did it on purpose to bring this whole corrupt thing down. That would be the way I would end my movie up until this point. And everybody who hated her would have to say, now I feel conflicted about Hilton because I certainly don't think she should have done all the things she did. But if it wasn't for her, this whole thing might not have ended the way that I thought it should end. You know what I'm saying? So did Thug take a plea? Everybody, we don't know who took what as of now. We are waiting for court to start. We have about 50 minutes to 3 o'clock. People are saying 3 o'clock. I will go back and check Twitter again. Thugger Daily gave us some indication that Quay, his most recent update was that Quay Huey, why do I want to say Harvey? There are just certain things I want to say that are just wrong. They're incorrect. Thugger Daily saying Quay Huey may be taking a plea. You know what I'm saying? You would have to show in the past how Fania Love had. Yes. Oh. Well, you would have seen during the movie, Lil Woody, you would have seen the times that love yanked on Hilton. You would see Hilton teaching a class and maybe some of her students coming up saying Professor, Miss Hilton, how can you be doing this? This just doesn't seem right. You would see these little hints as you go along. But you would still hate her at the end until you realize that she purposefully put the free Quay there. And you would still be conflicted because you thought she might have done it on purpose, but you didn't know she did it on purpose to tank the case. You thought she did it on purpose to tank the defendants. But then you would have to flip and say, oh, she did do it on purpose, but not for the reason I thought. And then Hilton would become somewhat of a minor hero, even though she had been the villain, or at least part of the villain team during the entire movie. That's how I would do it. At least that's one thought in my mind. Because Hilton seems to have a heart, people. Hilton seems to have a heart to me. What if Love set up Hilton? Oh, that would be interesting. So as of now, y'all, we're seeing that defendant Huey might be about to cop a plea. If Doug didn't kill anybody, can he be sent home? Isaac, Doug is not charged with any killing of anybody. Doug is not charged with that. Doug is charged with conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Now, an overt act in the conspiracy involves many different other crimes, but he's not charged with those crimes. Plea for Quay, my bet 10 years probation, 3 years jail time. Quay number 2. Y'all, I'm not really familiar with Quay number 2. Like, is he a rapper? Has anybody ever heard any of his music? Is he any good? Is Quay number 2 a rapper? Has anybody heard his music? Is any good? I wish we could play music on these streams. This stream would be a true party if I could play music. I'm talking about like artist music. So, see, Fannie Love falsely prosecuted Hilton's father when she was young. This was her get back. Yeah, you know, something like that would be good. I mean, I don't know if they're that old to have done it to her father, but yeah, I see the direction you're taking. Anything like that. I think of everybody, Hilton is the person in my mind who seems the most. She's high enough in the food chain that she wouldn't be like some underling, some low-level person flipping sides where you kind of don't care. You know, like you get some intern or something flipping sides and it's like, you can make a movie out of that, but it wouldn't have the same impact as if it was Hilton, particularly with everybody saying she did it on purpose. That's what sets Hilton up to be the anti-hero, because everybody's been saying she did it on purpose, but they don't understand that her doing it on purpose could have two different interpretations. Her doing it on purpose could be, oh, she just want to get this information in to take these guys down. Yes. But it also could be, oh, she just wants him to say that because she wants this trial to be over. I mean, she did argue against it, but that's her, that's her job, basically. So I'm just saying, y'all, I'm just filling the time with some interesting thoughts. Just getting in, was it me or did it seem like Love was a little confusing? So she did, but she didn't try to stop it. So, she did seem like she had something on her mind, but she didn't try to stop it. Nobody likes Sylvia, just put me in timeout for nothing. Did you say something? Come on, Gemini Rising. Come on, Gemini Rising. You got to give us more than that. What did you do? I'm not saying that you deserved it, but they didn't just randomly put you in timeout, right? Did you say something? What was it that you said? Again, not blaming, just trying to get more context. How was my meal? I didn't really eat much. I get nervous when I leave y'all without my wonderful, entertaining personality. So I just ate a couple of bites and came back. But thank you. Yeah, y'all don't want to bash Sylvia here, okay? Let's not bash Sylvia. I know people have their issues with her. I've never had anything but good experience with Sylvia, but I haven't had a lot of personal experiences. But she always gives me a lot of love when I'm on her channel. Not on her channel, but in the chat. Whose charges were more serious, Huey or Williams? I think Shannon has the worst charges, right? I know that's not your question, Tiffany. We can take a look at the indictment. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right. Marquavius Huey counts. Whoa. Whoa. Huey on everything. Yo. Huey is on everything. Him and Christian Eppinger. He and Christian Eppinger are on everything. Y'all, that's how DC area people say it. Everything. Everything. Uri. That's a Uri thing. Y'all don't fall me for that if I got that one wrong. He on everything. Y'all seeing this? Your boy Christian Eppinger is on all of this stuff. He on about 10, 12 charges, 15. But I think your boy Huey got him beat. Huey is on literally everything. Y'all. My man on count 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 44, 45, 46. Do y'all want to read out what all those counts are? I'm going to open this up in another window so I can read those while I'm looking at this. Y'all, we about to look and actually see everything that your boy Huey is on, all these counts. Court has not started yet. Look like we have some time. We about to rock. Okay. Marquavius Huey. He's on count number 1. Let me put this over here. Your boy Marquavius is on count. All right, I got to get back. All right, hold up. Here we go. I just got to get everything straight. So let me get Mr. Huey. Slide Life Shouty. Okay. Marquavius Huey is on count 1. Conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. He's on count number 3. Armed robbery. He's on count number 4. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. 5, 6, and 7. Aggravated assault with deadly weapon. Possession of firearm during the commission of a felony. Now another one of those. Two counts the same thing. He's on number 14. Armed robbery. He's on number 15. Another armed robbery. He's on number 16. Another aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He's on number 17. Another aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. He's on number 18. Hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree. He's on number 19. Possession of firearm during commission of a felony. Number 20, 21, 22, 23. 20. Possession of firearm during felony. 21, 22, 23 are all participation in criminal street gang. He's on number 44. Possession of weapon by incarcerated individuals. So this means, I guess, he was actually in prison or in jail and had a weapon. 45, possession of a telecommunication device by incarcerated individual. And number 46, participation in criminal. So I don't see a murder charge on him. Sorry, y'all. I'm eating some sunflower seeds. I don't see a murder charge. Anybody have any information that he has a murder charge on him? Because I don't see one. Yeah, probably a shank. No court so far. We've been rocking and rolling since 8:30, 8:45 today. Anybody have any information that Huey was charged with the M word? Because he about to get off easier than the other Huey. He about to get off easier than the other Huey, the other Quay. Excuse me. He about to get off easier than the other Quay, y'all. I don't know that. I'm speculating. But does anybody have information he had an M charge on him? Let me see something. Says no. Rena, you saying he doesn't have a murder charge? If he doesn't, shouldn't he just be about to be like, yo, just walk him out the door now? Like, he's free. Yeah, he draws the line. They should just let that, they should just, based on what they gave the other Quay, they should actually say, Quay, you got credit for the next crime. Like, you actually spent too much time in jail, so whatever next crime you commit, you already served part of that. So we're going to give you a year off whatever your next crime is. I'm like, yo, can I just go home? Can I just go home now? Like, you know how when you take something back to certain stores, they give you like a store credit? Quay gonna go home with store credit. He gonna be like, whatever my next crime is, I already served a year of that. That's the type of deals they're giving out, y'all. They about to give Cuz some store credit off his next crime. Hopefully Cuz doesn't have any more crimes, y'all. All right. Sorry. I know this is not the most professional thing to be cracking sunflower seeds on stream, but can we check Shannon? If you can do it, I'd appreciate it. That's not, I don't know that that's totally, if you're talking about the electronic sheet, I'm not sure that that's totally reliable right now. Yeah, make a business out of it. Like, you could bank some of your time for the next crime. We'll just take that off. We'll just take this off of your next crime. Yeah, we live right now. Court is not live. They're in there. This live has devolved to me eating sunflower seeds in front of y'all. We're hearing that Quay Huey is set to accept a plea shortly. Is there anything new from TD? Nothing new. So we're hearing that Quay Huey might be about to accept a plea. Miss Lily has gifted a membership. Let's thank you to Miss Lily. Appreciate it. Valley, I don't know. I think Cuz gonna walk out of it today. He doesn't have a murder charge. I didn't see one. Yeah. Yeah. What if you could like do time for somebody else's crime? I can imagine a society where we would allow that to happen. I can imagine a society where we would allow somebody. Oh, Shireen, thank you. Thank you so much. We have another person who will receive another free or gifted membership, I should say. And yeah, y'all, please do hit the like button. We over here, we're getting progressively more delirious as we wait for court today. We've had many side conversations, and now we're proposing. Among our side conversations today were, what would you do if you first got out of jail or prison? When you first got out of jail or prison, what would you do? Take a bath. Like most people want to just take a bath. I said I would go get some food. We talked about my theory that in the movie, Hilton would have secretly been a hero, and she would have actually tanked the case on purpose while everybody thought she was evil, which she would have been for part of the movie, but she would have had a change of heart. And now I'm eating sunflower seeds in front of y'all, and we're talking about a hood credit system where you get credit toward your next criminal charge. You get that taken off of the time. That's what it looked like Quay is about to get. Yeah. Quay, looking at the deal Quay yesterday got, he got 7 years on a murder. No, they just dropped the murder. This Quay has a reasonable reason to say, not only do you need to let me go today, but because we can't go back in time, I would like a year off whatever I do in the future. He has a reason to say that. So I want to bank a year just in case I get in trouble again. We'll take it off of that. Yeah. Hilton would wind up being like the CEO of Slime Life Records or something. Oh. And then she should be doing the nose wipe. She should be doing a nose wipe with everybody in the final scene. Thug should be rapping. And he should be like in the midst of whatever. She should be in a studio. Everybody who stayed down should be in a studio, and they should all do a nose wipe at the end together and then fade to black. That's the end of the movie. Do hit the like, people. Quay definitely and possibly Lil Rod and Thug maybe pleading out. Shannon Yak left. This is information I saw on the lead attorney. I guess they have a person in the know. Quay definitely. Okay. So we've been working with that. And possibly Lil Rod. Lil Rod left the court today. And Thug maybe. But see, ATF, that just leaves us with what we are looking at on Thugger Daily, which is just Quay. Because possibly and maybe that goes for everybody. Everybody possibly and maybe. Right? Or am I tripping? I know I've been saying that about a lot of kind of the breaking news, y'all, but I think we all agree and we all already know that maybe right now Thug is possibly working on his plea deal. I mean, I think everybody's actually waiting. If I'm not tripping, I think we're all kind of waiting for court to start, and we're kind of anticipating that Thug might be taking a deal today. Supposedly, record label executives or people from his record label showed up at court today. Court is closed. They haven't let the media in. Why would these people show up? So I think we're all waiting for Thug to announce his deal today, probably. We need a slime emoji. Hint, hint. Should I make an emoji? Miss Lily, this is what I need you to do. Find a slime image. All right, I'm going back down to my seated position, y'all. Find a slime image, Miss Lily. Find a slime image that you want me to make into an emoji, and I'll do it right away. Oh, I love this. I can stand up and sit down 1,000 times a day. This is so Perfect. Fatty, how do you go from eating a meal to siege? Now I want some. I don't know if you're calling me fatty or what, but these seeds are part of my meal. I love these. Okay. Hilton was telling old boy to read the hashtag fishing for mistrial. That seemed like prosecutorial misconduct to get right, Tiffany. But if we're talking about the movie, I know you probably are not. But if I'm talking about the movie, she would be trying to get the mistrial because she wants it over, not so they can start over again. You feel me? I know we're not necessarily all about the movie, but shoot, we're just filling the time here. If we're talking about the movie, she wants the mistrial because she wants this thing done. If we're talking about real life, then I get it. A lot of people are saying she wanted him to read that because she wanted, I don't know. Did she want the mistrial? Some people think she wants the mistrial so they can start over because they're losing. Some people think she wants to paint the defendants in a bad light. He better not accept nothing. Eric you just came with the force. Eric like, nah, Mike. Nah, Mike. A lot of people saying, I think you agreeing. Jackie, that can be interpreted many different ways. And I'm going to just leave it at that. We really just created a whole beginning timeline plot twist and surprise. And yeah, I'm saying, wouldn't that be great? That would be so freaking great, y'all. If that was the end of the movie. Oh my gosh. Particularly because everybody would be so invested in hating Hilton. Like y'all told me the other day, and I was surprised, like people really not hate, but dislike Hilton. Everybody would be so invested. Nobody would see that twist coming. Nobody would see it coming. Yeah, I don't get it. I don't know. We'll have to see. So we're not speculating. I guess we are speculating a little bit. We are speculating. You're right. I was about to defend us against the speculation, but we certainly are. That's all we can do for right now. I think the plea he took was the best deal for him. His lawyer got him a good deal. He 100% coming home within 9 to 18 months. He's done YSL, grown up, moving on with his life from Tennessee. Thank you, Andy. I definitely hope homeboy is like able to just put himself in that right position. And he did, sometimes it's like a been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? Anybody ever get to that point in life where you like, I see why that thing is attractive, but I just been there, done that, and I'm just not trying to go in that direction. I think that's kind of like how Gucci Mane got. That's why I mentioned Gucci earlier. Like I said, if I'm Nichols, I'm trying to get as close to Gucci or somebody like that as possible. That's going to be my role model. Hopefully that person is real and they aren't hiding something, so I could just really vibe out on, like, if they could do it, I could do it. You need a role model. Ain't he the one that got charged? Yeah. You talking about this guy? I think his family members got charged. That's not good. In the movie I made, Hilton, the hero sabotaging case, also show the current corruption in the judiciary. Yeah, that's kind of the same thing I said, except she would originally have been the Hilton we've seen the whole time, but she would have kind of learned the error of her ways. She would have learned the error of her ways along the way. I should produce it. That would be a good movie. But y'all now everybody knows the ending. Yeah, nose white. Somebody said she would get slimed, and that makes me think of another type of movie. But I'll leave it at that. Watching from New Zealand. Thank you. Appreciate it. I think that lawyer has become a father Luke figure, and he's helping mentor him and teach him become a great man. Yeah, he just gotta get away from the streets. He's got to get away from the streets. Like, the problem is most of these guys probably have to end their friendship, y'all. Like, most of these guys probably need to, I don't know how friendly they are or they will be, but I think most of these guys need to end their friendship and all need to find new friends who don't have the same challenges and troubles and past that they have. Thug might be a little different because there's really no evidence he's on trial for anything. But these guys with the M charges and armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon, all that, these guys don't need to get together anymore. They need to they each need to find other groups of people to be around. That's my opinion, but you know. Huey and friends got popped for paying the guard $17,000. All right, so Norm, if he's gonna take a deal, do you think his attorneys are gonna insist that they wrap that in? 17 G's? Yo, what kind of, he must have been wanting to sell the drugs on the inside. No way I'm paying $17,000 just to get high. Yeah, all of them need to find new homies. They need to probably not associate too much together. Oh yeah, Monk Tonk. Y'all, you know what? In every movie, that would have to be part 2, Zipper. In every movie, in every realistic movie, there's something sad. It can't be all happy. It's not a total vindication because the world is not like that. And at least in part 1, that's another closing scene, you know. You see Monk Tonk in there. He might have a little beanie on. Maybe he a Muslim now. He might be reading the Quran. He might be praying. You know what I'm saying? But you'll understand, dang, that's right, Monk Tonk is in prison. The closing scenes would have to remind you that Monk Tonk is in prison. The closing scenes would maybe show the families of the victims, you know, searching for answers and meaning in this whole thing. There would be still victims and there would still be sadness and tragedy. You know what I'm saying? Part 2, maybe Monk Tonk gets out and tries to put himself back together. But nah, Monk Tonk gonna be Monk Tonk he's just at this point, he's just you almost see him kind of like a victim, even though you know he was out there doing what he was doing. Excuse me. Sent me 3. Where would that be? On Twitter? Let me see. Would this be on Twitter, Miss Lily? Where'd you send him? He got 5 years. If we talking about Monk Tonk. Y'all give me a quick second.
Total.
Give me a quick second. I'll be right back.
Lyrics or songs has Jeffrey Williams made?
I have no idea. I don't keep up with it. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. And you may have the same answer, so I apologize. How many songs or has he put out or a record label put out for public consumption besides how many were made, if you know?
I don't know.
Okay. I'm not just including it to you.
Yo, she's one of my favorite. She's one of my favorite. This is one of my favorite cross examinations. Her whole thing, y'all. Literally, from Steele through apt to sharp. This is one of my favorite cross examinations. Like, it's just so entertaining to watch this lady. Okay, I'll go with the slime. Well, let me see the other one, Miss Lily. Yo, this lady, I see the slime, the green frowny face. But yeah, I love, because you know why I like it? Because they're going in on her and they're getting her. But she's to me kind of like half nonchalant about it. You know what I mean? Like, she's not flustered like, oh, you know, it's just, she's, I don't know. Like, you know, like, I don't know. Don't know, don't care. Like that. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I kind of took it. Like, I don't know, don't care, don't even want to know type of thing. She never got flustered, but it was so clear that whatever it is, she should have known to testify the way she was testifying. I'm not saying she doesn't know anything, but for the testimony she was making, there's a lot she should know. And she didn't know it. And it was just funny. You know what I mean? Detective Dennis. What are you saying? That's your favorite, Jackie? P. Evans, happy birthday. Is today your birthday? Is today your actually your actual birthday, P. Evans? If today is your actual birthday, then we need to wish you a happy birthday. All right. Everybody, yeah. Oh, Detective Dennis was your favorite? Why was Detective Dennis your favorite? Why was Detective Dennis your favorite? Oh my gosh. See, Be Rich, now you're starting to show. You know how movies start off good or a TV show starts off good, and then part two sometimes is like even better. Part two sometimes even better, and it makes more money. And then part three kind of keeps the magic, but it's like, you know, it's good, but and then by part four, you're like, all right, they're clearly out of ideas. Be Rich, you just blessed us with the, you know, the part four idea where people will be like, yo, what? You know, you'd have the core fans like, you know, debating if this is the actual lore of the real thread, or, you know, when did the lore end? Was it with part 1, 2, or 3? By the time we get to part 4, we got Monk Tunk's lawyer getting charged with Rico. We got Melnick getting his license back, finally able to represent somebody, and he represents Monk Tunk's lawyer. Yeah, exactly. 40 years old. Pete Evans, congratulations. Yeah, somehow time travel gets introduced. Like Melnick discovers like a magical gavel that makes every argument make sense to the jury or something, but he can only use it once, you know, something like that. His mentor says, you know, this gavel has been passed down since the Roman times or something like that. And you like, what? Like, we started this thing off with Thug and Woody, and now we're talking about a magical gavel passed down through the years since the Roman times. You like, yo, this movie series is done, son. Then somebody come and try to reboot it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, exactly. Part 5, you got Brian still representing Love and Hilton versus Fonnie or something. And people are like, yo, what? Why do they still keep making these movies? Then the director comes out and says, you know, I mean, I think we're still connecting with the audience. And you're like, what? Yeah. Somebody gonna make a movie about this, though. There's no doubt about it. There's absolutely going to be a movie about this, y'all. All right, so we have 12 minutes till 3 o'clock. So maybe we should make a game plan if 3 o'clock. I think we're going to rock till about 3:15. If we don't have anything by 3:15, I think that's going to be an indication nothing's happening today. If we don't have anything by 3:15, I think it seems like this trial wants to end, though. It seems like this trial wants to end. It doesn't, they haven't had court in a week. And it seems like this trial wants to end. I'm just looking at X right now and eating some sunflower seeds. Kathy Russin has not updated since Lil Rod left because of a toothache. Oh, we do have an update. Uh-oh. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Y'all, we have an update. About to show y'all right now. Check this out. Read that. Huey's family is at the courthouse. Huey's family is at the courthouse, people. Marquavius Huey's family is at the courthouse. Looks like he'll be the next one to plead out. We may have a live stream soon. So she's keeping us informed. We want to thank her. Looks like today's about the other Quay, y'all. Explain why you say it'll be a win for the state, B. Rich. Why would it be a major win for the state that they let this guy out of prison? How is that a major win? I'm asking legitimately. I'm asking legitimately, like, why would this guy get going home today? What you just said is time served plus 10 years. Now, you would have to ask if he's still going to face other charges, but they're probably just going to wrap up whatever he has into this. Okay, but I get that they want thug. I get that part. But B. Rich did not put in the write-up that he had to testify or something. Now, if you say he has to testify, okay, then I agree with you. That would be a loss for the defense. 2 Quays or no 2 Quays, no longer the question. Yeah, it looks like there's not going to be any Quays. You made it to 40. You are special, P. P, what are you going to do to celebrate your birthday? Andre says he thinks the prosecution is doing damage control, but also greedy. Greedy? Because they waste so much time and money. They have the nerve to still want to look okay. They definitely are doing damage control. This trial could have ended with either one of those quays. All right, I'm gonna go with that one, Miss Lily. That's the one I'm going with. That most recent one. I like that one the best. All right, so there are two defendants pleading to RICO charges, fuels, or fire for the state. They will most certainly use this for trial. Version 2 if they get a mistrial. I would imagine that because these guys have worked together so long, any plea that they take probably would probably be under consultation with the other guys. I mean, I don't know. I can't say that for sure, and it's certainly not my place to insist on that, but I kind of feel like any plea that they take would be in consultation with the other guys. If that's true, then you have a situation where the sorry, y'all, I'm working on an emoji for our members. Shireen, thank you for gifting a membership. Whoever just got that membership from Shireen, you in about 2 minutes are going to be able to put some slime all over the chat. You are very close to being able to slime the chat. You have no idea how close sliming the chat is to our new member. Let's see who our new member is. Rochelle Bailey, are you there? Can you say thank you to Shireen Hall? Shireen Hall. I think I'm saying that right. Rochelle Bailey, you are so close to being able to slime this chat. You have no clue. It's like coming up within milliseconds. Anybody else who wants to slime the chat, just join. Everybody who is a member should be able to slime the chat at this point. If you're a member, you should be able to slime the chat. You might need to refresh, though. Let me see. Maybe I'll be the first person to do it. Oh, crap. There you go. Antoinette figured it out. Antoinette's the first person who slimed the chat. Very good. It's working. So, can I ask y'all a question? If we do see a deal from Quay Nichols today, Quay Huey, we saw a deal from Quay Nichols yesterday. If we see a deal from Quay Huey today, wouldn't my theory, it'll be bolstered, right? It doesn't mean I'm right. Rena, just become a member. You can slime. You can even tell me what emoji you want. We have more emojis we've gained in membership. It's like $3 a month or something. Less than a cup of coffee. It's legitimately less than a cup of coffee. And you can let me know, and I'll throw the emoji you want on there. Yeah, the page one is page one is tripping. The page one is tripping. I love that one. No problem, Ms. Lily. All right, y'all. So we've been going from 9 to 3. So we 3 hours, more than 3 hours deep into the day. Excuse me, more than 6 hours deep. 3 before the break and 3 after. We still have no court. We have lots of rumorings about Quay being Huey being the next person who will probably take a deal. We're just waiting to get the official word that is happening and for the court. All right, y'all. I'm gonna hang out. We're gonna hang out till 3:30. If 3:30 on the dot, we don't have some activity, then I'm just gonna watch somebody else's stream just like y'all do. I have a banner for that. Anybody who wants to become a member, we are certainly happy to have you do it. Let me give you, okay, this is the banner for iPhone users. This was developed by the illustrious Miss Lily. So, iPhone users, you can't just go to a link, I don't think. But let me see. I'll drop it anyway. Can't hurt. I'm about to drop the link to become a member, y'all. All right. Give me a sec. All right, here it is. This is the link. If you can do it this way, if you're on an iPhone, you probably cannot do it that way. If you're on iPhone, let me drop this link. Let me get it. Just a sec. Live. All right, here we go. Sorry, y'all. This is kind of taking a while. All right, so we're going to hang till 3:30, y'all. We're going to see. We're going to see if we can get. There you have it. Okay. So we're going to see if we can if we get any activity by 3:30. Let's see if we get any new posts. Miss Sylvia says Thug's manager is in the courthouse, apparently. Miss Sylvia says Thug's manager is in the courthouse. Rena, you did it. Thank you. That was a quick turnaround. So Rena pulled it off. Very good. Thank you. Now you can slime people. What would Thug's manager being in the courthouse mean? Is it just this? Is this just one of the days that people decided to go down to the court? Or are we about to witness the final act of this trial where there might be multiple pleas, including Thug, including Quay? What? So they didn't let anybody in there to see it? How is Miss Sylvia? Let me take a look. All right, Miss Sylvia says they're waiting for the hearing. Remember, the two defendants are set, but the judge still needs to approve them. I knew he was next. Lil Rod said not gonna wait too long. So y'all think Lil Rod really did take a plea? Y'all, this all coming to an end now. Is this gonna end now? Y'all, I ain't gonna lie to him. It would be some bull if everybody took 5 years with time served. How many millions of dollars did they spend on this? On both sides? Probably 5, really, or more. I heard 3 taking pleas today, Thug, and another not gonna plea. From the way Yak Gotti's lawyer's been talking, he doesn't look like he's wanting to plea. Yeah, Yak has not seemed like he wanted to plea based on the way Weinstein's been talking. Thug not taking a plea, I don't see it. The DA wants Thug, they won't give him a plea. They'll use the other pleas as a way to taint the jury. I don't think the jury's there. But if Rod, well, I don't think the jury's there anyway. JBL got another new miembro. Thank you so much. Sylvia's in court. She can record in the courthouse, but not in the courtroom. That's my understanding. I think she can record in the courthouse because she, if you remember, the judge even says she can record from the media room, if I'm not mistaken. So she is not prohibited from recording in the courthouse. She just can't take her electronic devices in the courtroom where Paige Whitaker is. So I think Miss Sylvia could report. I don't know if she could report from the hallway or vestibule or whatever other part of the court there is. C, is that Salone? Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Gifted a membership. Thank you so much. Gifted another membership. Double thanks. Y'all, we getting a little bit of a membership wave going. Appreciate everybody gifting memberships. Gilly just became a member. Got a membership wave, y'all. We got a wave of membership. So thank you for C. Salone for gifting a couple of memberships. We got Gilly. We got JBL who just joined us. And we also had Rena join us earlier. So our little family is growing over here, people. A little growth to the fam. Now I feel like I'm going to have to stay on past 3:30, even if we don't have court. Y'all have convinced me that I have to just hang out. No matter how long it takes. It does. Do y'all feel like got a nice little Rico brewing? Yeah. This is a pattern of gaining memberships in furtherance of a YouTube channel. Y'all, this is a pattern of gaining memberships in furtherance of a YouTube channel. Good thing I'm not in Georgia. Thank y'all for rocking with the channel. Make sure your gift option is turned on too. I almost missed it. Yes. You have to be able to receive the membership, which is kind of strange, but you do have to turn on the option to receive a membership. So Thug's manager is in the courthouse, y'all, apparently. We have a lot of activity that seems to indicate that we are going to be seeing at least one, if not 2 or 3 plea deals today. Thug Sleuths gang. The Thug Sleuths. From the families, 2 plea deals were accepted. Huey and Lil Rod, we are waiting on the hearing. Stay tuned for updates from Sylvia. So y'all, there is a lot of chatter at the moment that Lil Rod and Huey are both out or getting out. That would leave Thug, Yak, and Shannon. That would leave Thug, Yak, and Shannon. The 3 musketeers. That would leave Thug, Yak, and Shannon, y'all. How do y'all feel about that? This trial is just too much. Huey's family is there. You have it. Kathy Russin says, is anybody emotional right now? Any emotions? I don't mean sad. I don't mean I just mean any emotion as it relates to this information. Anybody feel anxiety? Anybody feel sad? Anybody feel relieved? Anybody feel what kind of feelings are y'all feeling? I'll tell you, for me, again, y'all forgive me for using the movie analogy. I'm not trying to trivialize what everybody's going through, but this is just how my brain thinks sometimes, okay? So it's not trivializing it. I know it's not a movie. I know it's not games. I know it's not fun. So just let me express myself. I feel like it's the point of a movie where uncertainty sets in. Like you've been uncertain, but you get some certainty, which makes the part that's uncertain feel more uncertain. What am I talking about? I'm saying you got Quay. He's gone. He's smiling. He's hugging his lawyer. His lawyer's crying. His lawyer's saying he can have a happy future. And we all want that for him, I think. And we all hope as much as we can hope for another person who we don't even know. We hope that he makes the right decisions and he's gone. Then today you get 2 more reports of 2 more guys who might be gone. We don't know right now exactly what the details of that may be. But you start to think like, yeah, but that's leaving like the core crew. It's the core crew. So it's not like Thug and then Lil Rod and then one of the Quays. You know what I'm saying? It would be interesting lineup, but it's like the rock solid core crew. It's Yak, SB, and Thug. Now, are they the best of friends? We don't know. But they're the guys who've been most mentioned during this trial. They're the ones who've had the lawyers who have been most prominent during this trial. So from the perspective of us watching, Yak, SB, and Thug, their lawyers have been most prominent, and they seem to have been kind of like the nucleus of the defense. So you kind of got this guy gone, you got that guy gone, and it looks like you're gonna have the other guy gone, but you're left with that core, the superhero team, lawyer-wise in particular. You know what I'm saying? And it's a little anxious, I think. It's a little anxious because you do ask yourself the question, are the remaining 3 going to all put their backs to each other and fight off the enemies that are coming at them from all sides? Or are you going to see that one of the remaining 3 or even 2 are going to drift off? You know what I'm saying? So it's a little bit anxious in that sense that if this is true, Lil Rod and Huey, you kind of got rid of the guys who maybe seem like they shouldn't even have been on this trial in the first place. I don't know. And then, not that anybody should be on the trial, but I'm saying the core nucleus seems to be Yak, SB, and Thug, and that would be who's left. So, I don't know. Can't with the chewing. Yeah, I feel you. Neither can I. Aloha. Rita, aloha. Are you in Hawaii? Yeah, I don't know if I want to call them the leaders, but yeah, I get you. I catch your drift. I get used to certain chat folks in here. Y'all, we kind of a motley crew of people over here. This is definitely not the place that you come to have a button-up shirt on and a tie. I'll put it like that. I just feel I feel you, LTO, but we just don't know what we don't know, right? I think I have a lot of curiosity, like curiosity as it relates to the other 3, particularly Thug. Like, he might have a deal on the table too. We just don't know, right? We don't know if he has a deal on the table. I need to stop. What do you do, Avery? What do you do? What's your job? You don't have to say where you work, but like, what's your job position or your job title? Just because they took a plea don't mean they told. No, that's totally 100%. I'm not even thinking about them telling. Not because it doesn't matter. It just didn't cross my mind that they might have to tell. What if they do have to tell? Now you've introduced that into my mind. I wasn't even thinking about that. Only because his homies really explain because still nothing on Law and Crime. Y'all should be happy this is finally ending. There are signs that it's ending. There are signs that it's ending. I don't want no deal for Thug. I want him free, time served, and or probation. But that would be a deal, Andre. Only way Thug gets probation is if he loses, Andre. You understand? Thug can't get a deal. He can't get probation unless he loses. Taking a deal, you might not call it a loss, but that's a conviction. So let me rephrase. Only way Thug gets probation is if he is convicted. Only way he gets time served is if he's convicted. So the only two ways he could possibly either get time served or probation is a deal where he pleads out or if he loses at trial. So if you don't want him to take a deal, but you do want him to get time served, then that means he has to take the trial out to the end and just lose. There's no other way for him to get time served or probation. Either a plea deal or he loses at trial. So keep that in mind. Yeah, if you don't want him to lose or be convicted, then essentially you just want him to continue with the trial and just win. That's the only other option. Mistrial with prejudice, that's the only way he can get out free. Well, Andre said he wants to either get probation or time served. So my point there was you only get that by losing. You either give up and lose or you continue to fight and you lose. Now, there's other ways he could get free, but if mistrial with prejudice would not leave him in a position where he's on probation, it kind of would be like time served, but not really because he wouldn't have a conviction. So he will have served time. No matter how you slice it, you can't go back and unserve the time. Yeah, if you want him free, the only way he'll be free. Okay, but he could be free with a plea deal, though, Andre. He could be, the plea deal could be, I admit to certain crimes and then the penalty is time served and now I'm free today. But he's still convicted. He's still a convict, well, a felon probably. We don't know what the deal would be. If they give him a misdemeanor or something, that would kind of be like a slap in the face. I mean, not that I want him to get more than that, but it would be like, yo, all this and y'all weren't even serious. So I kind of think that the prosecution's in a tough spot because the more lenient they go on Thug, the happier his fans will be, but his fans will also be unhappy that they did all this for nothing. So they kind of in a catch-22. I particularly feel for the defense attorneys the possibility of affecting the outcome of another defendant bar colleague has. Yes, I agree with that. I totally agree with that. And this might also be something to be studied, Be Rich, if they're able to walk that line and get everybody a reasonable outcome. They would be prime candidates to write a book on negotiating, on working in teams, on leadership, on handling high stress situations, on all of that stuff. If they're able to get all 6 defendants adjudicated without turning on each other and work together essentially from day one until this is all done, those guys would need to write a book or several books for that matter. And because they would have knowledge and information that should be studied. So we'll see if they're able to pull it off. Does the defense know that Love is a Brady Lister? Oh, I would think they know that. Grant, the mistrial. Remember, Gemini, the mistrial that's on the table right now is without prejudice. Is not with prejudice. The mistrial that's on the table right now does not have prejudice, and therefore means that the trial can be started again. Mr. Ryan. Do y'all think it's possible? Sorry, y'all, I'm scrolling on Twitter. Do y'all think it's possible that this trial continues with why would Thug's manager be there? Why would Thug's manager be there? I don't know, people. I'm about to check and see who's still streaming. Did everybody hang out? Are all the streamers still going? Let's take a look. Infamous Sylvia's live. Dang, I must be. Millionaire Mel is live. Oh, Millionaire Mel, I know her. The lead attorney's live. Lead has a co-host. I need to get me a co-host. I could go a lot longer if I had a co-host. Cat Not Williams is still live. Cat's good with no co-host. Cat just be running. Exactly. They can't be too nice to status, but yeah. So you see what I'm saying? Like if the deals are too lenient and too favorable, wouldn't that make y'all got to understand the expectations of the population too. Do y'all see how we as a population are a bit fickle? We're a bit all over the place because wouldn't the same people who want Thug to get off, wouldn't they also be upset if he's getting off too easy? Because then they would say, well, if you're able to let him off that easy, why did you even keep him on trial the whole time? You see what I mean? So you'd wind up the same person who wants Thug off and wants him off easy also doesn't want to see him get off easy, not because of him, but they don't want the prosecution to have done all of this for nothing. Because that is one of those things where it's like, well, y'all could have done this the whole time. So it's kind of like, I think the precedence takes what's more important is to see Thug go home. I think everybody would agree with that. But I also think the prosecution is going to face a lot of criticism if they don't make a show of having tried to, whatever, because people gonna be like, so you mean to tell me all this time you didn't even, you know what I'm saying? That's the issue that the prosecution has right now. The state doesn't care about the crimes committed. They care about the notoriety. They want Thug and will let real criminals let real criminals go to achieve that. So let's say you're right. What is Thug's manager doing there today? Again, not that his manager doesn't have a right or whatever to go, but is there anything special about today is the question. Is there anything special about today? Everybody's saying Huey. Everybody's saying Huey. Prosecution budget running. Y'all know that they still have to. How many trials did not happen so that this trial could happen, y'all? Can we say conservatively there are somewhere between 25 and 50 trials that probably didn't happen so that this one can happen? So let's say 25. Conservatively, there might be about 25 over a year's time, 20, 25, up to who knows how many. 20, 25, up to who knows how many. Yeah, one every week or two, right? Because some trials would have been a day or 2 days. Some trials would have lasted a week, maybe. You wouldn't have gotten a lot of 2-week trials, probably. So aren't we saying that in order to make this trial happen, the county of Fulton County postponed, rescheduled, or otherwise did not move forward with somewhere around 20 plus 20, 25, 30 trials? Come on, man. 20, 25, 30 trials or more, whatever the number is going to be. Come on, man. Now these guys are going to, now every criminal who gets a RICO is going to be calling Weinstein, Sharp, Harvey, Steele. These guys are going to be like, hello, their rates just went up. Sorry. Yeah, that was last. Yeah, that was my rate before, y'all. Sorry. Did you see what I just did? Did you see what I just did? I'm sorry. I can't work with everybody. My rates went up. I'm going to have to go ahead and raise my rates on you. Yeah, it was $1,000 an hour. Now it's $1,500, 50% increase. Did you see the deal I just got, my peoples? This was the biggest, longest lasting trial in history of the state of Georgia. My rates went up. That's just what happened, y'all. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to raise their rates, but they certainly could. They could raise their rates to whatever they want right now. Once this is all over and they get these successful outcomes, Mr. Harvey could raise his rates tomorrow. Today. Miss Westmoreland could raise her rates today. Yeah, see, I don't know. I think Steele is a Georgia. He's a Georgia lawyer. I don't know if Steele is a federal lawyer. Though I'm sure he could probably pull it off, but there's a whole different type of Steele. So everybody let me know, is Steele a federal lawyer as well? He might very well be. He helped Rollo out. Yeah, no, Rollo was in the feds. So Steele probably does practice federal law. Still probably does practice federal law because Rollo was on a federal case. They already the most expensive in Georgia. You think rates ain't going up, Air Hall? You think the rates ain't about to go up? Still's a federal lawyer. You think the rates aren't going up? It's not fair. I mean, I shouldn't say it's not unfair either. You charge what you want, but it's not going to be fair to the people who can't afford it. It's not going to help them at all. But I win this case and I get that favorable ruling, and I know the next case I take I might be gone for a year. Yo, whatever. I hope you got that. I hope you got that long money, because you about to come up off of it. Okay, yeah. So y'all corrected me. I think I already corrected myself. Steele is a federal lawyer. Oh man, is he gonna take on the Dirk, y'all? Oh, is that it? But Dirk is in California too, so Steele would have to move. He probably could do the initial stuff from Georgia, but once it's time for trial, he would have to be out there every day. How long would the Dirk trial last? I'm about to ask ChatGPT. Yeah, I saw Rollo there in the picture. I'm about to ask ChatGPT how long would a federal murder for hire trial typically last when you have multiple people who were involved and may testify. Let's say 4 people involved who may testify and 1 multimillionaire who they're all trying to pin it on. How long would that trial typically last? Not going to be no year. I know that. ChatGPT says, federal murder for hire trial involving multiple people. Give me, okay, I know all of this stuff. Just give me an estimate. 4 to 8 weeks. Yeah, that sounds about right. 1 to 2 months sounds about right. We got court. All right, let's do it. I'm on it. Oh. What's up, baby? Come give me a huggy. We got court. All right. Let me close this stuff out. How you doing?
Good. Tomorrow is a book fair day, so I can dress up as anyone from a book.
Yeah, Rose told me that. That's for you too? All right, baby. I'm on live. I'll talk to you in a few. Okay. All right. We got court. We don't have any activity. We are live. I have my sound on. We just don't have any activity yet. Dirk is cooked. I don't know. Messenger. I don't know if Dirk is cooked. Dirk, you know why I say that? And I made a video about this. I don't know if Dirk is cooked because so many people have made that same kind of accusation about Thug, y'all. Haven't we learned anything about prejudging the evidence? And I know it's a federal case and the Fed's 97%, blah, blah, blah. I mean, does it really matter? Until the evidence is presented at trial, I think we should be more cautious believing any of the evidence until it's presented at trial. I think we should. Jay Ist went live. I don't know who Jay Ist is. I just think we need to be more cautious. Now, personally, I would say if the evidence that they've discussed is true, not true because obviously they're painting a picture, but if they have the evidence they've mentioned, then it seemed like Dirk's in a lot of trouble. But people have been saying they got wiretaps. I haven't seen that. I really don't know where people got that from. I looked at the indictment. I didn't see any wiretaps. So I'm not totally sure where people got the idea that they're wiretaps, but maybe there are. Maybe I'm terrific. All right, let's get a poll going. Oh, shoot. This sucks. All right, I'm gonna do a poll on my other one. Dirk is finished. People will just not let Dirk not be finished. People absolutely must insist that Dirk is done. We do have some movement. I'm trying to get myself set up over here. Why am I nervous? This trial has messed up my life. Not your whole life. We don't want your whole life to be messed up. So y'all, do y'all know who Neek at Night is? Y'all know who Neek at Night is? I was on Neek at Night last night. And Neek said that, let me see. Neek said that she was so nervous yesterday when Mr. Nichols came up because she just kept listening to see if he was going to say he was going to testify that so many of the different things he did say and so many things that happened, she didn't catch it because she was just waiting to hear him say if he was going to testify or not. I thought that was funny. I just thought that was funny. Nick was like, yo, I'm just trying to know if he gonna rap. I'm gonna have to take a look at the Dirk stuff, people. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. All right, so are we basically gonna all say and agree that Dirk is just intelligence-wise? Because what he's accused of, people, is doing some very unintelligent stuff. I'm not defending Dirk. All right, so let's not do that one. I am not defending Dirk. I'm really asking a question. I said let's reserve judgment because doesn't what he's accused of, doesn't it seem almost too dumb to be real? I mean, we're watching the YSL Rico trial. He has to, doesn't he know Thug? So we're literally watching the YSL Rico trial. Dirk is watching Thug go through a lot of this in part because Thug rented a vehicle. And so wouldn't it seem almost impossible that Dirk is going to do something on a credit card that is in his name or his company name? I mean, Serena says not money is pride. Yeah, I know they aren't that smart. I mean, I shouldn't. That's like a general statement. I know a lot of rappers are not the brightest people. But you're talking about street smarts at this point. You're talking about street smarts. And I have to imagine that street smarts wise, he wouldn't be that dumb. I know that's a kind of a jacked up way to say it. But I have to imagine that street smarts wise, he wouldn't be that dumb. Yeah, 2000. What was it? 2000. What was the year? 2020 or 2022? Yeah, I saw that. I saw that allegation. I'm with Miss Lily, y'all. If we can get some lights going, I would appreciate that. We got a little bit of movement happening. Y'all know what? This is going to sound unfortunate, but this is gonna sound maybe a little bit unfortunate, but y'all heard about how Diddy was moving? They say Diddy was moving with the poison. Court is adjourned for the day. Huh? Where'd that come from? Where'd that come from? Are you messing with people? Come on, don't do that. Yeah, Diddy was doing it like I would expect somebody to get it done. You feel me? That first my point. Diddy knew feds were coming and still had pink cocaine on them. Yeah. But you know what, Graphic Solutions? Can we be real though? That's addiction. When it comes to addiction, I think I personally don't. The calculation of smart and stupid is a little bit different when you talk about addiction. When you talk about addiction to a substance, so if you're an addict, you would expect to be caught with the drug that you're addicted to. You know what I mean? But I still feel your point though. A drug addict does drug addict stuff, and you say dumb rappers. I mean, I wouldn't compare being a drug addict and having drugs on you, which is dumb, to being a person who crashes out when somebody, might have. Well, maybe they aren't that dissimilar, honestly. But Diddy's an addict. I mean, according to the reports, I don't know that to be true, but the reports say that. You know what, Be Rich? You know what's so funny? And I didn't really want to be associated with this, but I thought I had. Is like the Puff started while there was a Me Too movement that he survived. Puff started the Men Too movement. You just need to add one extra letter to go take the Me Too movement, which was mostly about women, not totally, but mostly. Puff started the Men Too movement because now you're starting to see a bunch of allegations about men being abused by Puff and by other people for that matter. Miss Lily, thank you, gifting another. Who is it that got that? Who got that, y'all? Miss Lily is out here gifting memberships. Who is this guy, Gemini Rising? That guy is Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad. And that is the moment that Jesse Pinkman screams something to the effect of, why does he keep getting away with this? And the reason I put that in there is because Love kept getting away with everything. And I thought that would be a good face to put up anytime Love does something wrong and Whitaker lets her off the hook. We would put up, why does she keep getting away with this? So that was the thought behind that one. Are we live? We are live. Just nothing happening. We are live, y'all. Yeah, so that's the why does she keep getting away with this face? Because love getting away with so much. And you just want to say, why does she keep getting away with us? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, the Men Too movement. Initiated by Diddy, by the way. The Men Too movement. Due to Diddy's antics and everything that comes out as a result of that. People always going in on Paige and saying she's drinking. Everybody's expecting, apparently. Everybody seems to be expecting Rod and Huey to come off the case today with pleas. Nosey's there. Nosy Rosie. We are live, people. We're live as live can be. We got our volume up. Everything is what it's supposed to be. Today we're expecting to see Quay Huey, which is one person, and Lil Rod take pleas. Apparently Lil Rod left the courthouse, so maybe he already did what he needed to do. Not sure about that. People getting nervous. The Rico makes it so that they acted on his behalf, knowing or unknowing. Well, Mr. Collins, you know what's interesting as we look at, I want y'all to be, hold up, we got some movement. There's the judge.
Superior Court of Fulton County now in session. Honorable Judge Paige Reese Whitaker presiding. Court come to order.
Good afternoon. So I understand we have a few pleas to be tendered. And are we going to do them at the same time or separately? Separately. All right.
A few.
Are you ready, Ms. Vossi?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And who's handling this for the state?
Your Honor, it'll be Simone Hilton for the state.
All right. Thank you. All right, Ms. Ryan. Yeah, come up to the podium, and then Sergeant Ingram, can you swear Mr. Ryan in?
Yes, sir.
Name and spell first and last name.
Rodelius Ryan, Rodalius Ryan, Ryan.
And Mr. Ryan, are you the same person referred to as Rodalius Ryan on indictment number 22 SC 183572?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you at this time under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No, ma'am.
How old are you?
Currently 20 years old.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you are charged in this indictment with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organization Act, which carries a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes, ma'am.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this plea of guilty and waiver rights form with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you and your attorney both reviewed it and you signed this document?
Yes, ma'am. That's my signature.
That's your signature?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorney, Ms. Leah Abbasi, about all of the facts and circumstances known to you regarding charges in this indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you been able to speak with her about any potential defenses?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you need any more time to discuss this case with your attorney?
No.
Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
You also had another attorney, Ms. Angela D. Williams. Are you satisfied with her counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
No, ma'am. Could you repeat that for me?
Sure. Do you waive any and all defects in the indictment?
Yes.
And have you been arrested on these charges, specifically count 1, the conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act?
He was already in custody, so he was not taken into custody for these charges. However, he was booked for the charges in the Fulton County Jail.
And he was served with the arrest warrant on this?
Yes.
Has Ms. Abbasi advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for the charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court a sentence of 10 years to serve, commuted to the time you have served in this case? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that this sentence should run concurrently with the sentence that you are already serving for 19 SC 168236? Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept this recommendation?
Yes, ma'am.
And the court can sentence you to the maximum on this charge?
I understand.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not in the United States?
One moment. Please repeat the question.
Sure.
Do you understand that the
enhancing
convictions?
sentence? That one, the one on enhancing sentence?
Yes, I just needed to explain a bit more what that means.
Do you understand that this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, and transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that? Understand that by pleading guilty, you are giving up the following rights. And after I say each right, I'll ask you to respond, okay? The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assist of counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to the presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes, ma'am.
the right to have the charges against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after trial.
Yes.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No, ma'am.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act?
Guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of the charges against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, if this case were to proceed and continue with trial, Your Honor, evidence has shown and will further show that Mr. Ryan conspired with others to participate in the Young Slime Life gang through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants and unindicted co-conspirators have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, including drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder, also including social media posts asserting the violent nature and dominance of Young Slime Life, aka YSL. Your Honor, the court has been present for evidence regarding the February 23rd, 2019 homicide of Mr. Jamari Holmes, in which Mr. Ryan and YSL co-conspirator, Damon Blaylock, lured both Jamari Holmes, Bernard Mitchell, and Rodney Uten to an apartment at 50 Mount Zion Road, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area. The evidence came out that during the course of that incident, that Mr. Ryan, along with Mr. Blaylock, emerged from the apartment complex, shooting at the vehicle which Mr. Holmes, Mr. Uten, and Mr. Mitchell were in, shooting Mr. Holmes in the head. After this incident, a few hours later, Mr. Ryan is seen posting on social media, on a public social media post, saying bet YSL makes the news. Right, there has been other social media posts in which Mr. Ryan has promoted or enhanced the reputation of YSL. Your Honor, the state intended to show further evidence that once Mr. Ryan was convicted of the homicide of Mr. Holmes while in prison, he continued to enhance the reputation, power, and territory of YSL, specifically when YSL co-conspirator and co-defendant Christian Eppinger was given a bond for shooting at an Atlanta police officer. Mr. Ryan, while on a contraband phone in prison, posted on his social media accounts, he flashed the YSL sign and stated, "We're coming to get you. YSL shit, free my N-word bris, F the DA, the gangway, we catching bonds on this shit." Your Honor, this is the evidence that the state would have intended to show if we would have continued with trial. Given the current status, Your Honor, we've made an offer to Mr. Ryan for this commuted to time served offers from concurrent with his current conviction, Your Honor. And I can approach with the documentation.
You may.
Thank you.
And I wanted to just add one thing to the information about the different methods you have to file things after this plea. And that is that Misty Williams and Miss Abbasi will represent you until either the end of this term of court or 30 days, whichever's later. And so they would be the ones to talk to about filing those things, unless either of them is permitted to withdraw before that time. They would be the ones to file those for you, okay?
No.
All right, Miss Abbasi, is there anything that the defense wants to add to the record?
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, I have had the honor really of representing Mr. Ryan along with Misty Williams, who I'm quite disappointed she could not be here today for an important day. This trial has been exhausting for everybody, and that certainly includes Mr. Ryan, who has been going through the court system since he was 15 years old. We categorically and adamantly deny that YSL is the criminal, dangerous street gang, which it's been made out to be through this trial. We're actually quite happy with the record, which was established during the presentation of the state's evidence of the alleged murder of Mr. Jamari Holmes. This plea today, Mr. Ryan is making a decision which is going to be the best for his future, what future he has, because he's already serving a life sentence. Were he to be convicted and sentenced to additional time, he would remain in custody. As I stated, we think the record established will strongly support his appeal, and hopefully, when his conviction is overturned, we don't want him sitting in prison for something else. Certainly not for actions he took when he was younger, and actions he took which are largely a product of how he grew up. As I stated, Your Honor, Mr. Ryan was 15 years old at the time of the Jamari Holmes murder. You've seen through the text messages, he was out at all different hours, doing all different things, which I don't think anyone would want their 15-year-old to be out doing. And so that is where he was. And so he did adopt the people who were around him, the people who could support him, the people in his neighborhood who grouped themselves, calling themselves YSL. Mr. Ryan at no point was trying to advance a criminal street gang and their interests. He was trying to protect himself, being a young person, largely on his own, and this is where he's ended up. I would like to say that there's been some sort of rehabilitative function here since he was sentenced to prison. It doesn't appear that that has happened. As you've heard, some of his additional cases are within the prison system. It would be wonderful if some of the money spent on a case like this could possibly be invested in the future of people like Mr. Ryan, who go into custody at such a young age, and who really then are not given the resources to make the changes that they really would like to make to have a productive future. With all of that said, I think Mr. Ryan has grown up a lot during this trial. He doesn't want to sit through this anymore. He doesn't want to ever be back in a courtroom ever again, Your Honor. He's heard about all sorts of incidents, which the 2015 crimes, he was 11 years old. Mr. Ryan's most sincere wish is to move on with his life, to put this behind him. And we thank the court for the opportunity to resolve the case in this way and not drag it out any further than it has been.
All right.
He just would like to thank the court, Judge.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Ryan, I just want to make sure that you understand that this is ultimately, the decision is yours to make, not your attorneys. And I appreciate that both Ms. Abbasi and Misty Williams have been available and giving you legal advice and guidance, but it's ultimately your decision. Do you understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and do you in fact want to plead guilty?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've had enough time to think about it and to discuss it with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Ms. Bossi, have you and or Mr. Williams talked to Mr. Ryan about the benefits and drawbacks of all of his different options?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, I find that there is a factual basis for the guilty plea to count one, the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. Whatever the difference of opinion may be with regard to what YSL is or isn't, and what Mr. Ryan may or may not have intended, there is a factual basis that exists from the record as it already is in this case to support the necessary elements of the conspiracy to violate the RICO Act. And I have heard many of the alleged overt acts and the conspiracy evidence to advance the enterprise through a pattern of racketeering activity and to control personal property and money. And I find that the factual basis for that exists. And I am going to accept Mr. Ryan's guilty plea. I find it to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences of this plea. And I'm going to sentence in accord with the recommendation that both of the state and the defense have worked hard to negotiate here, which is a sentence of 10 years commuted to time served and to be run concurrently with the sentence that Mr. Ryan is currently serving. And certainly within the court's consideration is the knowledge that Mr. Ryan is at this time serving a life sentence for the murder of Mr. Holmes. And while I understand that that is on appeal right now, those are the facts as they exist right now. So that is the sentence of this court. Mr. Ryan, at 20 years old, you have most of your life ahead of you, and I don't know what it is going to hold with regard to your appeal or anything after that. But whether it is more years in custody or whether at some point in time you see the light of day to the outside world again, which is very likely considering your age, as long as you behave yourself while you're incarcerated and do not continue to either commit crimes in prison or violate any of the prison rules. If you can be on the straight and narrow, then somebody your age, after serving some amount of time, is probably going to be considered favorably for parole. And you just have to keep that in mind, that you need to be looking out for sort of the long run and not playing the short game, but playing the long game so that you have a future in front of you still. So that is your sentence, and I wish you luck, and I wish that with further maturity, much like Ms. Abbasi has said that you have already exhibited throughout the course of this trial, that you are able to make better decisions and steer your life in a better direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Matthews, are y'all ready? All right. You may. Yes. And I'm going to go ahead and, where's Mr. Rosser? Give you these documents. And then is that in document? Yes. Okay. All right, so we already have the signed copy of the indictment. Mr. Huey and Mr. Ryan have both signed, so I have that already. Yes. Okay. All right, and Sergeant, if you can swear in Mr. Huey.
Yes. My name is Marquavius Huey.
Gunner, we have just received the redacted document here, so if I can have an opportunity just to execute the.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Right.
And Mr. Matthews, just so that the record is clear, I know that y'all are just now signing the
I guess it's still a, 5-page document. That this is not the first time you're seeing the most of what's in that document, correct?
Absolutely
This is,
not.
right.
We've seen
So
this.
there were a couple of items removed from the sentencing acknowledgments at your request. Is that right?
That is correct. Your
Okay.
Honor.
And otherwise, other than that section 4, everything has essentially stayed the same with regard to the rest of the document. Is that correct?
That is also correct.
All right. And you and Mr. Matthews and Mr. Huey were aware of the changes that were getting made?
Yes.
All right. Do y'all need any additional time to look over the refreshed document?
We do not, Your
All
Honor.
right.
I've reviewed it and we are ready to
All
proceed.
right. Sounds good.
Okay, I have it.
No, that's all right. It's essentially the same. Okay, thank you. So you've got the a waiver of rights and this separate kind of list of the charges and the sentences. Okay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the indictment is with Ms. Rosser. I'm ready whenever.
Mr. Huey, you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that the answer shall give in the manner now pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
You can put your hands down.
I think he already got sworn, so you're double sworn at this point.
Please state your true and correct legal name.
Marquavius Huey, MARQUAVIUS, HUEY.
And are you the same Marquavius Huey on indictment 22 SC 183572?
Yes.
Are you at this time taking or under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medicine?
No.
How old are you?
28.
And how far did you go in school?
12th grade high school diploma.
Are you able to read, write, and understand the English language?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you were in this indictment charged with count 1, conspiracy to violate the Racketeer, Influence, and Corrupt Organizations Act, which carried a sentence of 5 to 20 years?
Yes.
Count 3, you were initially charged with armed robbery, which carried a sentence of 10 to 20 years or life.
Yes.
You were charged with count 4 and 5 of this indictment, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, which each carry a sentence of 1 to 20 years.
Yes.
You were charged with count 6 and count 7 in this indictment, which you charged on possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony.
Yes.
And that carried a sentence of 5 years to serve consecutive to any other count in the indictment.
Yes.
You were also charged with armed robbery in counts 14 and 15.
Yes.
Also charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon for count 16 or 17.
Yes.
You were charged with hijacking a motor vehicle in the first degree.
Yes.
You were initially charged with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony,
Yes.
counts 19 and 20. You were charged with 4 counts of participation in criminal street gang activity, which were counts 21, 22, 23, and 46.
Yes.
And you were charged with possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, which was count 44, and possession of a telecommunication device by an incarcerated individual, which was count 45. You understand that those were your initial charges in this indictment?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have the right to plead either guilty or not guilty to these charges?
Yes.
And if you plead not guilty or remain silent, you may receive a jury trial.
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to go over this waiver of rights form with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this your signature on this document on page 4 of this document?
Yes.
Have you had enough time to speak with your attorneys Carrington Matthews Sr. and Carrington Matthews Jr. about all the facts and circumstances known to you regarding the charge in this indictment, including any potential defenses?
Yes.
Do you need any more time to discuss this matter with your attorney?
Nope.
Are you are you satisfied with their counsel and representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you waive formal reading of the indictment?
Yes.
Do you waive any defects, if any, with respect to the indictment?
Yes.
Is it your understanding, have you been arrested on all of the charges contained within this indictment?
Yes.
And Mr. Matthews Jr., are you aware of any other outstanding warrants for these charges?
We are not aware of any.
Have your attorneys advised you of the minimum and maximum sentence for each charge that you are pleading to?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that this is a negotiated plea of guilty, which means that the state will recommend to the court the following sentence?
Yes.
Let me tell you the sentence first.
Oh.
As to count 1, which is conspiracy to violate the Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act, the state's recommendation is 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 3, armed robbery, based on the negotiations, the state will reduce the armed robbery to robbery and offer a sentence of 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with count 1, the balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 4, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state will recommend 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1 and count 3, balance of 11 years on probation. As to count 5, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, the state agrees to null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 6, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state's recommendation is 5 years to serve, consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 44 to be suspended. As to count 7, possession of firearms during the commission of a felony, the state will null pros or dismiss that count. As to count 14, which is armed robbery, will reduce that to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, and 4, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 15, armed robbery, reduced to robbery, 20 years to serve 9 years in custody, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, and 14, balance of 11 years on probation. Count 16 will be null pros or dismissed. Count 17, that count will merge with count 15. Count 18 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 19, possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, will be 5 years to serve, 5 years to serve consecutive to counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 17, and 44, but concurrent with count 6, and that will be suspended. Count 20 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 21 will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, and 44. Count 22 will be null pros or dismissed by the state, as well as count 23 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Count 44, possession of a weapon by an incarcerated individual, will be 5 years to serve, concurrent with counts 1, 3, 4, 14, 15, and 17. And counts 45 and 46 will be null pros or dismissed by the state. Do you understand that that's the state's recommendation?
Yes.
Do you understand that the total sentence is 25 years to serve 9 years in custody with a balance of 14 years? 9 of those 14 years will be served on probation and 5 years will be suspended. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Do you understand that the court does not have to accept that recommendation?
Yes.
and the court can sentence you to the maximum of each charge and can run those charges consecutively, one after the other.
Yes.
Do you understand this plea may be used to enhance sentencing on other convictions in this jurisdiction as well as in other jurisdictions, including the federal courts?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are currently on probation or parole, your probation or parole may be revoked based on your entering a guilty plea today?
Yes.
Do you understand if you are placed on probation of any kind, you cannot violate any criminal laws of any governmental unit or any special conditions without being subject to revocation for the balance of the sentence?
Yes.
And do you understand that there were several special conditions of probation that you must adhere to, which are contained within this documentation?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to go over each of these special conditions with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you also go over with your attorneys your sentencing acknowledgments regarding this plea agreement?
Yes.
And is this also your signature on this documentation with your attorney going over each of the each of the special conditions of probation?
Yes.
And did you fully understand the special conditions of probation?
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hilton, can you pass that document up to the court, please? Thank you.
Did you want to review before I continue? Did you want to review before I continue?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Do you understand that you are not allowed to possess or use a firearm while on probation?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you are not a United States citizen, a guilty plea conviction will affect your immigration status and will result in deportation, just like a conviction at a trial would, and that this is true regardless of any advice by your attorney or anyone else?
Yes.
Do you understand that neither the court, your attorney, nor the district attorney's office has anything to do with parole, the Department of Corrections, or the Board of Pardons and Paroles, and no one can guarantee parole no matter what anyone has told you?
Yes.
Do you understand that there may be other adverse or unfavorable consequences as a result of this guilty plea conviction, just as there would be from a conviction following a trial? For example, your guilty plea may affect your right to vote, your right to hold public office, your right to serve on a jury, your right to obtain a passport, your right to receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or the ability to obtain employment. Do you understand?
Yes.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty to a felony, if you use, receive, possess, or transport a firearm, or use a firearm in a crime, you will be guilty of a felony, which may carry a sentence of 1 to 15 years in prison?
Yes.
Do you understand that you waive any and all defenses, including any mental health defenses, by entering a plea of guilty?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you went to trial, you have the right to a trial by jury, the right to see, hear, and confront witnesses called to testify against you, and the right to testify to remain silent and not incriminate yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that by pleading guilty, you're giving up the following rights? And after each right, I'll ask you to respond. The right to trial by jury,
Yes.
the right to remain silent and not incriminate yourself,
Yes.
the right to confront witnesses against you,
Yes.
the right to assistive counsel hired by you or to court-appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney at the trial of your case,
Yes.
the right to presumption of innocence,
Yes.
the right to testify on your own behalf and to present other evidence,
Yes.
the right to subpoena witnesses and compel the production of evidence,
Yes.
the right to have the charge against you proved beyond a reasonable doubt,
Yes.
and the right to appeal if convicted of these charges after a trial.
Yes, ma'am.
Has anyone forced, threatened, or promised you anything to get you to enter a guilty plea?
No.
With respect to indictment 22 SC 183572, how do you plead to the charges in that indictment?
I plead guilty.
Is this guilty plea freely and voluntarily given with a full knowledge of charge against you?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that you may have only a limited right to appeal this guilty plea conviction?
Yes.
Do you understand you have 4 years from today's date to file a habeas corpus petition challenging the voluntariness and constitutionality of this guilty plea?
Yes.
Do you understand that you have 30 days in which to appeal your conviction based on your plea today?
Yes.
And do you understand that you have until the end of this term of court to file a motion seeking to withdraw your guilty plea?
Yes.
Your Honor, if this case were to go to trial, the state would expect, or if we were to continue this trial, the state would expect to show, or evidence has shown and will show, that Mr. Huey conspired with others to participate in YSL through a pattern of racketeering activity, and multiple defendants, as well as unindicted co-conspirators, have committed overt acts to further this conspiracy, to include drug sales, aggravated assault, and murder. Also, it includes posting on social media, asserting the violent nature of and the dominance of Young Slime Life, aka YSL. Specifically, Mr. Huey himself participated in 2 robberies. He posted on social media, and he engaged in text messages with his fellow co-conspirators. On April 26, 2019, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, armed robber Mr. Gunna Maynard, at an apartment complex located on Masargo Drive in the Buckhead neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County. He robbed Mr. Maynard at gunpoint and pistol whipped him. Mr. Huey was wearing a very distinctive yellow jacket. He stole a ring, a necklace, a luxury wallet, and other items. He then fled the scene in a black Mustang. Portions of this robbery, Your Honor, were caught on surveillance video. After the robbery, Mr. Huey was seen on his social media account with the ring and necklace that was identical to the items that were stolen from Mr. Maynard. Additionally, on Instagram, Your Honor, on social media, there were several pictures of Mr. Huey photographed next to a black Mustang. There were several pictures. Lastly, there were pictures of Mr. Huey on his social media wearing the same distinctive yellow jacket that was seen on the surveillance video. Based on that evidence, Your Honor, arrest warrants were issued for Mr. Huey. While on bond for the April 2019 armed robbery, Your Honor, on October 1st, 2020, Mr. Huey went to the apartments located at 250 Fulton Street, Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, to meet with Mr. Gary Holloman. Gary Holloman, who was now deceased, told law enforcement officers on the night that he was robbed that Mr. Huey, who he knew, asked to meet with him so that Mr. Holloman could give Mr. Huey money to put on another co-conspirator to Quarius Mender's books or commissary at the Fulton County Jail. Quarius Mender, who is a co-defendant and co-conspirator, is the nephew of Gary Holloman. Mr. Mender and Mr. Huey were friends or are friends. Mr. Holloman agreed to meet with Mr. Huey at the location. While at the location, Mr. Huey, along with another individual, approached Mr. Holloman. One person had an assault rifle. They took from Mr. Holloman his car and his money. They also robbed another young lady by the name of Misha Coppage. Mr. Huey and the other unidentified individual fled the scene and left. Mr. Holloman immediately called the police. When police arrived, Mr. Holloman was able to use another cell phone to track his phone. He was able to track that phone going in the direction of I-75 South, and ultimately that phone was located on Oak Drive, which is in the Cleveland Avenue area, which is the area or territory for Young Slime Life. Also, Mr. Holloman was able to show police officers the social media pages of Mr. Huey to identify him. Initially, the police marked this case as an information, and the case was not initially investigated. However, about 1 month later, Mr. Holloman went to the police headquarters, spoke with investigators. He was able to pick Mr. Huey out of the photographic lineup. Subsequently, investigator Marissa Viverito, who was formerly with the Fulton County District Attorney's Office, found a jail call with Quarius Mender, Mr. Mender's mother, as well as Gary Holloman discussing the robbery, and Mr. Holloman discussing what occurred to him. Arrest warrants were taken out for Mr. Huey. He was initially arrested in November of 2020. During that arrest and pursuant to a search warrant, his home was searched. In that search, they found 2 rifles, 2 rifle handguns. Also, they found items belonging to an individual by the name of Chandler Durham. During that search warrant, they seized Mr. Huey's phones and pursuant to a search warrant, did a search of those phones. Upon seeing the items from Chandler Durham, investigator Viverito checked the Atlanta Police Department database to find out if there were any police reports associated with the Chandler Durham. She found a police report from March 12, 2020. In that report, Chandler Durham reported that while he was working at a music studio, his car and additional items to include a luxury bag were stolen. After finding the report, investigator Viverito went through the contents of Mr. Huey's phone, and she saw a few text messages of note. She saw a text conversation on March 12, 2020 between Jeffrey Williams and Mr. Huey. Jeffrey Williams told Mr. Huey that they needed to take that shit back. Mr. Huey denied involvement in taking the items and blamed it on another person. Mr. Williams then told Mr. Huey in this text message, if he doesn't take it back, he's going to die. Also found in Huey's cell phone were 2 incidents in which Mr. Huey and Mr. Williams were in conversation with each other regarding rival gang member Rashawn Bennett, aka YSL. On January 19th, 2020, Mr. Williams sent a flyer to Huey with a performance location of YSL. The text message read, handle that tonight, slapped. Then Huey responded, slap. Your Honor, based on the state's understanding, slap means slime love all the time. Then on September 2nd, 2020, Mr. Huey sent a flyer to Mr. Williams with another performance location of Mr. Rashawn Bennett. Mr. Williams texted, flatty, handle, and stay very low. Huey's response was slapped, and for sure, I've been out the way. And appreciate you for everything, my brother. Never about money with me, I'm built on loyalty. Williams' response was slap, handle that, I got you. In 2021, we were able to recover another phone from Mr. Huey after he was subsequently arrested on grand jury warrants. When we did a search warrant of that phone, there was additional communication between Mr. Williams and Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey told Mr. Williams on November 14, 2021, you know I'm ready to handle the business and go sit down if I got to about any one of y'all on my mama. This text message followed information that was provided to investigator Viverito by Kenneth Copeland. Kenneth Copeland, during an October 2021 interview, advised investigator Viverito that he was aware of a potential plot to harm another another rival gang member, Kelvin Watts, also known as Shell Kel, at a venue, Diamonds of Atlanta on Northside Drive. Mr. Coleman advised that he was aware that Huey was to participate in this plot to harm Watts, and he attempted to tell Huey not to participate. Lastly, Your Honor, on February 18, 2022, while housed at the Fulton County Jail, along with Aquarius Mender, they were both housed in the same cell. There was a search of that dorm specifically, and inside of the cell, there was a shank and an illegal cell phone inside of their cell that they shared. And based on what we know from other evidence that we have, that cell phone was used to communicate with other YSL members. Your Honor, this is the evidence that we believe would have come out had we continued with trial. Given where we are, Your Honor, and the charges, we made a decision to resolve this case with Mr. Huey for the offer that was relayed earlier, Your Honor. I have a copy.
All right, and with regard to the offer, I just wanted to be clear that on counts 6 and 19, which are possession of a firearm during the commission of a crime, while this 5-page plea agreement document reflects that those are going to be served on probation, the intention of both parties is that those 2 counts be suspended.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
Yes, Your
and in your global sentence, it says 5 years suspended, and so I assume that that's what y'all meant by that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. Mr. Matthews?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon to this honorable court, Your Honor. I'd like to begin by expressing to the court that we emphatically and categorically deny all of the recitation that's been presented by the court with respect to some of these allegations that's been laid out by the state. However, we do recognize that there are enough factual allegations in the recitation to support each and every count to which Mr. Huey is pleading this afternoon. So we do stipulate that there is enough to move forward with this plea. For those reasons, Your Honor, we are standing before this court to talk to this court about the acceptance of responsibility with respect to Mr. Marquavius Huey. Your Honor, Mr. Marquavius Huey was born in Atlanta, Georgia. He lived in the Jonesboro South community, a neighborhood project in the Atlanta community. He grew up there. He's seen a lot of things in his short 28-year life. His father was murdered in 2010, and he's been without a father for a number of years. He's been raised by his mother as a single parent. He has a number of siblings. There have been times when Mr. Huey and his mother and his family have been homeless and have lived out of a car. So he's had a very, very hard life as it relates to his upbringing. Notwithstanding that, Your Honor, he did manage to graduate from high school. Mr. Huey, Your Honor, now has 2 children. He's 28 years old. He has 2 children. He has a 5-year-old son, Your Honor. He has a 2-year-old little daughter that was born in July of 2022. He has never met or seen his daughter in person until today, as she's here in this courtroom. He recognizes that choices puts him before this court in this case. Your Honor, we are asking this court to take into consideration that he has no prior felony convictions. I've had a very long time to get to know Mr. Huey because I've been with Mr. Huey on a regular daily basis during the week since January of 2023. I've got a chance to know him. I've got a chance to work with him on his case regularly. And he wants to, when he gets out of custody, Your Honor, he wants to do a number of things. 2 in particular. He wants to start and become affiliated with a nonprofit organization where he can be able to talk to young children, teenagers, because he was a teenager when he lost his father, and things begin to take a turn for Mr. Huey. He wants to be able to tell teenagers, young boys, young Black boys, he wants to be able to say to them, don't do what I did, and you have another way in which you can go. And he wants to be able to share his experiences in that way. I have linked Mr. Huey up with an organization called Young Generation Movement, and I've known that nonprofit organization and the founder of that organization for a long period of time. He's also present in this courtroom, and I've linked Mr. Huey up with them so that when Mr. Huey gets out of custody, he will be able to have an organization that can mentor him, that he can align himself with, where he can begin to engage himself with anti-violence nonprofit conduct and mentoring other young people. He also, in terms of being able to earn an income, because he is now, Your Honor, if this court accepts this plea, Mr. Huey will now, for the first time, be a convicted felon. He is not first offender eligible. He wants to get his commercial driver's license, Your Honor, and he wants to get a trucking company and be able to earn a living for himself, because he recognizes that it's going to be a challenge for him to be able to go out and apply for jobs and be able to get income by getting an employer to hire him. So he's going to focus and target himself to be able to fend for himself so that he can take care of his young children that he has helped to bring into this world. Your Honor, we are here before this court because it's an acceptance of responsibility. We recognize that this has been a very long, enduring trial, and we have come to a point where we have painstakingly negotiated with the state of Georgia, and we've come up with a negotiated resolution that we believe is one that is fair. We believe that is sufficient to recognize the seriousness of the charges that are before the court. And we believe it's one that will cause Mr. Huey to be able to see the light of day in a reasonable period of time. Mr. Huey has been in custody. I'd like to enter into the record, Your Honor, as Defendant's Exhibit 1 for sentencing purposes, a proof of incarceration from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Huey, through the computations of the various times when he was arrested on these charges and released, and from the time that he's currently been in custody to the present, he has approximately 4 years under his belt against that 9-year sentence, and that 9-year sentence is parolable. So we're going to enter that as an exhibit before the court.
All right, that'll be Defendant's Exhibit 1 to this plea hearing. And as you know, and as I'm sure you have shared with Mr. Huey, it's ultimately the Department of Corrections that calculates the time served portion of the sentence. So it'll ultimately be up to them, but I will include that as a part of my sentencing sheet as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor to represent Mr. Marquavius Huey, along with my son, Attorney Carrington Matthews Jr., who also would like to address the court at this time, Your Honor. So we're asking this court to accept the negotiation that has been represented to the court, and Mr. C.J. Matthews.
Yes, good afternoon to this honorable court.
Good afternoon, Mr. Matthews.
I've been gracious with this opportunity to represent and serve Mr. Huey. Mr. Huey is an honorable young man. Mr. Huey does not allow his mistakes to define him, but he is remorseful, Your Honor. He has learned, grown, and became a better man during this trial. Mr. Huey will have a release date, Your Honor. And I'm confident in him that he'll be a working class citizen in society when he is released. We thank this honorable court and we respectfully ask this court to accept this plea on today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Matthews. Mr. Huey, I am sure that Mr. Matthews Sr. and Mr. Matthews Jr. have, I know that they have been working with you and negotiating with the state for I'm sure the entire course of this trial and proceeding, but very, very hard over the last week and a couple of days to get where we are right now. And I know that you know that given the severity and the number of charges that you were facing, that had you been convicted of all of those charges at trial, you were looking at the possibility of 3 consecutive life sentences, plus I think about 100 years after that. So the fact that the state is recommending jointly with your attorneys that your total sentence be 25 years with 9 of those to serve is, it's frankly remarkable, and something that you should not take for granted or take lightly at all. These are very serious charges, and I hear what both Mr. Matthews have said about the challenges facing you in your life, and I am sorry for the loss of your father. One would hope that to have anybody that they love taken from them in a violent way like murder might have an impact upon their lives that would lead them in the right direction, but it's not particularly surprising that sometimes that's not what happens and it goes in a worse direction instead.
I hope that with your age and with having really been faced with the distinct possibility of spending the entirety of the rest of your life in prison, the fact that you are getting this opportunity is not going to be wasted. I hope that you appreciate what the Matthews have done to go out of their way to line up somebody to be looking out for you when you are released from prison. And I want to ask you, just like I have asked both Mr. Nichols and Mr. Ryan, is this your decision to enter this guilty plea? Because no matter what your attorney's advice is, it's ultimately up to you whether to plead guilty or continue with the trial. So is this what you want to do?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And have you had enough time to consider all of the different scenarios and to discuss everything you wanted to with your attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. All right. I think it's very clear that this plea is to your benefit, considering the potential downside of moving forward with the continued trial. I find there to be a factual basis to this plea. I appreciate the fact that y'all have stipulated that there is a factual basis. And I find the plea to be freely, knowingly, intelligently, and voluntarily entered with an understanding of the consequences, and I will accept it as such. And I will sentence in accord with the negotiated recommendation. I'm not going to read everything out again. We thankfully got it in writing for the sentence sheet, but in accord with what was put on the record and what is reflected in this this document, with a total sentence of 25 years to serve 9 in custody, balance of 14 years after that, 9 of those on probation and 5 suspended. And I'm going to impose the special conditions that you have already acknowledged and acknowledged that you would abide by. And, you know, somebody with a high school diploma, which is more than a whole lot of people ever achieve. So you've already achieved and proven that you can achieve good things. And who is only 28 years old, and who can really look down and already see the light of day for a release date. You need to make sure that during your time incarcerated that you don't pull any of the kind of thing that you have been, you know, that you actually are pleading guilty to, at least some of, by having contraband or in any other way getting in trouble, because that's not going to bode well. I am going to recommend a transition program for you. I know that there's a lot of different job training available in our correction system, so I hope that you take advantage of that. And you know, whether it's a commercial driver's license or whether you find something else that you want to do while you're in there, be making good use of your time while you're in there and furthering yourself. And you have had a fine example next to you for the past 2 years of what somebody can do with their lives. So don't forget about that, and be the father that you need to be and that you ought to be to your very young children. They're still going to be very young when you get out. And please make sure that you abide by all your probationary conditions, because if you don't, then you're going to be back to see me. And because I recognize how much of a break you are getting right now, I'm probably not going to be as lenient if you come back before me again, because you are getting a huge opportunity to turn your life around. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So that's the sentence of the court. And I want to wish you good luck and good fortune. You can get through the next few years, and then you can have the rest of your life to do good work with.
Can you address the court?
Yes. I should have asked that. I'm sorry.
That's okay, Judge. Thank you.
I want to thank the court and thank God. And I want to apologize to my kids my family, and everybody who done supported me in this stressful process. And, I plan to do my time, come back, be a better man.
I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. All right, let's take a recess.
A recess? Does that mean there's more people to come? Oh, snap. We got a recess, people. That means there's more people to come. That means there's more to come, people. Oh, snap, y'all. Oh, snap. All right, so we need to, oh, man, I don't even know what to do. Well, no, I mean, not necessarily more people to come. She could be setting up the stage for the rest of the trial, y'all. That's another possibility. Please, come on, Fran, you need to become a member. We need you to become a member right now, Fran. Fran's like popped up literally when everything's over, like, yo, what happened?
Hey there, Young Thug Trial watchers. This is a law and crime legal alert. A mother was recently awarded millions of dollars in a lawsuit against baby formula manufacturers after her premature baby was diagnosed with necrotizing enterocolitis, or NEC, after receiving bovine-based formula. The lawsuits allege that Enfamil and Similac premature formulas are linked to NEC, but manufacturers failed to warn the public of the risks and instead targeted them with false advertising. So if your premature baby was diagnosed with NEC after they were fed Enfamil or Similac, you may qualify for compensation. And one of our legal sponsors is partnering with Wagstaff Law Firm. This is a national firm renowned for their expertise to ensure that eligible claims are thoroughly presented. Visit babyformuladamages.com/YTT.
Y'all, so actually just the fact that they're taking a break does not mean that more pleas are coming. Could be more pleas coming, but there also could be Judge Whitaker saying, hey, okay, got all the pleas out the way. These are people who are left. State, please adjust your witness list and adjust your evidence. They may still want to bring all the evidence in, honestly. And we might just see them say, let's rock and roll. Yeah, they got the quays off. Now that mistrial motion is dead. Thank you for the $199, be rich. Appreciate it. No testifying, no trial to continue. What do you mean, Mrs. Flins? When you say no testifying, is that a prediction? Them last three said, let's run. First of all, thank everybody for being here, y'all. This has been a tremendous community building experience for me. I've been starting to get to know y'all. You know, the comments have been coming fast and furious. This has been excellent. This was about to be a mistrial. They couldn't retry this. Yeah, so now they got the quays off. Y'all know what? How do y'all feel about these deals, though? Lil Rod, basically, his deal was just like he nullified the entire Rico thing, and Lil Rod deal was kind of like, I don't know how all of this may affect any other thing he might have going on, but Lil Rod kind of feels like they just took him off, technically speaking. Like, let's get rid of that. The two Quays got sweetheart deals. The one Quay been locked up longer than the other Quay, apparently. Huey seemed like he'd been locked up longer. So they say he'd been locked up for 3 years, almost 4 years. So Now she probably took a break to announce what's going on for tomorrow. Yeah, I think there's a couple of options. I mean, there's only two options I can think of. She's going to come back and talk about the future of the trial, or she's going to come back and do some more pleas. This was only an hour. This was only 1 hour, y'all. An hour, hour and a half. I really don't see why they needed a break right now. Right? So I don't really see why they needed a break right now if they were going to just keep going with pleas, but, speculation. It's just really annoying to sit here and realize someone could plead, just get it over, but we all got to act like he did do what he's pleading to, even though we. So, CIL, I'm going to just say CIL. He pleaded guilty. So, I mean, he just pleaded guilty to specific acts. So, we saw Nichols plead guilty to selling drugs and the Rico thing. We saw Lil Rod plead guilty to the Rico thing without any other acts, I guess. But we just saw Huey plead guilty to a laundry list of stuff. So, I mean, the fact that he just pleaded guilty, that doesn't matter. And we were gonna say, hey, he's not guilty, even though he just pleaded guilty. I mean, it is what it is. And they getting them to take 30-year pleas. Do y'all understand, man? This guy just got off. These are sweetheart deals, y'all. I get people saying doing 30 years on probation or 30 years combination of probation and incarceration is tough. But I mean, what was the alternative? Y'all, this is why the judge was going to order a mistrial. Mr. Vegas, this is what I want to say about that. The pleas that we just saw were, as far as the information we know that we can kind of deduce from all of this, the mistrial was the leverage that they got to get these plea deals. So they really are better off, in my opinion, taking these plea deals. Or else, I mean, they can do that calculation themselves. This is like a slick way of severing the cases. Basically, Papa Bear, thank you. But they didn't just sever it, they severed it and terminated those three. They took those three out, severed them, and terminated them. It's like they clipped them. How a motion to dismiss was for Quay? Because Free Quay was the comment that Shouty, Slime Life Shouty, said that got the motion for mistrial. It's not a motion to dismiss, it's motion for mistrial. And the motion for mistrial came from Free Quay, okay, which implicated or indicated that Quay was locked up, and there were two Quays. So we've seen both Quays take a deal, and we've seen Lil Rod, who probably most of us would agree didn't even seem like he really should have even been on this trial. We saw him take a deal. Who else taking a plea? Rena, we will see that soon. I don't think they could do a retrial. What do you mean by that? Explain that. Is this good news for Thug or bad? Peyton, is too soon to say because we have to see if Thug is going to take a deal now. I would say if Thug does not take a deal, this probably would be bad for Thug. If Thug doesn't take a deal, this is probably going to be bad for him. Did you hear Hilton just say that Thug sent a flyer, a Lucci flyer, over to Huey, and he said, go handle that? Peyton, did you hear that? So imagine Thug doesn't take a deal, but the evidence that Thug did that is included in the Huey kind of included in the Huey deal. And imagine if this evidence that of what the Thug and Huey conversation, imagine that is used against Thug. So, and you don't have Huey there to try to refute it and to try to rebut it because Huey's not on the case anymore. So I would say if it's either neutral or bad for Thug if Thug is not taking the deal. Doug said the mistrial is not off, hasn't been ruled on. We'll have to wait to see what Judge Whitaker says about that, Ocean, because I think it's mooted out. The two people that it could have affected are now not on the trial any longer. But we have to see what Judge Whitaker says. She might very well just go ahead and say that now. We'll have to wait and see what she says. It's definitely not Shannon or Thug. Are you saying like if there's going to be another deal taken? That's what the state Hilton said. Some of these comments, y'all, I don't know the backstory, so sorry about that. Them all pleading Rico is saying Thug was part of it. Not necessarily, but I think I see where you're going with that. And you do have three. You have Monk Tonk who said who I think pleaded guilty to the Rico charge. You have Hugh, you have Nichols, you have Lil Rod, and I'm not sure if Tick, Obama, Duke. I'm not sure who else, but you do have a number of people now who have pleaded guilty to the Rico charge. That's not good. That's what I'm banking on. All right, let me get down to the current comments, y'all. I'm skipping some comments because I'm behind and it's hard for me to get caught up. I'm talking about just the Quays. So the Quays are off of the trial now. We all seen that. So they're done. I think that moots out the mistrial motion. Think about this. And everybody talks about the Harvey rule. Who moved for the mistrial? First, it was Miss Westmoreland for Quay. Then it was Mr. Matthews for the other Quay. The Harvey rule says everybody joins into it unless they opt out. But wouldn't you think that the mistrial motion could be mooted out because the two people who moved for it are the two people who the free Quay comment could have affected? Now they're not on the trial anymore. Miss Westmoreland is not even on, she's not even in court with a client to even defend the mistrial motion. Who's going to defend it? Muffled Mike, is that me? Sound is weird. Okay. Y'all, I literally haven't touched my mic. I'm sorry. It's just we're just gonna have to work with it. Sorry about that. If y'all can work with it, if I'm audible, it's just something that we have to work with. Okay. Some people say my mic is fine. Some people say it isn't. So, all right, good. So, I want y'all to think about this. Judge Whitaker is going to say, I'm not saying this is going to happen, but if they want to continue with this mistrial motion, Judge Whitaker is going to say, state, what is your argument against the motion? The state is going to say the motion is now moot because the two Quays are no longer on the trial. What is first of all, neither Quay is there to even say their part. They're not there any longer. So there's no Quay. There's no Quay there to argue it. One. So somebody who's not Quay is going to stand up and say, yes, that unfairly prejudiced Quay. And then the prosecution is going to say, who's no longer on the trial, Your Honor. And someone else is going to say on the defense, but Quay was prejudiced by that. How do you link prejudicing Quay? Okay, maybe I just need to bring it closer to me. How do you link the prejudicing of Quay to? How do you link the prejudicing of Quay? All right. So hold up. Fox just went out. Up. Y'all, did they catch us with the okey doke? Did they just catch us with the okey doke, y'all? Did they just get us with the okey doke? We got caught with the okey doke. Is that it? Let's take a break and let's okey doke. They just got us with the okey doke. All right. Kathy Rasan says they took a break after Huey's plea. Unclear what else is going to happen today. But this should be Kathy Rasan's people who are running this. Y'all, I feel like we just got caught with the okey doke. We'll just hang out for a little bit and see. So Law and Crime said, get your purse. Law and Crime said, get your purse, your Uber outside. Y'all, bye. They'll be back. All right. But normally they don't go to this live you thing. Normally they don't go to this. We'll just wait a few minutes. I'm monitoring y'all. Don't worry. How they taking deals without dealing with the motion first? Again, Papa Bear. I think think about this, Papa Bear. If you have a Uno card and you want to negotiate whatever, you're Uno. This is not, I'm not saying we're in the game of Uno, but you have something up your sleeve and you want to negotiate. The moment you don't have that up your sleeve anymore, you can't negotiate anymore either. So you best negotiate your deal before you take that thing off the table, because once you take it off the table, you don't have leverage. So Papa Bear, the point is, feels kind of weird calling you Papa Bear, by the way, but we'll roll with it. So Papa Bear, the point is, if you deal with the motion first and it's denied, if it's granted, it's a mistrial. Now you don't need a deal. If it's denied, now your leverage to get a deal is gone. So you definitely do want to negotiate while you still have that mistrial with prejudice open. Is court over? This is what we're seeing on the screen right now. We just got to rock with it, Air. We just got to rock with it. Let me go back to Kathy Rasan, and because her people just faded to black. Done for the day, y'all. Done for the day. So they did catch us with the okey doke, people. We got caught with the okey doke. All right, so everybody, that's it. I thank y'all for rocking with us today. Everybody, we'll be back at 9:30. We'll probably be starting at 8:30 tomorrow as we have 8:30, 8:45. I will see y'all mañana. Yes, they did get us. Hey, let's take a break. Until tomorrow. They got us with one of those. Everybody, we will be back after the break. We'll be back tomorrow. Anyway, y'all, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Thank you for Andre, Miss Lily. Thank you to Amy, our mods. Everybody who became a member today. I don't think everybody's with us right now, but I appreciate y'all. We'll be back tomorrow. We will see what happens. PB, Air Hall, when you gonna become a member? Like you've been rocking and rolling. We talking about $3. Come on, $3. $3. All right, y'all. See y'all tomorrow. I'm gonna go ahead and rock a video real quick. I'll check y'all tomorrow. Have a good evening, everybody.